now.
Well, I mean, I suppose it's always been possible, but it's certainly unfortunate. And I'm trying to pull up the story here. It was just posted about 3 or 4 days ago. There's a kid that is a Colorado commit.
Oh.
And he's going to play for Coach Prime out of California, Calabasas High School, who has opted out of his senior year. Their team is 2-3. Mm-hmm. So they're obviously 5 games in. He has played. He's committed to Colorado and is opting out of the rest of their season so that he can focus on getting ready for his trip to Colorado and the next 4, maybe 5 years of his life. I don't like guys opting out of bowl games. I understand it a little bit because of the money involved, but this, to me, is taking it way too far.
However, you brought up the word money. With NIL being what it is,
hasn't done anything.
I understand that, but some schools will still give guys money who haven't done anything, right?
Schools won't. Collectives may.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. But the school knows who the collectives are. Maybe he's just trying to, or his family wants him to, obviously, not take a chance on getting injured, so to ruin or spoil that collective gift that he might be getting to attend said university.
At some point, when is too much too much?
I agree with you, and I know the last topic we talked about with the Taylor Swift, we did not sound like old men on the lawn. Now we might be.
Well,
because
I get it.
I think high school. I think it's absurd. Look, I think the amount of high school football players that transfer between school to school and figuring out where they're going to live, allegedly, I think that is a joke as well. And look, my school that I follow, West Bloomfield, they've got the benefit of some of that as well. So I'm not throwing stones at the other people. It's not, to me, it's not right.
No, there's something that just seems icky about it. It doesn't seem right. But it's also, I mean, at some point, like, are we going to continue to reward individuals for things that they might do? Like, and I understand, hey, if you're drafted, and it used to be you're drafted before there was the salary cap on rookies, you'd get an unbelievable contract. We experienced that here in Detroit with Matthew Stafford.
Right.
But at some point, and you're not going to be paid, especially your teammates don't want you to be paid for what you did in college. You've got to be able to earn it. And, I mean, this is where I cringe at it, at least, and say, what has he earned? Because I don't know what Deion's policy is, because he's been there not even a year yet. Mm-hmm. What would his policy be if, hey, I've offered this kid a scholarship, he gets hurt in high school, am I still going to honor it? Every coach that I've known, even the dirtbags, have still honored scholarships for kids that ended up getting hurt their senior year in high school, but they had already committed to that school.
Correct. I don't know, 248-539-9797. Is this something that just we have to get used to it? And then who knows? Then middle school kids are going to decommit because they're getting paid to go to private high schools. You never know scholarships to private high schools.
Or I mean, hey, you get offered they're offering kids younger and younger. We hear about 8th graders getting offered scholarships, but if you're offered a scholarship as a sophomore, are you going to forgo your last 2 years of playing playing high school football or whatever your sport is, so that you could preserve yourself for college? Like, you're going to miss some developmental stages in that as well.
Right. You're going to miss
competition.
You mentioned developmental stages. You're talking about football or whatever sport developmental stages, but also life developmental stages. Yeah. Being as a team. I know, look, I'm only the announcer guy, so I sit and watch at the end of the game, these teams, the coaches, and they all get together after the game, win or lose, and they all talk and all that. Yep. And the players and the camaraderie that these kids have as a team, especially when they lose and the heartbreak, I think if you leave that, you miss something.
I think you do as well. And this is going to go unchecked until whether it's NFL GMs or coaches say, you know what, I'm not going to draft a guy, or we don't want a guy because he opted out halfway through his college season just because they had a bad record, didn't want to get hurt.
It's high school season too.
But is Deion Sanders, is he okay with this young man making the decision to opt out? Was it Deion's request?
Suggestion,
yeah. I mean, those are some of the things that we don't know. But until whoever it is that these athletes are going to next says, no, hold on a second here. You got to continue to perform.
Yeah.
Or this goes away. If you get hurt, we'll make sure we take care of you. We're still going to honor the scholarship.
You know what I think, and I could be wrong because I haven't heard Deion talk about this, but to knowing, and most of them have been either Michigan or Michigan State, but predominantly Michigan football coaches over the years that I've covered and got to know, they put such a high value on high school football that I think they'd be very upset.
High school football, and high school, if you're a football recruit, multiple sports.
Yes.
Not just, being whether it's basketball, or it's wrestling, whatever it is, they do put a high value on you continuing to learn how to compete, how to be an athlete in multiple sports.
I couldn't see any of the coaches that I know being okay, unless there was the major injury concern, he had injury history, so to speak, but opting out of high school football, I think some coaches would actually say, you know what, go somewhere else.
Yep.
I don't need a quitter. 248-539-9797. Chris Villar never opts out. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. After a 9th straight season missing the playoffs and a team that seems to be on the rise, manager AJ Hinch is being cautiously optimistic, talking about a possible big step coming for the Tigers next season after a second-place finish in the division. And next for the Tigers, they await the decision of Eduardo Rodriguez on his opt-out, which will come after the World Series. The team does not expect to talk with him before then. No big updates on any of the key injuries the Lions are dealing with. Dan Campbell could not elaborate on safeties Brian Branch or Kirby Joseph. He did say that he thinks left tackle Taylor Decker will be okay. Monday night scoreboard, the Giants were rocked by the Seahawks at home, 24-3 the final. Touchdowns by Kenneth Walker, DK Metcalf, and the Seattle defense on a pick six. The Lions were also flexed to a late afternoon game. In a couple of weeks, they'll play the Bucs in Tampa at 4:25 instead of 1 p.m. on October the 15th. And likely to miss 6 to 8 weeks with an ankle injury, Pistons shooter Isaiah Livers says he hurt his ankle during a fluke play in a pickup game last week. It was stepped on. He also says the team is locked in on becoming a better defensive team and are ready to put in the work to do it. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
God, Isaiah Livers gets injured every year. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yep. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'll get into the Jameson Williams situation as he is set to rejoin the Lions this week, what Dan Campbell had to say about him. But we're talking about a situation with a kid in California who has committed to go play at the University of Colorado. I don't think we're not just saying this because it's a Coach Prime, whatever. It could be any kid, any school. Opting out of his last half of his senior season of high school football. And I don't know if, you said that they're 2-3, so I don't know if making the state playoffs is even an option at 2-3. I don't know what it's like there.
I don't know what that is, yeah.
I just think it's horrible. It's high school football. You have plenty. And like we said before, I mean, I obviously don't have that much of a problem with guys opting out of bowl games in college as long as they're not a playoff participant.
Yeah.
Then that would just I'd lose my what over that. But high school, it's too early for this type of stuff, I believe.
Yeah. I just don't know how much you've proven, how much more development. I mean, there's a big jump between, most high school seniors and those that we see playing on Saturdays. Yeah, there's some freshmen that play, but a large part of it are sophomores, juniors, seniors because of the development.
Ticket text. Everybody gets paid for what they might do. CEOs, head coaches, everybody. That's true.
Well, you get a salary.
Yeah, but they get paid in advance what they think they're going to be worth. Yes, I get it. Seeing that Dion let go the whole Colorado team, I would not anticipate he would honor a scholarship for a kid who got hurt in high school.
Well, again, that
could be school policy too.
It could be school policy, but it depends on the athletic department and depends on you're committing to a guy, and I love Dion. I think I've been very clear about that, and I'm okay with how he's operated things. But if you're going to commit to a coach that has that on his resume, what says, hey, if I go there and I'm no good my freshman year, he doesn't kick me out?
Isn't that what a job is? Someone hires you and pays you according to what you might do for them in the future. Of course, along with what you're going to do for them. True. To me, in high school, it seems a lot different to me. I don't know. Kids already get scholarships to private high schools. I mentioned that. Catholic Central Wrestling has been doing this for years and have been dominant. Super unfair to make public schools compete with them when they get kids from anywhere. MHSAA remains silent. Bill from Livonia. That's a discussion for another day. Because I believe that the private schools should be in a separate division when it comes to state playoffs for all sports than public schools because they have an inherent advantage. Now, like I mentioned before, public schools do, quote unquote, recruit a little bit too, but they can't go bring in kids from Canada like private schools can.
Yeah.
This is America, John. The almighty dollar is number one, even for high schoolers. Yeah, that's the problem, unfortunately. Ronald in Detroit, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say that these kids can't. 75% of these kids can't afford college.
Yep.
They don't have the rich parents or someone to pay for their college, so they got to go chase the bag. Who's ever willing to pay, and you get the TV exposure, go for it.
That's not the issue.
Loans are
the issue, okay. Ronald, is opting out and basically quitting on your high school career midway through a season.
Right. Is they're guaranteed something else other than high school?
Well, if they've already committed to a college, they're going to get they're going to get the education. They're not going to have to pay for college that you talk about.
Well, and Ronald, I think you kind of bring up my point as well. They are chasing the bag, and more power to them. Get it while you can, any which way you can. And I understand if they're worried about being hurt and they can't get that scholarship, but it comes down to, I think the coach making that decision says, hey, if you get hurt, we still want you to develop. We still need you to get better so that you can play when you're here, and you could be better when you're here. If you get hurt, we'll honor that scholarship.
Yeah, and, we'll give you a year or two to, heal, too, if it's one of those type of injuries.
Or, hey, if you're going to opt out, then we're opting out of the scholarship.
Let's go to Antoine in Detroit. Good morning, Antoine.
Good morning, fellas. It's a different ball game than it used to be. First off, guys, most of these guys are getting their scholarship offers or notice from camps. Yep. The camps have become bigger than the games, fellas, bigger than the actual regular season. That was not the case 20 or 30 years ago.
Antoine, I've always believed and heard that for basketball. For football, even though it's just 7-on-7s?
Yes, at this point, yes, because you're going out of town and competing against the best of the best. When you see a highlight tape, colleges will. Who are you playing? Who are you going against? But when you are in a national setting with all 3, 4, 5-star kids and you're competing against them, that tape is more important to you than your actual high school tape. It is, Tony. And at the end of the day, if this kid has already gotten multiple Power 5 offers, because if he got a Colorado offer, he has multiple offers, he has achieved what he needs to achieve. Now, there is a different side to it. Quitting on your football team, being a brotherhood. Yeah, I get that, Stoney. But you know what? At the end of the day, everybody ain't cut like that. Even in the National Football League, you got guys in that locker room that ain't cut like that are for self, that is for my bag, and that's what it's going to be. So at the end of the day, Stoney, you can't be surprised that you're going to have, when this starts to happen, you're going to have some kids that are going to be in the war with their squad. They're going to rock out. You're going to have some kids that are going to be like, you know what, I already got my offer, I already got my bag. You know what? I'm focused on the next level. So this is what it's going to be.
Antoine, I'm not surprised, but when you mentioned the camps, there's the 7-on-7s, I can actually understand it to a certain extent for some skill position players, but the position John played, linemen, all the defensive guys, let me ask you a question. Hold on. I'm not arguing about it with you. I trust you. But how is a college kid, how does a college coach going to know whether a guy can tackle or actually block based on 7-and-7s where they're wearing shorts?
Okay, now 7-on-7s, or excuse me, on tackling, now I'm agree with you. They don't really stand. Now that I don't do. But these 1-on-1s that these high school offensive linemen have, when you bring 5-star offensive tackles and you put them 1-on-1 against some of these better defensive linemen, that's some of the best work you're going to see from that level. So you're going to see top guys competing against top guys. Now, the tackling aspect, I get that, and that's going to be more so off your tape and this or that, but they know they can teach that too, Stoney. They're looking at what kind of athlete can you run with these better 4-star, 5-star receivers? Can you line up with them and match up with them athletically? All that other stuff, they're going to teach that, Stoney. So at the end of the day, like I said, the actual camps that these kids go to is more valuable to them than the actual high school tape that's been produced, especially if you've already achieved a Power 5 offer. It's whack as hell, Stoney, and I agree with you 1,000%. I want to see every kid play. It's similar to we get these bowl games now where nobody's playing. It sucks, man. It does. But it's the fact of the matter. It's the truth, brother.
Thanks, Antoine. Appreciate it. Some more ticket texts. Guys, the risk reward is not there. High school sports is for nothing. Why risk having a chance to play college football? A chance only a few get. Injury can end it all. Signed, Friday Night Lights.
Yeah. You know what? I get it. I just hate to see that so much. And maybe it's just, maybe I am, get off my lawn, old guy on this. So much has changed. And if you're telling me high school sports no longer matter, like that.
Where are we as a society if that's the case?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to necessarily go that far, but yeah, it kind of is. Yes. Like that's one of the great enjoyments. When I had growing up, high school sports, that was it.
Yeah. Go to games Friday
night, yeah, you play, you go to the dance
Tuesdays,
after.
Yeah. Bailing out on your team is a quick way to lose loyalty and faith from the new coaching staff, in my opinion. You made a commitment, honor it. That's really at work. Guys opt out of bowl games so much now. Why is a highly regarded high school or senior opting out a couple of games that different? There's too much money to be made now. It's just what it is. You know, you're right. That's the problem I have with it. It's all about
until whether it's those in the NFL saying, and because I'm curious, is we saw Jamar Chase, and now the circumstances were obviously a pandemic of why some of these guys at least use that to opt out.
Right.
They've been successful. Some of them haven't.
Yes.
But until we see somebody who is, say they're going to test the market for the 3-year rule that the NFL has right now. They're not going to draft a guy who has been out of high school for 3 years. You know, we saw Maurice Clarett try that. Didn't work. No. All right. If a guy says, hey, I'm going to be there for 2 years, and then whether the NFL wants me or not, I am going to sit out the rest of the time and wait for my opportunity to enter the draft. Until the NFL says, we're not going to draft you because you've missed that entire year of development, or we're going to draft you a lot later, like nothing's going to change. And it's the same thing in college. Until coaches or programs say, you can't do this, we're not going to honor a scholarship if you're not going to continue to improve and be better. And it's not even about being a teammate. It's about developing as a player before you even get here. Until they take control of it, it's going to continue to happen. It's going to continue to trickle down.
Devil's advocate here. What if he's a running back and his coach runs him 35 times a game? Wouldn't it be smart not to take all those carries? I get some of that, but Steve and Dexter, what's up?
Hey boys, how we doing today?
Good.
Hey, I don't know how this is all that different. You were just talking about, the joys of high school and playing your senior year and going to games. Well, all these guys who opt out, or not opt out, but who early enroll, they missed their entire second semester of high school because they early enroll for the football program at their college. Well, most of these guys are multi-sport athletes because if you're that good to get a Power 5 scholarship, you're probably playing some other stuff too. And if you're missing out on those senior sports in the winter and spring because you early enrolled at your university, isn't that the same thing? All this is kind of the next step in that evolution, no?
To a lesser extent, a lot of them, especially if they qualify academically to go earlier. I understand that because
then you get the spring ball. And
yes,
Steve, I'm with you. I don't know, and I'm still a ways away, and I have no idea if Jack or Teddy's too, if they're going to have that opportunity. But I would be very resistant.
Coach Prime on line 3, he wants Teddy Jansen.
Letting them do that because there are great experiences. Some of my greatest experiences were the last half of my senior year.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Stoney and Jansen on at Tuesday, 97 on the ticket.
Hey, let's see. January 1 of 2022, I made a decision that I wanted to lose some weight. And when I made that decision, I found Ideal You. I was motivated, but they also helped me by giving me a weight loss coach. And in 40 days, I lost 50 pounds. I was able to do it by eating real whole foods. And in doing so, I've been able to maintain that lifestyle, maintain that, I don't even want to call it a diet, but a concept of eating that I've now down 65 pounds. I've been able to keep it off for nearly 2 years now. If you want to change your life like I did, go to idealu.us right now and schedule your free consultation. By the end of the month, by Halloween, you could be down 20, 30, or even 40 pounds. And I tell you what, that will absolutely change your life, especially heading into the holiday season. You want to look better in some of those holiday photos? It's a way to do it. Ideal You has helped thousands of people. They can help you as well. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah.
Because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yes.
Yeah, I think.
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Talking about a young man in California.
Yep. Calabasas High School.
A Colorado football commit. Says, you know what? High school football, I don't need it anymore. We're 2-3. I'm going to quit and just get ready for Coach Prime. And it could happen to any college. It just happens to be Colorado in this case. And look, I understand the reasoning for it, but we're getting to a point where, okay, after high school, and it's going to be middle school, and it's like, really, what are we doing here? Let's go to Steve. Oops, I'm sorry. I pushed the wrong button. That would be Steve in Plymouth. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Yeah,
Good.
just, I blame a lot of this stuff on youth sports today. You got all these organizations with over 100 teams in these organizations, at different age levels and everything. And these kids are hopping organizations, every year, trying to find the grass to be greener on the other side. It's relating to the high school level where, at the youth sports level, they're given, they pay these exorbitant fees and have all this stuff pretty much. Yeah, the parents paying for it, but it's being given to them. They're not earning it. When they get to the high school level, they have to earn it. They have to earn that varsity letter. They have to earn that jacket. So when they get to that level, they don't know. It's not built in them to know what it's like to earn something. And it's getting to the point where, they get to high school and they say, I don't want to do this. This is hard. We're weakening our kids by allowing them to hop from organization to organization, and not letting them battle through things and battle through situations and learn from failing. It's okay to fail. You're going to fail in life. If you're not learning from it, what are you doing? And that's how I see this is all relating to the high school and the college levels. These kids are being entitled with all these things that they're getting. And they get to a point to some schools where they're asked to work for something, where there's hey, you may have played in a great organization as a kid, but you may be going to a high school that's not very good. So why aren't you working on other skills of your game to make you a better player overall instead of just single position and worried about your win-loss record rather than worrying about your overall development?
I think that those, we highlight them so much, what you were talking about. I think that's more rare. I think it's more the exception rather than the rule. I think most people,
the high school kids opting out?
No, they don't do that. I think the most
No,
of them
I agree.
do it
Yeah,
the
but-
right way. And as far as
Yeah,
blaming the
but
parents,
until Leonard Fournette or Christian McCaffrey did it in college,
that
was the exception to the rule.
Yes.
Now it's very commonplace.
Correct.
Even for those that don't get drafted.
I know, because they think it might ruin any chance for them to even possibly get drafted because they think they're going to get drafted.
Yeah, and they're passing up on their very last opportunity to actually go out and play the game.
And part of that, though, is, I think, I could be completely wrong, but is because you have so many bowl games now, so there's more players who are doing it. The bowl games have a lot less meaning than they used to have. Let's go to Anthony in Clinton Township. What's up, Anthony?
Not much. So I went to De La Salle and played football there. One of the guys that I played with, he was a 4-year starter, captain of our football team, got a full-ride scholarship to play football in college. And one of the first games that he played, he started, and he injured his back and can never play football ever again. And, if you ask him, would he trade his days in high school, for a couple extra dollars on the side for NIL? No. I mean, he got to compete and win state championships with his friends. And, coming from my perspective, I feel like, you play football to play football. You don't play football because you want to make some money. You play football in high school, especially because, that's what you want to do. You want to compete. You want to play the game. You're not in it to make some money.
In a perfect world, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, and we obviously don't live in a perfect world. And, I mean, it's everybody values something different. And if you're valuing simply that opportunity to go, I mean, I get it. There's nothing wrong with valuing, being a part of a team and finishing things. And I'm not sitting here and saying there's nothing wrong with valuing that scholarship and wanting to make sure that you get there and receive that scholarship, you get that opportunity. So I see both sides. I just disagree with there is so many lessons to be learned and there's so many skills to be developed throughout the course of an entire season in college. I mean, in high school and in college, but especially in high school, when you are 16, 17, and you're still growing, you're still developing, you're still trying to get that ultimate bag, which is getting to the NFL.
Exactly. All right, it's time for news, and here's Heather.
More GM and Ford employees were told not to come into work this week as the UAW strike continues. GM laid off 164 workers in Ohio and Indiana, and Ford laid off 330 workers in Illinois and Ohio. Now, Ford said that these additions are due to the strike at Chicago Assembly Plant, where UAW members at that plant were called to join the strike on Friday. Currently, 25,000 UAW members are on strike nationwide. Now, speaking of UAW workers on strike, I just saw that there is a Downriver strip club that is hoping to help them out, help them maybe relax after a long day out on the picket lines. Now, through the end of the strike, Dreamgirls in Lincoln Park is offering free entry to UAW members, which they say can be as much as $55 and VIP access to the lounge.
Oh.
Hoping to help any way they can.
Wow. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, apparently so. So cleanup continues in Detroit after a house exploded on Monday afternoon. The house was just blasted to shreds. The photos are wild to see. 7 other homes were also damaged, and remarkably, nobody was seriously injured in this blast. Nobody was currently living at the house that exploded, but the owner was doing renovations on it. Only one person was inside the house next door that complained of some scrapes and some bruising. That was the only injuries reported. Officials do believe that the explosion was most likely caused by a gas leak. Of course, that is currently under investigation. LeBron James has provided a positive health update about his son, Bronny, on Monday, saying that the USC freshman started rehab and hopes to return to the court sometime this season. Obviously, we know he did suffer cardiac arrest. That was back in July 24th. And it was revealed that he had a congenital heart defect. So great to see him recover and hopefully get back out there and do his thing for sure. This is crazy. There's a woman in Missouri who was charged with felony assault after she allegedly drove away from an argument she was having with her husband while he was holding on to the hood of the car. For miles. She drove for miles. This woman, she's 38 years old. Her and her husband got into an argument at their house. They were fighting. She went into the garage, into the driveway, wherever the car was, jumped in and was going to try to drive away. I'm guessing he was trying to stop her, jumped onto the hood, and she kept going. She drove for 4.5 miles with him hanging on the hood of her car. And she ended up driving past an officer who saw and said, okay, turn on the lights. I'm going to go get you guys. And then she refused to stop and kept going for another half mile. Just kept on going.
She wanted to get to a safe place to stop.
Yes.
Yeah,
Talk about a hood ornament.
Oh! So crazy. I hate to end it on this story, but looks like I'm going to. A Warren man, 30 years old, drowned in Orchard Lake over the weekend, Sunday, after he jumped off a pontoon boat it sounds like to go swimming. He was boating with a buddy when he jumped off and then wasn't able to make it back to the boat. His friend did try to rescue him, threw out a life jacket, tried to jump in the water himself to save him, but unfortunately was not able to. The man's body was recovered in about 31 feet of water and 300 feet from the shore. Sad news.
Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. It's Stoney and Jansen. 97 won the ticket.
if it's true that, hey, Rico thinks that Michigan State would be willing to pay triple whatever it is that Marcus Freeman is making, that would be in the ballpark of $9 to $15 million. Do you think Michigan State right now is ready to pony up $9 to $15 million for their next head coach? They can. That's not the question.
No, I know. Yes, they could financially. They'll have no problem doing that. I don't think they would do that right now. I don't. I think they're going to scale back a little bit.
They possibly could.
A little bit. I mean, now how much would Urban cost?
I don't know. You probably get Urban at a discount if he just simply wants to get back into coaching.
Yeah,
because he's got some baggage.
Yeah, you think? Yeah.
Yeah,
But he's a great.
There's no question. We've never denied that.
College football coach.
Yeah, and he's a great recruiter.
Yeah. Two 248-539-9797. Lions, Panthers, Sunday, Ford Field. Place will be rocking. Now that we're
yet again
leading the NFC North, taking on a winless team. And Jameson Williams has been reinstated by the National Football League, starting practice yesterday. Will he play on Sunday? I don't know. We'll have Dan Campbell on tomorrow.
Actually, he started practice last week, right? He could participate in practice.
Oh, okay.
Just couldn't play in the game.
Right. But he was reinstated so late. I know he could do meetings. I didn't think he could be practicing.
I think he could practice. He could do everything but play in the games, which they probably didn't get him a whole lot of reps.
Right. So anyway, Dan Campbell, who we'll talk to tomorrow, around 8:02, I believe, tomorrow. We'll discuss that and other things. He talked yesterday at the podium about Jameson Williams and the fact that he might have to be making up for some lost time. No one above the team, it seems like, and that's the way it should be. That's the way great teams
are built.
Exactly. You would know. He was also asked by the Detroit Free Press, Dave Burkett, some other stuff.
Yeah.
He's got it.
And he, in saying those things, he's trying to take as much pressure off of J-Mo as possible, where we're going to say, oh, well, we need to see 4 or 5 catches a game, or 6 or 7. We need to see so many yards. You got to have so many explosives. You got to, we want to see these 50-yard touchdown passes, 80-yard breakaway touchdowns. All of those things we're going to quantify. We want to see those, but he's doing as much as he can. Dan Campbell is doing as much as he can to remove those extra pressures on Jameson Williams.
So I would suggest if you play fantasy football, I wouldn't put Jameson Williams in your lineup this week.
Not this week.
No.
And again, it's probably a wait and see. And so there's, Dan Campbell's talking about all the abilities. It's reliability, it's dependability, and the one that he hopefully will be able to accomplish is availability.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. You brought that up.
Yeah, don't want to be a liability.
Right, that's 5. I want you to rank I want you to rank the abilities.
Okay, liability would be last.
Okay, so you have avail, rely, depend, responsibility, and liability. So, and there might be other abilities that just didn't make the field. They weren't strong enough this year. Rank the John Jansen ability.
All right, so we'll start with liability will be last.
Okay, so that's 5.
Yeah, you don't want to be a liability. That's a bad deal. Okay. I would put availability first, responsibility second, dependability third, and reliability fourth. Because they kind of all go hand in hand, except for that liability.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, we found out then, and for good reason, disability did not make the field.
Yes, disability came at a distance.
A little injured.
6th. But availability, that's got to be number one, because if you're not available, you can't help the team at all.
The other abilities don't come into play if you can't play.
If you continue to do things off the field. Now, it's a unique circumstances, because this is all brand new to really everybody, but obviously the new gambling rules and the fact that the NFL is so in bed with sports books, this is new. And so J-Mo got caught doing something that was a rule. He didn't pay attention, and he got caught. Now the NFL has said, we're going to adjust all of the rules, which I'm glad that they're doing, and he's going to be back earlier than thought. So he's going to be available. Now he's got to build that trust in the coaching staff with all of those other abilities by being able to go out there on a daily basis at practice, catch the ball, run good routes, and beg for that opportunity. And I'm not saying, hey, coach, put me in. I'm saying by doing all of those things, you are begging for the opportunity. And you go out there on Sunday, and if you get 2 opportunities, you get 2 catches, you do what you're supposed to do, and then that's you begging for more opportunity, more chances. Then the next week, it's 4. After that, it's 8. You get more and more opportunities by going out there and building trust with this offensive staff.
And there's another one who didn't make the field. And that's sensibility. He has to, do the right things off the field too.
Yeah.
Let's go to
that comes along with responsibility.
I know. Andrew in Detroit. What's up, Andrew?
Oh, he put us on hold. Oh. Wow.
Welcome to Smooth Jazz. 97.1 Ticket.
The main deal.
Yes. Andrew in Detroit.
I mean, come on.
Just having a wonderful time right now. So put him on hold.
Yeah. How long was he on hold with us? Do we have music when you're on hold? Or they get to listen to us?
They get to listen to us. Yeah. That's music to everybody's ears.
Yes, it is.
I mean, when you're on hold and you get to hear the tones of John Jansen.
Yeah. And one Michael Stone.
Well, my tones aren't as good as your tones.
Oh, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, but yes, we'll see if we can get Andrew back.
Yes. Speaking of back, Emo will be back. Emmanuel Mosley.
Yes. So the expectations are a little bit different for Emmanuel Mosley coming back to the Detroit Lions because he's got a proven track record. We anticipate what we're going to get from him. And here's what I like about it is you've developed some really good depth, or at least some good playmakers in the secondary. We know what Jerry Jacobs has been able to do. Cam Sutton, I think, under the radar, has been as good a corner as you're going to find right now. I mean, he's not Sauce Gardner.
Right.
Although this guy get carried away. But he's been very reliable. Tracy Walker, former captain, starter last year till he got hurt. Kirby Joseph, hopefully he's back. We know what we got in Brian Branch. Melifonwu has played well. So you've got a number of guys in the backfield, defensive backfield there. And if you're going to, it's a passing league. How many times do we see 5 and sometimes 6 defensive backs on the field? Now you get another guy like Emmanuel Mosley with his track record and his ability to cover, whether it's one-on-one or in zone. You can move all of those other guys around. Some are going to be nickel, some will be dime, some will be safeties, and you can put together a lot of creative packages in the secondary. And Aaron Glenn, to this point this year, save the Seattle game, has been very creative in how he has operated this defense. A couple weeks ago, he was bringing some blitzes. He was lining up Derek Barnes on the edge. Jack Campbell on the edge. Was able to get home. Last week, there weren't any blitzes. There was very minimal. It was like 2 or 3 blitzes. But they were able to get pressure with 4 guys up front. Now you're dropping 7 into coverage. Just imagine if on a 3rd and long, you're dropping 7 into coverage, and 5 of those guys are defensive backs, or even 6 that are covering a huge area, but you got bodies to do it.
By the way, you mentioned one Tracy Walker. I saw on social media on his Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, account. We always look for nicknames for things.
Yeah.
Like Michigan State, when they had a really good secondary, was the no-fly zone.
No-fly zone, yeah.
How about the Tracy Walker says, "Welcome to Hitsville, USA," which is, what we are here in Motown.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'll take Hitsville.
And that secondary can hit for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, back from listening to Smooth Jazz is Andrew in Detroit. What's up, Andrew?
What's going on, fellas? I am extremely pleasantly surprised with the team this year. It's a couple of games where typical SOL would have kicked in and they would have lost it, but I'm very happy. But my happiness is also weighing down by my nervousness because I feel the Lions win the division, the Lions win a playoff game, and then after that, I'm afraid our offensive coordinator is going to be gone. And with that being said, we have a good team and good pieces, but it's real hard to find a coordinator to put those pieces together because for years we never really had a great dynamic offense where it's like, well, that's something new or something innovative. So I'm just nervous about how good we do this.
Andrew, I would love to have rich people problems.
Yes. Would you rather them suck and not worry about losing your assistant coaches?
No, but we can also go next year. We go another 3 years trying to find an offensive coordinator with no offense. So I'm just nervous. I've never been in this position before as a Lions fan.
Right. Look, I understand that. I mean,
that's next year's problem.
With success comes these things. People leave. That's okay.
And we've talked about this a little bit as well.
They could lose both coordinators.
How much
if they continue
of
this path
is Dan Campbell's offense? How much of this is Dan Campbell developing Ben Johnson into a really good play caller? If he's done it once, he could do it again.
I don't think it's a how much. It's one of my, I know, maybe rogue opinions around here. I don't try to take away from Ben Johnson from what he's done as an OC. But I'm convinced Dan Campbell taught him the offense. And this is the offense they ran the second half of the year, the first year Campbell was here.
And it's very similar to what we believe he learned from Sean Payton down in New Orleans.
So he brings in somebody else. And I'm not saying that they would do as good of a job. I think you're seeing that in Philly right now. I think their OCs are hurting on both sides of the ball, but they're still 4-0.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's all about winning. And look, Ben Johnson, if he moves on, great. They'll find somebody else. Maybe Brunel will be a coordinator. I don't know.
Could be.
Yes.
You got Antoine Randall. You got other options.
97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community. because it's their community. It's where they live. It's where they work. It's where they've always lived. And we all have to work together to help it prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC. Hey, Tim, Nicole, Susan, and everybody over at First Merchants Bank. John Jansen here from 97.1 The Ticket. I wanted to say and let you know how much I've enjoyed working with you over at First Merchants Bank these past couple of years, and I appreciate our partnership. I love that this partnership allows us to connect to our loyal listeners here at 97.1, those that are fans of me.
It's so hard based
with
off
a
of these
trustworthy
little,
financial
team
partner
photos.
that truly benefits
really
our
cute?
community. Of course, I love First Merchants as my personal bank, and here's the thing about it is I've got my personal accounts there. I've got my home mortgage there, a line of credit there. So I've worked with a lot of the local branches, and I love every single one of them. So it's easy for me to go out there and talk about. I've heard from many of our listeners that they appreciate the services at First Merchants as well. I look forward to continuing and growing our partnership in the future. I'm here to help in any way that I can. Thanks again, and here's to another great year ahead.
248-539-9797. Real quick, if you were playing a Survivor League, pool, is this the week to take the Lions?
Well, it seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I mean,
either that or what? Miami, I think those are the two biggest point spreads if you have them still available.
Yeah.
So.
The Panthers are over.
Yes.
Rookie quarterback.
Yeah. Can you imagine? That's where the SOL would come in completely. If you took the Lions into Survivor. No, if.
See, he can't let it go.
He can't.
I can let it go. I'm just saying that's where it would come in, is if you took the Lions in a Survivor pool to a winless team and they lost. That's where SOL would come in. I would take the Lions because I believe they'll win this game.
But even the fact that you brought it up.
Oh, God.
But if you believe things are different, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Exactly. That's why I would do
it's
it.
that or the Dolphins. The Giants are awful, okay?
Yes.
But they had the experience on that roster of going to a playoff game last year.
Yeah.
This league is weird. I think Miami will beat them.
Can't believe you brought up SOL.
I know, but the first thing he thought.
Yeah.
No, it's not the first thing I thought.
It's the first thing you said.
I'm trying to make it positive, saying that would be
How's that positive?
Because that would be the
if you lost.
Yeah.
SOL.
Right. It's not going to happen.
That's
why I would take it.
After last week, we said things are different around here.
Yeah. Okay. So that's why I would take them. In the past, I wouldn't even think about taking them. By the way, did you know there are two? Oh, yeah. Put that freaking drum and stick it up as you know what. There are two teams who haven't run an offensive play with a lead this season. You know what those two teams are?
I'm going to say Carolina and the Giants.
You're close. The Giants and the Jets.
Oh,
the Jets won. They won the game in overtime.
Tough year to be a New York fan.
I think
that's true.
Buffalo's been involved in the two biggest overreactions of the season. The week one loss,
and yesterday,
and then the Dolphins 70 points.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. All right. Earlier today, we had a chance at $2,000. It's a $2,000 slam. We'll play this now before Gator gets his butt in here to actually try to play. But we had a contestant who did. It was Corey from Livonia, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
he did a nice job.
Oh.
You know how the Miami Dolphins, when an undefeated team loses, they drink champagne at their record will still be intact. Yeah. John Odyssey just did some shots earlier in the day. He wouldn't have to give away $2,000.
Yeah, $225.
$1,775 worth of shots, right, Stoney?
That's exactly.
Yeah. Now we'll have to see if we can give away a mythical $2,000.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, he is the man, the myth.
The Gator.
The legend. He is the Gator. What's up, Gator? How are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. I don't want to put pressure on you.
But we will.
But our contestant today had got 9 correct. I actually think you can do this.
I do too.
I don't.
Well, thank you.
All
right.
Somebody had to be the dissenting party.
Yeah, that's deniability. Right?
Yeah,
all right, here we go.
Right. Yeah. Oh, he's been listening.
Here we go. This actor played Deadpool in Deadpool.
Ryan Reynolds.
Blake Lively is married to this actor.
Ryan Reynolds.
This running back wears jersey number 0 for the Philadelphia Eagles.
DeAndre Swift.
This singer and songwriter had the 2014 hit Bad Blood.
Taylor Swift.
Jonathan Taylor played college football at this school.
Wisconsin.
What's the capital of Wisconsin?
Madison.
He played Billy Madison in Billy Madison.
Adam Sandler.
Adam Levine is the lead vocalist for this band.
Maroon 5.
This Detroit Lion wears jersey number 5.
Come on, Scott. Pass.
He played Ross on the TV series Friends.
David Schwimmer.
This Detroit Lion wears jersey number 5.
Jameer. No, it's not. It's not Jameer. I don't know. It's killing me.
Get somebody quick.
I can't. I'm out. I'm blowing it.
You quit?
I can't think of a name right now.
Oh, wow.
Well, the previous caller, that was the one question he missed, too.
Yeah.
He said Josh Reynolds.
No, he's 8.
David Montgomery.
There it is. Demo.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hasn't been here long enough for me to really fix it. The 39 carries he had, or 32 carries he had, I guess it just wasn't paying enough attention. Good God. Oh, that's aggravating.
I know.
Yeah.
You did a nice job, though.
Yeah.
Nice
well
job.
done. Yeah.
So it's 9 out of 10?
Yes,
Yeah.
9 out of 10.
It's a push.
Yes, exactly. What do you guys got going today?
I think we're all Giants all the time. What's going on with our Giants? Why can't they get it together?
17 sacks in 2 games.
Did you see some of the amazing stats that came out of that? The Giants have had the lead for 19 seconds all season.
Wow.
That's when they kicked the field goal to beat Arizona with 19 seconds left. And there are 2 teams that have not run an offensive play with the lead all season. Do you know those two teams are?
2 teams have played without a lead all season?
Oh, they haven't run an offensive play.
With a lead?
Yeah.
Carolina? And I had to think of another team that hasn't won yet. I don't know who
It
else.
was the Giants, and the Jets.
Oh.
The Jets won their game in overtime on a punt return.
Mm-hmm. Taylor Swift couldn't get him a lead.
No, she couldn't. She couldn't do much of anything. She was completely useless.
Yeah, I know.
Because she's not playing.
Exactly. Right, exactly.
Because she's not playing. She has no effect on the game.
No, she doesn't. Nobody ever said she did.
Except when Travis Kelce's looking lovingly up. Hello. Yeah, no, we'll talk Lions, where they're at with the injuries, players coming back from injury, how that's going to affect things up. Scott Harris talked, AJ Hinch talked. You got Troy Weaver talking. Everyone's talking. Red Wings are playing. What's going on? Plus, we have our college football questions coming up today as well.
All right. Carson Anderson next. Have a great day, everyone. 97.1 The Ticket. Heather has been combing the lions trying to figure out who the hottest lion.
It's so hard based off of these little like team photos.
Right.
You know who's really cute? In this picture.
Feel like you're a little discombobulated today, huh?
I am a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I left the house, forgot to grab my phone.
He is phoneless.
I got stuck turning onto the street where the station's at because of one of your recurring nightmares.
Well, look, I mean, I don't know that I see them. My recurring nightmare isn't seeing them. My recurring nightmare is being chased by them. But
it was ready to chase.
Was it?
I think so. And that was a street sweeper.
Yeah. When I was a kid, the two recurring nightmares, and the one that I keep having to this day, is I'm in an elevator and it's falling, which sucks. Because very often I am on elevators. I don't see street sweepers every day. When I was a kid, I had a recurring nightmare that I was being chased by somebody in a street sweeper. And I remember the one vivid memory I have is near my home where I grew up. I ran up into the woods and up on a hill. There was like this wooded hill on a street nearby, and I was in the woods, and the street sweeper stopped to ask a passerby if they had seen a kid. Like that's how.
Was there
it was an intense recurring nightmare.
Was there a face to a person in the street sweeper? Or was it just the street sweeper that you could see and you knew that they were at, and you just assumed they were asking?
It was a male.
Okay,
that's all I know. And
was he a masked individual?
No, it was just a male driving a street sweeper. I can't really picture a person.
Where's Karsh?
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
Sorry, where's the Karsh kid?
Yeah, and it was an old lady, and I don't remember what her answer was. I just remember being, oh my God, she's going to blow my cover. And
he's right there.
So, yeah. So I see street sweepers to this day, and I'm not scared of them. I'm not afraid of them. But I'm like, there's one.
Well, that created a bit of a delay because nobody could get around it because there was a berm. It was right at the entry to the street that the station's on. So there's like this giant berm that goes for about 50 feet, and all the cars were trapped between the berm and the side of the road, and all behind the street sweeper, which is going at
street sweeper speed.
Yeah, a half mile an hour. So
yeah,
I waited quite a while.
It's kind of like the one thing I never really understood about the whole Walking Dead series is none of the zombies run, and yet they catch people constantly.
Yeah, I mean, it seems odd to me with that as well. Like,
and
it's
the same
pretty
is
simple.
somewhat. I don't know how fast a street sweeper can actually go, but they don't move very fast in general. But then again, they can go on forever and ever. When you could, as a human running on foot, you could run out of gas.
Yeah, there's a lot of the zombie rules that bother me about that show. Now that it's sort of done, although it's kind of like its own prophecy. It's still lingering.
Yeah.
With offshoots. But yeah, there were things like the zombies didn't move fast. It seems like it's pretty easy to outwalk. You don't have to outrun them. You just outwalk them.
Yeah. Because none of them were even quick walkers.
No,
the zombies
they weren't
all
quick walkers.
They all limped along.
Yeah, and then some of them didn't even have legs. They're just dragging bones behind them. But there was the fire. At one point, we found out that they were attracted to fire.
Yeah.
Okay. Light a fire, have them all hang out at the bonfire, and then, take them out from behind or whatever you got to do. It seemed like it was in the blood, the zombie blood. They couldn't see you through the zombie blood. I don't know. Crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I know when the zombie apocalypse happens, I'm going to be prepared.
Are you?
Yeah.
Why? Because you're going to walk?
I'm going to take my time. Not going to freak out.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he left his phone at home, and we've discussed if you leave your phone at home, you'd almost rather leave your wallet at home.
Yeah, but for Gator, if anyone's to leave their phone at home, I think he's going to be the least affected by it than anybody else.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, yeah, exactly. He's going to miss 18 spam calls, whatever.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of spam calls. Maybe not 18 of them. They have diminished significantly.
And I don't know that you choose the phone over a computer or laptop ever. If you can do the same function on the phone or a computer or laptop, you choose the computer.
Well, if I'm sitting, it's all about how lazy I want to be. If I'm sitting on the couch watching TV, I'll scroll on my phone for some stuff.
Yep.
But if it's, if the phone's on the kitchen island, which is where my computer is, I'll just, log on to the computer.
All right, so Lions back on the practice field today. Jameson Williams doesn't have any lingering effects from the hamstring injury. Today is their first practice. We'll report on anything as far as his return. After we left the air yesterday, it was reported that the Lions-Buccaneers game coming up in the 6th week of the season, I think it's the 6th week, has been flexed to 4:25. And it was originally a 1 o'clock start.
I mean, it begs an obvious question.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I don't know what that obvious question is.
Is Gil okay with this?
He doesn't have a choice. But maybe they saw this coming. Maybe they knew.
Gil, for people who don't know who Gil is, Gil is Kang's friend. They put together a group of friends. They do a road trip every year. And they didn't choose Kansas City, which would have been an epic trip.
They didn't choose Lambeau.
They didn't choose Lambeau, which also would have been an epic trip. They didn't choose Baltimore.
God, you think about passing up on those two.
Didn't choose Los Angeles. They chose Tampa. Now, Tampa in December, I could see the appeal. Tampa's not a bad trip. The stadium is okay. The surrounding area sucks. It's just a massive parking lot. But they chose Tampa, and that's fine. Maybe they've been to Lambeau or whatever. And maybe they figure the next time the Lions open the season on a Thursday night at the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, they'll go then. But they chose Tampa. So, but I would imagine, Gator, that there are some Lions fans, because we travel reasonably well, probably this year better than ever, that have like an 8 o'clock flight.
Oh, I'm sure there are people that are screwed. They fully expected that they could fly out of Tampa or fly out of Orlando. It's, either way. And that they'd, whether, like you said, 8 o'clock flight, 7 o'clock flight, something like that. And now they're like, what do we just do?
I mean, changing flights typically comes with a cost. And that could be uncool. It could be uncool.
It could be vogue. Yeah, it could be really vogue.
So I don't know if that's happened to you. I mean, it's cool that the Lions are getting respect in the stage and all that. And I mean, we were the story in the NFL until Taylor Swift came along, but that's cool. We'll be the second biggest story for a minute here. But I mean, do you think anybody got screwed?
I think people got screwed. Yeah. Absolutely. Because I know people would absolutely want to fly out that night and think they're safe with it. Oh yeah, it's a 1 o'clock game. It'll be over with. Worst case scenario goes to overtime. Some of the game ends at 4:30. We'll just take the rental car right to the airport. We're half an hour away. Not a problem.
Is this user error? Because in sports, we know game times can change. If you're playing that game, are you opening? Hey, this is part of it. Part of playing. I mean,
I think most people totally forgot about it. To be honest with you,
could be flexed to 4 o'clock.
I think people would have forgotten that it could have been flexed to 4 o'clock. I absolutely think that's the case.
When do they don't start flexing the Thursday night games until
like second half of the season,
or
right?
the Sunday night they flex? I'm sorry, Sunday night games. Yeah.
They don't flex Thursdays, do they?
No. I meant Sunday night.
Yeah, the Sunday night. I don't think they flex them until way late in the season.
Well, suffice it to say, I am interested if anybody out there was making that trip that's doing the wait, what? They're doing what? 248-539-9797. Hey, we got the NIL transfer portal live animal mascot college football questions today at 10:30. Phone calls, feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Just a programming note. Typically, we have Jared Goff on Tuesdays of game weeks, but with the Thursday game, their schedule got moved around a little bit, and the Thursday game last week, their schedule is even impacted this week. So we'll talk to the Lions quarterback tomorrow at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Usually on Wednesdays at 10:30, we do the college football question, so that's why we moved it ahead to today. We just flip-flopped those two spots. As we'll swing around the country college football-wise. In the meantime, we were talking about the news that broke yesterday. The Lions getting flexed to 425. This happens because people have interest in your team. And the Lions have earned the interest and have done reasonably. They've had two nationally televised games, the opener against Kansas City and the Thursday night affair against Green Bay. It's gone pretty well. Gone pretty well for us. So we're getting flexed. We are getting flexed.
Getting flexed.
The Lions are swole.
Lions are somewhat swole.
They're swole. You get flexed when you're swole.
Yep. That's right. Right. Yep. Used to be just the players' fathers were swole.
Like Swift's dad.
Yeah, and St. Brown's dad. Yeah.
Why do we have so many players that have dads that are like buff?
I don't know. Swift's dad was ridiculously jacked.
Does this go back though to? Is this a Brad Holmes thing?
Yeah, because he's jacked too.
No, does Brad Holmes like go to the combine and see what the kids bench and then check with the parents? What do you bench? Hey, Dad, what do you bench? And that's how he's choosing players now, is based on what their parents bench?
I'm sure that's how he chooses players.
I think it might be.
I think it's...
might be part of the, hey, if this guy comes from good stock.
It's bench reps, dad bench reps, and the vertical leap.
Yep. These are the things that matter.
That's the big three.
That's how you find out explosiveness.
Yes.
Those three.
Yeah. Well, anyway. You know what this is, though? Seriously? It's something that people call for all the time that I think is, when it comes to sports, doesn't really matter. But, I mean, we are getting the respect. People desire that their team gets respect. We technically are getting respect. Right? This is an example of tangible respect. You're getting national stages. You're getting night games. You're getting... Didn't Seattle, we have Fox's number one crew? We had Olsen and the other dude.
When they give you two sideline reporters.
Yeah, we had two sideline. That's a great point.
No, yeah, Aaron Andrews and Rinaldi.
Yep.
When they give you the two sideline reporters, you know it's a big deal.
You're getting your respect. And now we're getting flexed. God, we're getting a ton of respect.
Maybe too much.
Yeah, maybe. So there's that. And we got some feedback coming in on the fact that we are getting flexed. We booked our trip. This is from an unnamed texter. Booked our Baltimore trip in early May. We fly back Monday morning at 8 a.m. Game shouldn't be flexed to Sunday Night Football that week, but maybe it gets bumped to 4 p.m. again. That's from an unnamed texter. I have a friend group that does the same thing with going to a Lions road game every year. They also chose Tampa. Thankfully, we leave Monday, but there was a time I was thinking of coming back Sunday to avoid more time off work. Well, I bet you're glad you didn't do that.
That's like so Doug, isn't it, Gator? Like he up to the last minute, he wants to squeeze that vacation juice out, and then you come to work within like 2 hours of sleep or something like that, right?
Yeah, no, that's totally Doug. Doug's not the kind of guy that wants to, like, if you're supposed to be at the airport like 3 hours ahead of time, he won't. I got things I still want to do.
It depends. I mean, it depends, of course, on. Well, I mean, my favorite one of all time was Escape from a Citrus Bowl. It was a 1:00 start, and I had like a 6:05 flight out of Orlando. And I prearranged with the Uber driver, I guess it might have been a cabbie back then, where we were going to meet after the game. So I had to bang out 3 post-game interviews, run them up to the press box, and then meet this cabbie. And, I didn't have any bags to check, did the pre-check and all that. And, of course, the biggest issue was Orlando airport security. Anybody who's ever been to Orlando airport security.
You get bottlenecked.
It is, and I mean, there's a whole bunch of rows to choose from.
Oh, there's
and
like
you're trying to figure out which one's going to be the quickest.
But you're in that cattle line getting into it, and then once you're there.
Suffice it to say, I made the flight, but I was running to the gate, and they were closing the door not like to the jet ramp when I got up there. and was like, wait. I got on the plane, sat down. It was like sat down, clicked the seatbelt, and the plane started backing up. I mean,
it's like a movie. You were yelling at the person to hold the door?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. Exactly. But to your point, King, yeah, that's him.
He pushes it to the limit.
Last,
what was that?
Right up to the limit.
What was that post-game interview like? True or false? True or false? All right, gotta go. True or false? You tired? True or false? Good game? All right,
I wanted to make sure that I didn't
boxes of briefs
not do the job. Like I hear you, because that's one of the things too. Like it's during the game, I'm like, really wish they'd run the ball more here. Of course, I wasn't doing play-by-play back then, but I was like, clock, tick-tock, let's go. No timeout. No timeout.
You see Doug on the sideline with the arm windmill going, run that's a running clock.
Right.
I mean,
it's like tapping his watch. Let's go.
I'm the guy like the ref.
Yep.
Right. He was not out of bounds.
Nope.
He was not out of bounds.
Knee down.
Keep the clock moving.
Decline.
Well, I made that flight. I have missed a couple flights after games.
Oh, shocker.
Yeah.
When you play it that close, you're going to miss a couple.
Well, it was, you want to get back after the game. It's fun to get down to wherever the team's playing, but when the game's over, want to be a ghost. Get out of there.
Yeah, but how many flights have you here's the other way, Kang. How many flights have you changed to get out earlier? Like if you had, let's say you had a scheduled 10 o'clock flight out of Florida, right? And you're basically done with your assignment by 6 o'clock. How many times you tried to change that 10 o'clock flight to an 8 o'clock flight?
Great question.
Switching it the other direction.
Because this happened.
Because it's every time, I think.
This happened a couple years. The Peach Bowl game, Michigan played Florida. I think they got pounded in that game. That was the one that Karan Higdon decided to sit out to protect his draft status.
Was that a Jake Butt game?
No, that was the Orange Bowl.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So Peach Bowl had like a 10 o'clock flight. It was a 1 o'clock game, but there was an 8 o'clock flight also. So the game ends, and I go to the airport and try to change the ticket to get on the 8 o'clock flight. And they said, well, we probably aren't going to be able to do that, blah, blah, blah. But they let me through security, and you go at the gate and see if somebody no-shows or whatever. And so I sat at the gate, and was waitlisted or whatever they call it. Standby. Oh, standby.
You're on standby.
Standby and didn't make it. So then I went to that little pub in the Atlanta airport and pounded some beers. So that worked out okay.
Then you were kicked off the flight for being intoxicated. It did work. Everybody wins.
That did not happen. That was one of those ones where I actually ended up, it was a true story, sitting with a player. The pub was packed, and I was at a table. And let's just say I sat down and realized that there was a player sitting at the table as well. And he was sitting with somebody who had slick back hair, a suit, like a shiny suit.
An agent?
And they were talking to one another, and I was like, oh, that might be an agent. Oh, somebody's given up his last year of eligibility.
Oh.
And sure enough, that's exactly what happened.
Are you allowed to say that now or no?
Say who it was?
Yeah.
I probably won't. I probably won't for now.
Oh.
But maybe someday.
Did they declare?
Yes, he did declare.
Was there anything nefarious if you're meeting with a player after the bowl game?
The last
when your
game?
season's done?
I don't think so.
So?
I'll hang on to it for a minute here and just make sure. All right, let's talk some college football with the NIL Transfer Portal Live Animal Mascot thingy. That coming up at 10:30. I know we just made it through the weekend, but that doesn't mean the party has to end. Keep the fun going with Happy Hour at Twin Peaks. There really isn't a bar in the state that could touch their happy hour Monday through Thursday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. They offer some of the best deals in town on some of your favorite food and drinks. $3 wells, $4 tall domestics, and $3 shots all pair great with scratch-made favorites like the mozzarella cheese bites, fried pickles, queso, crispy mini tacos. You can get a shot, a beer, an app, and some tacos for less than $20. I mean, what would you rather do? Sit bumper-to-bumper traffic while they're fixing the damn roads, or hang out with the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls in the state while taking advantage of their awesome food and drink prices? If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, you already know about all the specials and what they do for happy hour because you signed up for the E-Club. If you have not done so, do so now. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com.
That's a great logo.
I'll hold it up for the cameras. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, it's each week as I'm preparing for the coming opponent, I print up a logo for the team that Michigan's playing, and this week the logo is that of the Minnesota Golden Gophers. So I got.
I mean, it's absolutely fantastic. It's like the Gopher is the Heisman Trophy pose is what it looks like.
Yes, Goldie, the Gopher, and so if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you can see it.
What Minnesota player has a Minnesota player ever been a finalist
for the Heisman?
Yeah.
I'm sure way back in the day. I mean, Minnesota won 3 straight national championships in the 30s, so I bet they had a Heisman guy. But sounds like a trivia question for John Jansen this weekend. They haven't put out their game notes yet, so I have a lot to go over there. But
that's probably going to be on there, isn't it?
What, Heisman stuff?
Yeah,
they have history. A lot of the game notes. I read all I can and figure out.
They do have a Heisman Trophy winner.
Oh, did you guys watch the game last night, by the way, Monday Night Football?
Yes.
I had it on, yeah.
I don't know if you caught this. I was going to text. It was about 11 or something at night, and the game was getting out of hand because Daniel Jones was getting just destroyed. A sack. I don't even know how many times he got sacked last night, and the total was like 9, 10.
17 in 2 games.
Crazy.
It was 11 or 12 last night.
So Joe Buck said this last night. They put up a stat, like and a graphic, and he said, "We're emptying the bucket." I was like, "Oh yes, it was awesome." I was like, "Doug,
I didn't catch it."
I missed it.
Yeah, he's like, because people I guess think that Giants fans think that Joe Buck hates the Giants, and he's like, "I don't hate the Giants. It's just at this point we're putting up stuff that's not going to be,
Yeah. Hey, guess what?
Yeah.
Don't have a lot of good stuff to say about you.
Yeah, so they'll put up like the last time they were sacked this many times or when they scored any points. Whatever it is, it's not good. And he said, we're emptying the bucket. It was
That's
great.
pretty funny.
That's fantastic.
All right, should I know who this Heisman Trophy winner is?
No.
Okay. Who won the Heisman for Minnesota?
It was back in 1941. Mm-hmm. Bruce Smith, running back.
Then you're right. I don't know who Bruce Smith, running back, is.
And apparently they had a couple of runner-ups.
Yeah.
The late Paul Giel was a running back who finished second in 1953.
Did Tony Dungy, he didn't make a run at it, did he?
I don't think he did.
Quarterback in the 70s. I remember he was good, but I don't think it was that good. All right, let's talk some college football. Here we go. All right, Gator. You want to go first or you want me to go first?
Sure, I'll go first.
All right, here we go.
All right, Gator, this is not a Heisman question, but who's the best player you've seen this year?
Seen some really great players, some great performances, and most of them are quarterbacks. I hate to do it because it's just going with chalk. Caleb Williams, he's been nearly flawless. He's completed 75% of his passes almost. He's got 21 touchdown passes. I think only 1 interception. He's run for 3 more touchdowns. And USC, it looks like they can just score at will, and he's brilliant.
So there's a couple that I've seen with my own eyes where I'm like, damn, that kid can play. One is Brady Cook, the quarterback at Missouri, and he'll have a chance to prove himself with their schedule coming up in weeks with LSU, Kentucky, Georgia, where he could really put his name on the map. Brock Bowers at Georgia is unbelievable, the tight end. But it's Caleb Williams. He's got 21 touchdowns and 1 interception. And it's not just his ability to deliver the football. He's completing over 70% of his passes. That guy makes throwing off platform look easy. Like throwing on the run, throwing under pressure, throwing sidearm, throwing however he's got to throw. And so I agree with you. It is chalk, but he's the best player I've seen this year.
From day one that he started playing, not this year, but when he got his opportunity at Oklahoma as a backup quarterback, he took over and people started talking about, can you win the Heisman Trophy for only playing 6 games? He's been amazing.
He's just awesome.
Yeah, the easy answer obviously is Caleb Williams, but I'm going to throw out somebody else out there that I think is the best player I've seen this year. Unfortunately, he's hurt right now. It's Travis Hunter. This guy is doing something that, he's basically Shohei Ohtani, of college football. Unfortunately, he did get hurt, though, but when he was out there, to be able to play at the receiving position and defensive back, as well as he plays it, is he's not just out there as a gimmick. He's actually really that good at both positions. I'm going Travis Hunter, guys. Okay, 3 very interesting games for teams in the top 4 this weekend. You got number 20, Kentucky at number 1, Georgia. Number 12, Oklahoma plays Texas. And undefeated Maryland is at Ohio State, number 4, Ohio State. How many of these games of the 3 will be in a dogfight in the second half?
I think actually all 3 of them will get into the second half. Kentucky's got an outstanding running back in Ray Davis. Georgia's going to have to work. They remind me, quite frankly, a lot of Michigan. Is they have to work and take care of business. So I think Kentucky will give them problems. Oklahoma, Texas is going to be a great game. Those are 2 undefeateds. And what's the name of it? Is it Gabriel, the quarterback at
Dylan Gabriel?
Dylan Gabriel. It's been fantastic for Oklahoma. Texas probably wins, but I think they have to fight right down to the end. And yeah, I think Maryland's going to give Ohio State some problems. I've been predicting all along that Maryland's going to beat somebody. I don't know if this is the one. Probably more likely to be one of the home games against Penn State or Michigan. But the fact is, Maryland is talented. They have a very good offense. And as long as they don't shoot themselves in the foot, which they've done a little too much of, but they cut down those mistakes, and sometimes going on the road increases the focus. So I think all 3 of them are going to be dogfights.
Well, I think the teams that rank number 1, 3, and 4 respectively are going to have some dogfights down the stretch. I don't think this is the week that it happens. I think the best opportunity for that to happen is Kentucky at Georgia, and I just don't have a ton of confidence in it. The only reason I say that one is because Georgia has kind of been underwhelming this year as a number 1 team in the country. I don't know if it's out of boredom or if it's maybe it's a case where they're not reloading as quickly as you thought they were going to at certain positions. But either they're just playing possum right now and they're going to explode in the next couple weeks here, or they're just a very good team and not a great team. But that being the case, I'm still saying that none of these games are really going to be a dogfight.
Yeah, the term dogfight is kind of like the tricky part of this question, because I think in the second half, you're going to want to watch all 3 of these games. I think it's going to be within striking distance. Does it get out of hand at some point? I'm going to say yes, except for Kentucky, Georgia. Gator, have some faith in Kentucky, man. I think they put Georgia, whatever it is with Georgia this year, they don't look impressive as they should. And I think Kentucky pushes that game to the very end. I like that game to be close. Okay, Ole Miss fans, they stormed the field. The school got fined $100,000. There's a viral video, you hadn't seen it. There's one security guard. It's hilarious. He's trying to stop fans as they rush the field in one of the end zones, but he's not really moving. His radius is about this, which is nothing. And by the way, I'm showing my hands. He doesn't really move. He elbows one girl to the ground. Storming the field can be fun, but can be dangerous at the same time. What can be done about this, or should nothing be done at all?
Well, first of all, I would say this. Do not empower security guards to use force in that manner. It's just, you're just asking for trouble and asking for lawsuits. I think that security is there for a reason, but you clearly didn't hire enough. Because the way if you really want to stop it, if you really wanted to stop it, you hire a bunch of security and they form like a human chain around the perimeter of the field, and you can't get in. And you've got like several hundred security guards to do it. They had 3 or 4 that were in that end zone. I mean, there's too many gaps. People are going to get on and get through there. I never really understood the running onto the field thing unless it was a massive rivalry game and had some sort of crazy upset. But I think it happens too often. But I do think it could be policed a lot better than the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, trespassing tickets for the individuals. I think because finding the school does nothing. Like the students aren't going to go, well, we don't want to cost the school $100,000. Right. So you just have to issue trespassing tickets to something significant that a student doesn't want to pay. $350, $400. I don't know. And do your best to identify them. You don't want to ban them for life or go to the stadium because kids will stop going to the games. But that's the only thing I can think of is just go after the individuals if you want to stop it. And that security guard video is hilarious.
Well, that's kind of the question. Do you want to stop this? And I guess they kind of do. But to me, it's always been part of college football. It's what makes it different than professional football. There is a safety issue. Maybe I'm not being proactive enough. But as far as, maybe you got to train security guards. Hey, that, by the way, is not what you do. Just elbow anyone in that gets close to you. You might as well just walk off the field because you're only asking for trouble if you do that. So I kind of like it, but if they want to stop it, they're going to have to maybe put up the gates or something.
I mean, right. Something like there. You get high hurdles. I don't know. But, I mean, in that case, Ole Miss scored 21 points in the fourth quarter to come back and beat LSU 55-49. I can understand why fans were a little excited, but running onto the field. Then you had the one guy who's climbing a goalpost and then tried doing the front flip off of it and gets hauled away by the cops. It's just stupid.
All right, tonight marks the last Tuesday of the regular season without football. Although we are still 4 weeks away from Maction Tuesday and Wednesday games, do you like midweek Maction?
Yes, I love it. I feel bad for the students at the schools, though, because I don't think they get the real college football experience. I don't know how much they draw on the Saturdays and Sundays anyway. I suppose the schools have data on that, but I never see a Maction game, a Tuesday or Wednesday game with full stands. You just don't. And so, I mean, maybe you don't see them on the weekends either, but I don't think Tuesday and Wednesday helps. But the thing is, those games fund the entire athletic departments. The TV numbers, the TV deals with ESPN and CBS carry those athletic departments. So I think they have to keep doing them.
Sure would be great if they could find a way to get the fans to show up to those games, give them some kind of incentive. I don't know, give them a 5% bump on a test score. What?
Excuse them from tardiness?
Right, something like that.
Parking tickets?
I mean, otherwise you're just not getting the fans. And if fans aren't there, it's kind of useless. But for me personally, what do I get out of it? Nothing except for a betting interest if I feel like placing a wager in the middle of the week. And that's outside of that, I just don't care for it.
I love midweek action, but unfortunately it's because I don't care about the teams. And this is the only way I would care about the teams. If they're the only games on, you can bet on it. And to me, honestly, at this point with the stands not being filled, I'm used to it. It's kind of part of it. When you watch bowl games at the end of the year, those games aren't filled either. But you know what? We still have them. People still watch them. They bet on them. I like having live sports during the week. All right, Michigan plays Minnesota. PJ Fleck, he's spent some time being the it guy in the Big Ten. This is his 7th year at Minnesota. Do you think PJ Fleck is a good football coach?
I think he's a very good football coach. I think he gets a terrible rap for being a salesman more than he is a football coach. But consider this. At Western, he came in and they went 1-11 his first year. The next year, they went 8-5. Went to a bowl game. The next year, they went 8-5, won a bowl game. The next year, they went 13-1. 13-1 and lost the bowl game for their only loss of the season. He parlayed that to the job at Minnesota, won 5 games his first year, and then went 7-11, forget COVID, 9-9, and then this year he's 3-2. He's a hell of a football coach, and I think he is likely, he's one of these guys that's probably likely to jump at some point to go to another opportunity. No, not in East Lansing. But I could see it happening somewhere down south where there's plenty of money flowing into the program. I mean, he's winning 9 games a year at a program that how do you lure people to Minneapolis?
I think people got a little sick of the row the boat stuff, but the fact is he took Western to a New Year's Six game, and
Cotton Bowl, yeah.
He's winning. He's made Minnesota football relevant. I don't think there's any doubt about it that he is, without question, a good coach. The sizzle gets to be a bit much, but I think there's substance there.
Yeah, just because you're annoyed with a guy doesn't mean he's not a good football coach. You know, I mentioned Pete Carroll last week as an NFL guy that deserves a lot more credit, and some people get annoyed by him running up and down the sideline, chomping on gum. But PJ Fleck has stuff that it's different from other people. Maybe it's put more eyes and attention on the university, but I think he's definitely a good football coach. Is Alabama doomed to miss the playoffs this year?
People are taking their shots, man, because Bama looks vulnerable, and they obviously have already lost a game. But no, they are not doomed to miss the playoff. If they win out, I think they're going to the playoff because that would include a win likely over Georgia in the SEC title game. And the rest of the way, the schedule isn't that tricky. There's some challenges. They have 3 straight weeks against number 22 Tennessee, number 23 LSU, and number 20 Kentucky. But 2 of those 3 games are at home, and Jalen Milroe is playing the best football of the season right now. And so their quarterback situation, which was under heavy scrutiny earlier in the season, might be settling down here a little bit. So, no, I don't think they are doomed to miss the playoff.
They are doomed to miss the playoff. I said one of my preseason predictions was this team was going to win, was going to lose a couple of games, and they've already lost the one game early in the season to Texas. I think one of those 3 games they could easily lose to those teams ranked in the 20. But let's say they get past all that, they're not going to beat Georgia. So this is a team that's not getting to the playoff.
I want them to be doomed, Gator, but I don't think it's going to happen this year, man. I do think they settled down on their quarterback position, and they're, unfortunately, for me at least, it's a personal thing, they are going to make the playoffs.
There it is, and that concludes the transfer portal, NIL, live animal mascot, marching band thingy, a swing around the country with college football. Hey, get ready to start the NFL week off right, because right now all customers, they can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night football. So just place a 3-leg same-game parlay for Thursday night football, and you get bonus bets back if you don't win. NFL same-game parlays are a great way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. So Bears and Commanders Thursday night. Take a look, and you can build your own or choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug so you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Your answer to the how do you get students at Mac schools to go to Tuesday and Wednesday night games?
Yeah.
A 5% grade boost. Is it 5% for every game that you attend?
Now we're talking. Like different classes, different tests. It's not like cumulative throughout the season or throughout the semester.
I mean, either that or free beer.
You don't want to do the free beer. That's you're asking for trouble.
Dollar beers?
You're still asking for trouble.
I know, but the students would show up.
Yeah, you'd get, but only a certain percentage of the student population is old enough to drink.
Underage drinking allowed. Dollar beer night. Kent State hosting Northern Illinois. Who's saying no to that?
Good God. Can you imagine that mess?
Well, the funny thing is I mean,
everyone's stuck on the concourse waiting for their beer.
I'm sure that Eastern, Western, and Central, are always looking at their challenges. How do you get fans to go to their games? But then everybody is, well, maybe not Eastern, Western, and Central as much, but the storming the field question, like if you had not seen the video of this guy who was, he was kind of shaped like a weeble.
He's a heavier set fella.
Yeah, he didn't have, as Kang pointed out, he didn't have a lot of radius.
No, he was moved maybe a foot to his left and a foot to his right. He had his arms out like an old time blocker, from the magnet football game, where the players are already in their pre-position.
The electric football with the vibrating.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he had his pre-blocking stance.
He was in that blocking stance for sure, and basically the only people he was standing in the middle of the end zone.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know. He is either going, how is he trained? What is the training for that guy?
I think he was trained by the New York Giants offensive line coach.
Or the Jets offensive line coach. Either way.
Terrible.
It was, and so everybody's just flowing
and
past
by the way,
him.
how dumb is the girl who got clocked?
Well, there's 3 people he
stay
touches.
to the right.
There's 3 people he touches. And 2 of the 3 basically run right into him. Like they're just paying no attention and run right into the security guard. I've talked about the story. The one time I was on the field and just getting the crap beat out of me was after a Michigan-Ohio State game when I was trying to get off the field and up the tunnel. And I made a decision that I had enough of people running past me and smashing into me and bumping me and shouldering me and elbowing me that I was going to prepare I was going to fight back. So then the poor next guy, who just happened to be running onto the field, hadn't done anything, and I leaned into him and knocked him down. And, he's like going, what the F? And I'm like, yeah, I guess it was. But I was, the funny thing about it was it's not your fault, bro. I don't know why. I was just waiting for you to hit me, and I hit you instead. But, yeah, it's not a great situation when you're trying to get off the field, and you certainly part of the visiting travel party. I mean, the problem with the end of the LSU Ole Miss game is it ends with a throw into the end zone, right? So players jump in the air, they land on the ground. There's one kid that's laying there on his back in the end zone, and then suddenly here come students pouring over the end line where he is. So he doesn't even have a shot to get off the field. He's dealing with the disappointment of, crap, we just lost and I didn't catch that ball. And, when you lose a game right at the end, an emotional game, you're laying on the field and you're exhausted and you're disappointed and here come the students.
Yeah, I really wish that there was some way that they could have a little bit of a grace period, allow the players to get off the field before the fans storm the field. But that's what security's for. And if you don't have enough security, it's just not going to work. And that's clearly what happened.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's a challenge, but Ole Miss learned their lesson, $100,000 fine. Probably will never happen again.
They really learned their lesson. Yeah, I'm sure they did. Yeah, I was only on the field one time for a storm the field situation, and it was the Michigan State game in East Lansing. Michigan State won and held Tyrone Wheatley to like 20 yards rushing or whatever.
Is it 17-7?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like 93, I think, fall of 93 maybe. And it just happened to be I had seats that were like in the 5th row of the end zone, and everyone, it was one of those things, well, if everybody's going to do it, are you going to do it? And it was, yeah. And I went out onto the field with a couple of my friends, and we're on there, and I'm like, now what? What is this? Went over to a Spartan player, tapped him on the shoulder pads, and that was about it.
Yeah. I mean, there's jumping up and down. I don't know. It's kind of exciting to get down on the field. I would imagine. For people who haven't been there.
Couldn't do that today because now they've changed that area behind the end zone. It's a much higher wall.
Yeah, it's a bit of a jump.
It's a serious wall. Back then, it was not. So.
Yeah. Well, suffice to say, if you ever are a field charger or a court stormer,
I would never storm the court. That one seems just flat out dangerous.
Why is it any different?
Because it's a smaller surface, and it feels like it's so easy for people that when they storm, it feels like when they storm the court at a basketball game, it's like total chaos. Like everyone's on top of you right away. At least in a football stadium, it feels like it takes a longer period of time. The field is 70 yards wide and 140 yards long, when all is said and done. You got a lot of time before people congregate to the middle. Well, in basketball, it takes like that.
And some stadiums are better than others, and basketball are better than others, because a big part of it is what is the proximity of the tunnel to the visiting team.
Exactly.
Ann Arbor is actually a great tunnel setup for the visiting team. You turn and run up the tunnel. Your sideline is right there, and you can get up the tunnel. But if you're on the field and try to get off the field, or you're trying to shake somebody's hand or whatever, you might have a problem.
That's the first time in a long time someone has said that the tunnel in Ann Arbor was actually a good thing.
It's a very good thing. But most stadiums don't have the tunnel right behind the visiting bench. It's amazing how often you have to cross the field to get to your tunnel. Although I think Minnesota, I'm trying to remember. I think Minnesota has a tunnel behind the bench, so that could help. All right. Gator, I've got bold-ass predictions for the Tiger season.
Okay.
That the people made prior to the season.
You have ours?
I couldn't find ours. I know, I'm disappointed. I did find our season predictions.
Okay.
So what we expected to happen during the year and why we thought it would happen. But we had some interesting bold-ass predictions. We'll revisit that today at 11:02. And I got a Lions question at 11:20, Gator. I can't wait to get people's opinion on that. Coming up at 11:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Pistons announced their open practice at Little Caesars Arena, set for 3 p.m. on Sunday, October the 15th, which is free to the public. Tickets are available at pistons.com/open practice. Also, Tarek Skubal, he is the AL Pitcher of the Month for September. He went 4-0 with a 0.90 ERA in his final 5 starts. Michigan football has been rolling. They're 4-0, coming off a 38-point rout at Nebraska. Running back Blake Corum tied for the most touchdowns in all of college football, and he says he's still looking to reach his true potential. Corman with Stoney and Jansen this morning says he's been encouraging fellow rusher Donovan Edwards, who's had a slow start to his season. The Tigers won't be a part of it for the 9th straight year, but the MLB playoffs begin this afternoon with the wild card round. 4 games starting at 3 p.m. between the Rays and Rangers. Also today is Twins, Jays, D-backs and Brewers, and the Phillies hosting the Marlins. And back to work for the Lions today. Another full practice in Allen Park, preparing for the 0-4 Panthers at home on Sunday. The team is optimistic on safety Brian Branch's health, saying his ankle injury doesn't seem to be anything serious. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, I've got the Detroit Tigers season predictions and bold-ass predictions. Now that the season is over, we can look back and see who did the best. Of the three of us, the one that did the best in terms of number of wins, Gator, was you.
Oh, was I?
Yes, you were.
What was my prediction?
71 wins. They won 78.
Kang was low.
Your reasoning was they can't be as bad offensively as they were last year.
And they were not. They were decidedly better.
Well, last year was like historically bad, right?
Yeah, well, remember they started off.
Oh, you're reading like 1907 stats.
Well, right. But they started off the season, they were just as bad for the first couple months. And then all of a sudden they found a power stroke, and boy, they started hitting well. I think they had like 2 players last year that had more than 10 home runs, and this year they had like 5 or 6.
I had them with 69 wins. I said the offense will be better. I'm worried about the starting pitching. Kang had 66 wins. He said the hitting would be improved, but the pitching concerns you. So, as far as the listening audience, the one that came the closest was Bill in a Car, who had him with 80 wins. The more this group of guys plays together, the more I see them lifting each other up, especially guys like Vierling, which is interesting.
Yeah, Vierling had a good season for I think what he is. I don't think he's really he's not a star by any means, and I don't know if he's even a starter on most teams in the league, but he's a guy that every team wants to have on the roster because he can fill a bunch of positions, play them adequately, and his bat had some promise to it. It was, kind of an average bat, but when you're going down the roster and it's your last guy on the roster, that's a good guy to have. If you're a bad team and this guy's starting for you, well, you might want to look for some better options.
Do me a favor, as we work our way through some of these bold-ass predictions, can you bring up the Tigers' final stats? Because this is a big part of it.
Just about to.
But I've got some of them here recorded. Kevin and Livonia's bold-ass predictions, it was that Austin Meadows will hit at least 1 home run this year. He had 21 at-bats. He did not hit a home run.
He did not.
Nate in a truck. My bold-ass prediction said Eduardo Rodriguez wins 17 games and is aligned for the Cy Young.
Well, Eduardo Rodriguez led the Tigers with 152 innings pitched. He won 13 games, had a 3.3 earned run average, and likely not to finish, I wouldn't imagine, the top 10 of the Cy Young. But he had a good season.
Here's an interesting one.
But didn't pitch as much as you wanted him to.
Unnamed texter had Alex Lang will record at least 15 saves this year.
Alex Lang ended up with
20-something, right?
26 saves, and Much better in the first half than he was in the second half, but seemed to find something towards the end of the season, which was nice. But yeah, he had a rough stretch for a couple months, but 26 saves.
Donna Montana's bold-ass prediction was Torque has himself a season with 35 home runs and will be the sole Tiger all-star. We will win 70-plus games.
Well, he hit 31 home runs.
Yep.
The Tigers did win 70-plus games, but he was not the all-star representative.
No. Mid-4 was the all-star representative.
Matt Lorenzen. You know, it's funny because I couldn't remember who it was.
Yep.
It was a pitcher. Was it Lang? It was not Lang. Who was it? Oh.
Some of these are funny. Bold-ass prediction, A.J. Hinch is gone by July 4th. Nope.
No, sir.
Nope.
No, in fact, he says he wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now. He loves the direction of the team.
I wish this one was signed because this is probably the best one. My bold prediction, Kerry Carpenter hits 25 homers, has 80 RBIs, and wins Rookie of the Year. He didn't win Rookie of the Year, but he had 20-plus homers.
20 homers,
and he came
64.
close to 80, didn't he?
Well, he had 64.
Okay.
But he only played
one.
118 games because he was out for a little bit.
Tony and Owasso, my bold prediction, Parker Meadows will have more home runs in the majors this year than his brother Austin.
That was true.
That happened.
Yeah, he had 3, and his brother Austin had none.
Yep. Torque and Green will combine for 50-plus home runs this year. It's an unnamed texter.
31 and 11 is 42.
Yeah. Unnamed text. I'm sorry, Nick in a brown truck. Akil Baddoo gets called up and steals 53 bases with the new rules, and he leads the league.
He came nowhere close to leading the league, but he did have 14 stolen bases, which was second on the Tigers behind Zach McKinstry's 16.
Matt Boyd will lead the team in ERA, wins and innings pitched. Joe and Lake Orion swing and a miss.
Well, let's see what were his final numbers for Matthew Boyd. He went 5-5 in 71 innings with the Tigers with a 5.45 ERA.
Austin Meadows and Eduardo Rodriguez will have bounce-back years and both be traded at the deadline in a Scott Harris haul.
Well, Austin Meadows hardly played.
Yeah.
They thought they had Eduardo Rodriguez traded. He turned it down.
Didn't happen.
And it didn't happen, and now we're waiting to see if he's going to opt in or out of the contract. And I'm interested to hear what people would prefer to have happen. Because he had a really, I mean, he actually
very
pitched
solid year.
Pretty well.
Very solid year. But, all right, Rob Cabrera will make it to the end of the season without an injury. That actually happened, right?
He did not.
Didn't have
I
any...
think he missed like a game or two. He was rested for a game or two when it was known that he had nursing an injury, but that was it. He didn't miss extended periods of time. Played 98 games.
Bold-ass prediction, Miguel Cabrera will steal a base this season thanks to the new pickoff rule.
He did not steal a base this year.
No, he did not. Tigers will finish with the same amount of wins as the Pistons do losses this season.
No, that's not getting close. No. 78 wins for the Tigers?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the worst record in the NBA.
78. You think the Pistons are going to go 4-78? Maybe he's referring to, was the Piston season still ongoing at opening day? So is he referring back to last? Must be referring back to last year now that you think about it. Didn't come close.
No.
Steven at work, my bold-ass prediction, Riley Green will be in the running for American League MVP. Well, not quite.
No. He hit 288 this year in 99 games before he was finally scrapped.
Yep. So those are some of the BAPs.
Is that a nice word to use? Scrapped? I don't think that's... He wasn't scrapped. He was hurt.
Yeah.
And I like Riley Green a lot.
Scrapped is a bit harsh.
I really hope he can stay healthy because the guy's really good if he can stay healthy.
Yep. I feel much better about the Torque Green combination going into next year than I did coming into this year.
Well, the Torque growth is really impressive when you look at it year to year, right? Last year, he played 110 games, had 8 homers and 28 RBIs, hit 203 with an OPS of 604. Left Tiger fans at a bad taste in their mouth. Spent the last part in the minors, right? This year, he played 159 out of the 162 games. 31 homers, 94 RBI, hit 233, but a 758 OPS. Those numbers much improved over what he did a year ago. He also had 34 doubles on the season. So 66 extra base hits from Spencer Torkelson, and he was much more of a power hitter in the second half than he was in the first half. So good job by Torque.
Yeah, and I mean, if you talk about Torque and Green, they will be established as quality players next year that can help you win games. Now, can they get better? Yes, they both need to get better at certain things. Specifically, Torque needs to strike out less, put the ball in play a little bit more, bring his batting average up somewhat. But then there's, okay, where does Colt Keith fit into the mix next year? Where does Parker Meadows fit into the mix? Where does
Justin Henry Malloy? Where does
Jace Young fit into the mix?
Justice Bigby.
And because the talk
Eddie
yesterday
Leonard.
all about they don't want to block anybody.
Right. It was interesting.
It makes me feel like that my takeaway from that is that, okay, we're going to have a very young lineup because there's guys that seem to be ready. There seem to be way more position players closer to ready than pitchers.
Yeah, it tells me that they're not going out and signing an infielder because the possibilities at second, third, and even shortstop, depending on what Javi Baez is, if he's able to figure things out. And if let's say he's not able to figure things out, then the competition's open at shortstop. Eddie's Leonard, the player they got from the Dodgers, is a shortstop by trade. Ryan Kreidler, if he's healthy and ready to go, that's another guy who's a shortstop. And then you've got the possibilities at second and third between Colt Keith and Malloy and others.
All right, Gator, let's get to some line stuff. 11:20, real or mirage? Real or mirage? I mean, we know it's not exactly the quarter post, but people still refer to it as being at the quarter point of the season. They're 3-1. What is real and what is a mirage? The Lions have some very interesting trends statistically. We'll get to that coming up at 11:20. Our Carson Anderson, 97.1. Gator, nobody won Powerball.
It's good and bad, right?
What's that?
There's good and bad to that. Kang knows what I'm talking about.
I don't. So
bad
explain
news.
to me.
Well, the bad news is we didn't win. The good news is nobody else did.
Okay.
So here we go. What we got? 1.3 billion. Is that what we're gonna be looking at? 1.2.
Gator, are you like me when you see the billboards or you see the jackpot the next day because you don't know who won or not, and you see it's gone up, so obviously no one's won? Is your initial reaction like yes, or is it like no because I didn't win?
It's yes.
Me too. Because we know we're not
You
going to
know you're
win,
not gonna
but
win,
we're
right.
also
But
like
I still want to keep the dream alive.
but we all isn't that weird, Doug? It's so stupid, right?
Doug's like, I hate you people.
Yeah.
No, I don't
You're
hate
so
you.
stupid.
Yeah, we're dumb. We get it. We're dumb, okay?
I don't hate anyone.
I love the dream.
But it's because for us to win, the jackpot has to go back to it has to reset.
Right.
So when you find out nobody won, you're happy.
Because we know
It's also more exciting because now you're adding to this total is crazy. It's over $1 billion. And for the next drawing, it'll be whatever it is, 1.2, 1.3 billion dollars.
Just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Can you understand the way I see this?
Yeah, but it's no fun. Of course I understand it, but
Okay.
it's like you never dare to dream?
I dream about things I dream about attainable things.
See, but that's not the point. This is like a fantasy. You absolutely dream about this. This is something that's of course not attainable. That's why it's a dream.
I totally understand what you're thinking, Doug. It's logical. That's the way you should think because
you're Vulcan.
The only way
part Vulcan. You live long and prosper, my friend.
The main objective is to win. So it has to reset to go to zero. That means you may have won. But we know the odds are so stacked against us that we know we're not going to win. Right. I mean,
I haven't looked at my ticket. I know I didn't win.
Exactly, right? I didn't even look either.
Look at it later. See what we got.
Well, the news is here at the station group did whatever was necessary to win $100. So how many people are in this?
I don't know how many were in yesterday, but I think that they had to, rally the troops to kind of contribute more because there weren't many.
Yeah.
And when I say weren't many, I think the initial email I saw had like 20 names on it.
So you can each collect your $5.
Well, no, it'll go to the next one.
Does it roll in?
It rolls over.
Rolls over?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, but I was by the time that Cheryl went out and got the tickets, I imagine that list grew to like 80.
That's like, if you get that $5, that's like 2 Chick-fil-A pimento cheese sandwiches.
No, it's not.
No,
actually, it's
not.
It's
not even close.
It's closer to one, yeah.
Like a half of one, but
they're not $10.
They're pretty expensive. Yeah, it's still worth it though.
Pretty great,
dude. Gator, I had one.
All right,
dude, chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss. They nailed it.
That thing is so good.
They nailed it, Doug.
I do need to try one. And
there's
a
spicy version and a grilled one too.
That's right. They have grilled.
Yeah.
It sounds like one of each, and then figure out which one you like the
most. Do you
most.
ever get the grilled?
All the time.
Do you?
Oh yeah.
Does that guy get grilled?
What does he prefer, grilled?
Kind of depends on how the day's going.
Is he feeling frisky? He gets the fried one.
Well,
if you're feeling frisky, then you prefer the fried one.
Well, you know how Doug is.
If I know I'm going to be working out later in the day, then yeah, I'll get the fried one. But if I'm having a day where I'm going to be particularly lazy, and I'm going to be time to exercise, I'll get the grilled one.
Incredible. You're so on brand. I got it.
I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah.
But
the guy gets bottomless broccoli at freaking Red Robin, okay?
With that said,
this further explains away why he is not contributing to the Powerball.
Okay, but the station won $100, so it's going to get rolled over.
Yeah.
All right.
That's 50 tickets. 50 more chances. That's what it is.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Do I say, I hope you don't win? Because you hope nobody wins, right? You just want it to keep going.
You hope you win. Of course you hope you win.
We just know we're not going to.
Exactly.
I mean, you're in a great position. Well, no, you're not. I was about to say, because you celebrate when you win, obviously, but you would also celebrate when you don't win because it rolls over. But then if somebody wins,
so now this total is going to be, now you're going to have like close to 400 million.
Yeah, I'm kind of running out of, honestly, I'm running out of things to potentially buy. Like we have run the gamut of all the things you would do, the stupid purchases you would make. I'll come up with some more.
Out of your questions so far, I think my favorite one was, would you get an exotic animal?
I kind of liked, would you do the Virgin Galactic trip to outer space?
That was too quickly a no.
Yeah, it was quickly a no, but
Would you name a star?
What was that guy's name? Rocky Moselle in the Star Registry?
Yeah.
It's a great Valentine's Day gift.
You know what?
It's better than ringtone.
That guy came up with something where he can afford a exotic animal on a Virgin Galactic flight.
That's
This
true.
whole name a star scam. All right, Lions. I want to know what you really believe in, okay, after 4 games. The Detroit Lions, Gator, lead the league in rush defense, allowing 60.8 yards per game. Are the Lions the best rush defense in the NFL? Also, the Detroit Lions lead the league in quarterback pressures, according to Pro Football Reference. They have 49 QB pressures. Do the Lions have the best pass rush in the NFL? Jared Goff leads the league in completion percentage on deep passing attempts of 20 yards or more at 64.3%. Is Jared Goff the best deep ball passer in the NFL? And Sam Laporta leads the NFL in history for the most catches by a tight end in their first 4 games. Is Sam Laporta the best tight end in the NFL? Now, what's funny about these?
Oh, they're all funny.
They are funny.
But they're conclusions that you could draw after 4 games. Yeah.
Yes. Is some of these, I feel like, are kind of obvious no's. But if you go back and you think about offseason concerns, rush defense was one, pass rush was one, Goff's ability to complete the downfield pass was one. And I don't know how big of a concern tight end actually was. But these are pretty incredible trends considering what the perception of the rush defense was, the pass rush was, and Jared Goff's downfield passing ability. Because they aren't just answering the bell after 4 games. They're the best in the league in some facets. Now, QB pressures isn't the only measurement of the best pass rush, right? I mean, a QB pressure is incredibly important, but the sack is better than the pressure.
Yeah, getting home is big. That's a big thing to do.
And rush defense, I mean, I guess rush defense statistically, you know, it is what it is. It's just straight data. But a lot of it has to do, of course, with the team you're playing, the teams that you are playing. And then the Laporta thing, I mean, look, it might be a statistical anomaly, but it's highly encouraging. Which one of these do you think is most real and which one is most a mirage?
So you got Laporta, the best tight end.
Yep.
Goff as a downfield passer.
Yep.
Most accurate downfield passer.
Yep.
The best pass rush in the league.
Yep. And the best rush defense in the league. All these things, as they stand right now, are fact. So here's what I want to do.
Yeah, so they all far-fetched. They're all kind of far-fetched. It feels like they're far-fetched. But after 4 games, this is the truth right now.
These are all facts. So I guess the question is at 248-539-9797, which one of those do you most believe in? Which one of those are you like, you know what? That one I believe is closer to true than the other 3. And obviously there's, you know, hell, maybe you believe it actually is true. But which one do you most believe in? I want you to think about it, answer the question. Kang, I want you to answer the question. And I want to take texts and phone calls. Which one of these do you most believe in? 248-539-9797. Lions are the best rush defense statistically in the NFL. Are they the best rush defense? They have the most quarterback pressures in the NFL. Are they the best pass rush? Jared Goff has the best downfield completion percentage in the NFL, 20 yards or more. Is he the best downfield passer? And Sam Laporta is off to the best start of any tight end in the history of the NFL. Is he the best tight end in the league? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97. Won a ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, so, by the way, let me be exact on the Laporta stat. No tight end has recorded more receiving yards in their first 4 games in their NFL career than Sam Laporta, which is incredible. So the rush defense ranks number 1. Lions have more QB pressures. Jared Goff has the best downfield completion percentage, and Sam Laporta has the most yards receiving in 4 games. Which one of these things is most real, and which one of these things maybe is the biggest mirage?
I think the most real is Sam Laporta.
Ooh, okay.
I think it's the way he's been used in the first 4 games. It's been consistent. It's not like there's some statistical anomaly where he caught 15 passes in 1 game. He's been consistent with what he does. He has already. I mean, from day one, we talked to Jared Goff about it. You asked him specifically, when did you develop the rapport with Sam Laporta? He's like, really from the first day of training camp. We just had it. And it shows. And once you've earned the trust of the quarterback, he's going to give you the ball. We see it with him. So I'm going to say it's him. And getting guys back to this team, like getting Jameson Williams back, I think is going to help Sam Laporta because it's going to take some pressure off of him. In a couple different ways, too. It's going to take some pressure off Jahmyr Gibbs, too, perhaps. And then maybe they're going to have to spend their time worrying about 2 guys and leaving Laporta wide open. I think that's the one that, to me, translates for the best. As far as the weakest of those, I still have a hard time thinking the Lions have the best pass rush. I know it's been very good, but with no Houston for the rest of the way, likely. I know you're getting Julian Okwara back at some point. He's returning to practice, and you got some time before you can activate him. But I don't know. I think that's really dependent on who you're playing against. Some teams are going to run the ball more. Some teams have better pass protection, and we've seen games where the Lions' pass rush wasn't there, like against Seattle when they had 2 starting tackles out and the Lions couldn't get to the quarterback. So I think it's good. I think it's a good pass rush. I just have a hard time thinking it's the best.
So the thing that I think is the most real is the rush defense. I went through and did the data. Isaiah Pacheco, in games not against the Lions, 47 carries, 247 yards, 5.25 yards a carry. 5.25 yards a carry.
Yeah, that's good.
Against the Lions, 8 carries, 23 yards, 2.9 yards a carry. Kenneth Walker, now that he's played his 4th game, games not against the Lions, 47 carries, 240 yards, 5.1 yards per carry.
Yeah, that's good.
Against the Lions, 17 carries, 43 yards, 2.5 yards a carry.
Shut down.
Bijan Robinson, in his games not against the Lions, 43 carries, 285 yards, 6.62 yards a carry.
That's impressive.
Against the Lions, 10 carries, 33 yards, 3.3 yards a carry. To a lesser extent, Aaron Jones, who's played 2 healthy games this year. The game against the Bears, 9 carries, 41 yards, 4.6 yards a carry. Against the Lions, 5 carries, 18 yards, 3.6 yards a carry.
Well, I imagine even if you threw A.J. Dillon in the mix, you're not going to get much better.
No, and his carries have been sporadic, so it's hard to really include him. As I went with the lead back here, but hey, man, I think that shows that it's for real. It's not that they faced bad running backs and rushing attacks. They've in fact faced very good rushing attacks. 2 of those guys are in the top 10. Actually, all 3 of them, Pacheco, Kenneth Walker, and Bijan Robinson, rank Bijan's 3rd in the NFL in rushing, Kenneth Walker's 9th, Isaiah Pacheco's 11th. The Lions have shut all 3 of them down. Take the Lions games out, and those guys might be 1, 2, and 3 in the NFL in rushing.
Well, closer, yeah.
It's closer to the top for sure.
And what's the one you don't believe in as much?
It's probably that Laporta's the best tight end in the NFL right now. Yeah, because the NFL's loaded with great tight ends. And Laporta's off to an amazing start, and I love him. I don't want this to be misinterpreted, but the league is just filled with great tight ends. Now, he could be the best. He absolutely could be the best of all of them. Kang, what about you? Which one of these do you think is most real?
I wanted you to clear one stat up first before I made my decisions. The Goff down the field stat, what was exactly the...
It's Jared Goff at 64.3% completion percentage, leads the NFL in completion percentage on deep passing attempts of 20 or more yards downfield?
Well, the first I'm going to go with what I really believe in is true out of all those stats you read off is I'm with you, Doug. It's the rushing defense. And I think there's a reason why Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes kept so many defensive linemen, had a hard time. I mean, you're not even seeing Broderick Martin out there. Isaiah Buggs was healthy scratch, the first 2 weeks of the year. They feel they have a lot of guys up front there that can, I don't know if it's scheme thing or just players or a combination of both, but they figured out how to stop the run. And it's been amazing. You read off all those stats. It's true. Those stats don't lie. And I expect that to continue when they even play even better running backs moving forward. The Goff stat is one I probably don't believe most out of those the four categories you put up there. It's not because Goff is bad. He's been really accurate. You read the numbers off. I just think quarterbacks in this league, deep threats. I know Jameson Williams is coming back.
Yeah, the funny thing is that might make it even better.
It might, but you have to, but the point is the accuracy, though. You said
Yeah.
so. I mean, what if JMO drops some balls? What if he can't throw? He doesn't. I mean, this is out there that he doesn't have the arm strength to throw deep to JMO. Because JMO might get too far behind the safeties or whatever. So, as far as the accuracy numbers of 64%, I expect that to go down. Doesn't mean they won't throw or complete downfield passes, but out of those four, that's probably the one I temper my expectations on.
I was trying to figure out why the number for Jared Goff is that good. And I think it starts with the offensive line because he's got time to throw.
Mm-hmm.
He's not throwing the ball 50 yards down the field. Like I think people would think, oh, you're throwing the ball downfield, throwing bombs. No, he's throwing the ball 20 yards, 25 yards, and he's doing it a little bit more than he has, at least it seems that way, in the past. But because he's got the time to throw it, those guys get open and he's hitting it. I think he's overall a pretty accurate passer to begin with.
Yeah.
And he's not going beyond what his talent level is when he's trying to throw downfield. He's not trying to take. He doesn't take too many shots downfield.
They're selective, Gator.
Exactly.
And they're selective for good reason because it's more.
It works.
Yeah, they're finding the plays that work down the field, and he's not throwing 50-yard air balls, downfield.
I think the Lions epitomize what complementary football is. Everything complements everything else. The offensive line sets up the ability to throw the ball intermediate and deep. It also sets up the ability to run the football. Running the football sets up play action passing, so you freeze the safety so that you're able to throw the ball to that intermediate and deeper route, and it's one-on-one coverage. So you're just expecting your receivers to beat the guy one-on-one eventually. I think everything just helps each other out.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Michael here on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Michael.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, sir.
Good. Yeah, so, I mean, I agree with pretty much everything you guys just said. It starts off with complimentary football, great play calling, and an amazing offensive line. So that's going to allow for Goff to get that completion percentage. It's going to allow for any quarterback to get that completion percentage. Throw Stafford in there, he's going to do the same thing. Throw Brock Purdy in there, he's going to do the same thing. So that one's the biggest mirage. Not to hate on Goff because I love Goff and he's great. Number one is that defensive line with the run stopping because they have gone against those good running backs and mobile quarterbacks, and they've stopped them. Laporta, he's a G. He's dominating. He's doing great through his four first games. But I can't say he's the best tight end in the league yet. But he's legit. And those same things, the play calling, the offensive line, and Goff being accurate, that all gives Laporta, along with that chemistry between those two, the thing. And the pass rush, that's all energy, effort, and that's the coaching right there, getting those guys lighting the fire under their ass and getting them to go. So that's just everybody's an NFL player. Yeah, we got a couple of good guys. They're not the most talented D-line out there. That's just energy and effort. And you see those guys go, and that's crazy.
It is. Look, I'm not saying this guy isn't going to be a great player, but it does help for those that are ruining the passing on Jalen Carter. I would never have expected the Lions to have the best rush D in the NFL at any point.
No, I mean,
I think it's legit.
I love what they're doing, and Aaron Glenn has definitely made some changements, and it works. And those guys are motivated. You keep Isaiah Buggs out for a couple games, and then you unleash him, and he's got the chip on his shoulder, and it showed up. He gets the quarterback sack against Love. It was great. But getting back to Laporta,
yeah.
So he leads the NFL in receiving yards by a tight end right now, and he is third in receptions for a tight end right now. The big guys that you would think of, your Kelsey's, your Darren Waller's, Kittle. They're so far down the list right now.
Yeah.
He's already got a big lead over that. So now it becomes it's like Laporta or Hawkinson.
That's funny. Hawkinson, didn't Hawkinson have a monster game, like his first or second game?
He did.
And that put him in his career, right? His rookie, not this year, but his rookie season. Do you remember that?
His rookie season.
I seem to remember he had like a 10-catch game early on that put him into one of these stratospheres of, we were citing greatest tight end game by a rookie tight end.
His first game of his career on September 8th back in, I think it was 2019, at Arizona when the Lions lost in overtime. He caught 6 passes for 131 yards and a touchdown. He was targeted 9 times.
Mm-hmm.
The 6 passes were the most he caught all that season until the last game when he also caught 6 passes.
I bet I was obnoxious the Monday after that game.
You were totally obnoxious.
Probably was. I apologize. 248-539-9797. Adam is next. What's up, Adam?
Hey, how we doing, guys?
We're good.
I'm up in Grand Blanc. Love your show.
Thank you.
I got to go with the rush defense, which in my eyes controls the line of scrimmage, which the Lions have never been able to do. Time of possession, line of scrimmage wins championships to me. I love Goff downfield. I got a Laporte. I got to give him 4 or 5 more games. They're going to key in on him pretty strong, I think, over the next few weeks. I just want to get some feedback on those pass defenses that we faced so far and where they rank. And is our downfield and Laporte the real deal? Have we gone against the best pass defenses yet this year? Go Lions, love the show.
It's a valid question, and I've obviously done the data on the running backs that the Lions have shut down have been good when they haven't played the Lions.
All right, so the pass defenses they played against, Atlanta ranks, I believe, 5th in the league in yards per game allowed, 176. And Goff threw for well over 200 yards in that game, if I'm not mistaken. Kansas City is 3 spots behind them at 190 yards per game. The Packers are a few spots behind Kansas City at 197 per game. So they've done well. The only team that they didn't well, there doesn't rank as one of the top 15 teams against the pass is Seattle. They're terrible.
At the bottom.
Yeah, 280 yards. Only 2 teams are worse per game than Seattle. So
Lions have actually
Goff has done a really nice job against some pretty good pass defenses.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, the ticket.
So this was a couple months ago. I was looking to get a better night's sleep, and I decided I was going to do something about it. And I went out to a True Sleep mattress store out in Shelby Township. I talked with Paul there, told him what I was looking to do. I said, like a nice firm mattress. I test rode maybe, I don't know, a dozen different mattresses there. Finally settled on the Posh and Lavish, and I absolutely love it. They delivered it to my house about a month and a half ago. I've got the adjustable base. That is absolutely a game changer. It does everything I want it to. You can go into 0 gravity mode, which is amazing. It's great to just kind of take a quick nap, or if you want to watch TV in bed or get the best night's sleep of your life, this is what you do. Plus, True Sleep has reasonable pricing for high-quality mattresses. You can find your perfect sleep system at True Sleep. It's Michigan's largest Nectar dealer. You can find them in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
Early season trends with the Lions. Which one's for real? Which one's a mirage? Starting with the rush defense. Lions lead the NFL in rushing yards per game allowed. Lions have the best rush defense in the NFL. Quarterback pressures, according to Pro Football Reference, the Lions lead the NFL with 49 QB pressures. The Lions have the best pass rush in the NFL. The Detroit Lions tweeted out a graphic today of Sam Laporta with 241 receiving yards by a tight end. That's the most through 4 games in NFL history for a tight end. Sam Laporta, the best tight end in the NFL. And Jared Goff leads the NFL in completion percentage on deep passing attempts, 64.3% on passes 20 or more yards downfield. Is Jared Goff the best deep ball passer in the NFL? 248-539-9797. Which one of these is most for real? Which one of these is most legit? I think it's pretty amazing, Gator, because I seriously think this is literally into the wheelhouse of some of the perceived weaknesses of the team. Run defense, pass rush, deep passing.
Absolutely.
Maybe not tight end, but I don't think people thought they might need to go get a tight end. And boy, the one they got is off to a hell of a start. 248-539-9797. I said I think the most legit one is rush defense. You think it's Sam Laporta. Kang, you said rush defense, correct? Yeah. All right. So which one do you think is most legit? We go to Isaac. You're next. What's up, Isaac?
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
So I think out of the 4, I think it's the rush defense. Doug, you made a really good point with the 3 running backs that they played against. I think the pass defense, the pass rush specifically, has been good the last 2 games, but the rush defense has been consistent throughout the 4 games. I think the best deep ball passer in the NFL is probably Jalen Hurts. I think Jared Goff is a lot more open receivers when he's been hitting the deep ball passes. And I think the best pass rush has got to be either the Cowboys or the best tight end is the Travis Swift.
Who?
Travis Swift.
There you go.
I see what
Travis
you did.
Swift.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
Took a sec. Yeah,
Yes.
got it. Yeah, I mean, look, the stats can tell you one thing, and our eyeball test can tell you another. I'm going to be fascinated with that deep ball completion percentage in Goff when J-Mo comes back. Because, I mean, we have no idea what he is. We only know what he is advertised as. And if he is going to be that good in that regard, does that have them compel them to throw down the field more? And can he complete?
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
The Goff numbers, Doug, you talk about how's it going to be when Jameson Williams returns.
Yeah.
I think his completion percentage for the deep ball is going to go down because the deep ball is a risk. There's a reason why teams just don't go out there and, go all fly routes every single time because a lot of times it's going to be incomplete. It's a higher chance, right, of being incomplete. You said over 20 yards. I don't even know if fans consider that a deep ball anymore, 20 yards. I feel like when they think deep ball, they think Josh Allen, Justin Herbert. I mean, those guys have cannons, and they just launch the ball down the field on fly routes or deep posts. And I'm not taking anything away from Goff because over 20 yards, he seems 64%, leads the league. I wonder how many attempts he has and how many attempts are over 30 yards or 35 yards. And I don't
think it's many.
I don't think it's many either because they're calculated risk. Play action sets up Khalif Raymond, right? A flea flicker, whatever it is. they're opening guys up deep or about past 20 yards, so it's more accurate, a higher chance of completing that pass. When Jameson Williams comes onto the field, they might just say, run down there, and I'm going to launch it. And then that's less than 50% chance of completing it, I'm sure. But
I'd love to know how many passes he's thrown that have traveled in the air more than 35 yards. Because I get a feeling that he's thrown less than 10 passes all season, have been more than 35 yards. But I can remember him hitting on those.
Yes.
Hitting Laporta for the touchdown on a deep pass. Hitting Amon-Ra St. Brown down the sideline at the end of the first half. And then missing on a pass to Khalif Raymond that I think may have been 35 yards.
Here's the cool thing about this. The fact that we're even able to have this discussion tells you that he's doing a good job of it and that this perceived weakness so far hasn't been a weakness, and he may be able to keep this up, right? I mean, that's reality here is that, okay, this isn't as bad of a they aren't going to be one-dimensional as we thought. There is the ability to get the ball downfield.
There is, but you got to give Ben Johnson credit for dialing up the right plays, scheming the right way to get guys open downfield to make these passes more catchable.
And again, we give that guy a ton of credit, and he deserves it. But at the end of the day, all that matters is how are you executing on Sundays and what they are able to do with their skill set. Like, you give Ben Johnson credit, you give the O-line credit, you give Goff the credit, you give the receivers credit. Because they all go into it. The success and failure of the deep ball. And he's got a great completion percentage so far. 248-539-9797. Lance is next. Hi, Lance.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up,
Lance?
I just want to say, I think it's Goff. Like, he's throwing Laporta that ball, first of all, and also, he's really given that defense a lot of rest. Even if he's just handing off the ball to David Montgomery, he's doing that perfectly. He's setting himself up well. I don't think people are really ever going to give him credit until he wins the Super Bowl here. That's fine. Then we'll give him a statue. I think you also got to give the coaching staff credit. Time of possession, chewing the clock, the play calling, like I said, they're really sustaining drives. They're really beating up the opposing defense while also, putting the other team in a position to really not really run the ball that much. They can't really do it that good. They can't do it as good as us. We're demoralizing them with that. And then, it's just what else?
I mean, in yards per game, offensively, they're 8th in the league in yards per game. Defensively, in yards given up per game, they're 4th. You're top 10 in both categories, in top 5 and 1, and you're number 1 overall against the run. It's 4 games, and it's an impressive 4-game stretch. Let's see what the next 4 games has to offer, but I do like where they're headed here. And to your point, I forget which one he made the point. It may have been King earlier in the week, or yesterday, or was earlier today about the Jalen Carter fact. You passed in Jalen Carter and you wanted the big defensive tackle to help plug things up in the middle, and they haven't needed it because the guys they have on the roster.
Yeah.
They're giving up 60 yards a game on the ground. Didn't need that. Then people complaining about, well, maybe you need another edge rusher because, look, the injury's mounting up. What's going to happen? Oh, no. They pressure the quarterback more than any team in the league. And this is after Seattle sacked the quarterback 10 times last night. They had 10 sacks last night, but they have 16 on the season.
248-539-9797. Stan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up,
Stan?
I would say this on the run defense. So far it's passed the eye test, but after this Carolina game, then you may have me sold because Carolina ran it down our throat last year. And if they do the same thing this game, I'm sorry, I'm not sold.
That's fine. I mean, I understand why you feel that way.
They give up 300 yards rushing to Carolina, who averages less than 100 yards rushing per game this year. I think there's an issue.
Carolina had 200-yard backs against the Lions. It was 320 yards allowed on the ground.
We had the same thing with Seattle last year. Seattle, we couldn't stop them last year. We didn't stop them this year.
Well, we stopped them running.
The same repeat with Carolina.
They stopped Seattle from running this year.
I don't know what you're talking about. Seattle had to punt this year.
We couldn't stop Seattle from throwing the ball, but they stopped Seattle from running the ball.
Yeah, you're right.
Seattle, though, you're right, though. Seattle, because you know what? If Carolina ran for more yards in that one game last year than the Lions have given up through 4 games this year.
This is true.
Crazy.
And we just have to stop them again. If we stop them, I'm all sold.
What was the total you said?
320 yards.
So it's interesting because Carolina this year in 4 games has only run for 381 yards. In 4 games.
And they ran for
321 the one game against them last year. Yeah. Well, move on.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines, 97.1 The Ticket.
Did you enjoy the weather yesterday?
Yeah, it was a little too hot.
I'm sorry, what's that?
A little too hot. I'm done with the heat.
Oh.
Let's bring up fall.
I love this weather, Gator. I was telling Doug about this yesterday, and Doug said the same thing to me. Too hot.
Yep.
I wish it was like this every day.
This is perfect.
It's perfect, man. Wake up like low 60s.
This ain't football weather.
Low 80s when we go back.
Yeah, it is football weather. This is what we play in all September, and it's just extended into October for the next day. You'll have your fall this weekend.
Bring it on. Let's go. Let's go.
It was too hot, he said.
It's too hot.
What did it prevent you from doing yesterday because it was too hot?
I was pretty wiped out. I only went on a 3-mile walk.
From the heat?
It was pretty hot. Yeah. I didn't sleep great. It was too hot when I went to sleep.
Did you have a fan on?
No. Well, we had the
window
ceiling
open.
fan. Yeah, window open, but it was too hot. Didn't want to turn on the AC. I guess we could have done that. But
your wife's like, "Get off me."
Yeah, I didn't make any advances.
No
if
effort?
that's what you're asking. That's what you're asking.
It was too hot for Doug. We know it was too hot.
Didn't empty the bucket.
What?
Nothing.
Jeez.
No, it's too hot. Too hot.
He's squatchy though. He's a little more hairy than us, you know. Maybe
It's
that's
true.
the reason why.
That's definitely true.
Yeah, your body,
Me?
man. Well, not on
body
top.
hair, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, you got some wolf.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to compare.
That's
It's
why
we
you're
know this.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
I don't have that much wolf.
Which is odd because Doug never complains about being hot. He's always complaining about being too cold. Like the studio's too cold.
That's true.
And you love the
It's like
winter.
And then he's like,
And
it's
I love the
perfect.
winter.
You know what he says when it's perfect in here? When the temperature in the studio is like 74, he's like, it's great.
Yep.
But if it's 78 outside, it's too hot.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Yep.
All right.
Look, I'm not. I mean, I can make fun of all the
said-
things
I
you
said
like.
it's okay. It's all
I'm
right.
just telling you. I think this time of year, I am a huge fan of seasonally appropriate weather.
No,
this is
you're
not
not
seasonally
alone.
appropriate weather.
I know plenty of people that want it to get
looks
colder
great.
out.
Oh, I agree. If right now it was 60
This is
degrees,
great.
if it were 60 degrees, it'd be perfect. There's nothing like a crisp fall day.
What's the temperature right now?
It's got to be close to 80.
75, man. 76 in Southfield. This is great.
Too
It's
hot.
sunny.
Nice.
You still smell the leaves.
It's not humid.
Oh, this is great.
Not humid. Take the humidity out of the mix, and it's great.
Take about 50 to 20 degrees off, and it's great. Look, to each their own, man. I don't. For me, it's too hot. For you, it's great. Awesome. Good for you. I'm happy for you. But
No,
personally,
you're not. You don't sound happy for us.
It's going to change. Like tomorrow, it'll change. It'll be cooler tomorrow. It's going to be much cooler over the weekend. You'll have your fall weather into 50s and 60s.
It's going to be.
And I'll be fine with it when it comes. But right now, I kind of like that.
Enjoy this. This is the last hurrah right here.
49 degrees at kickoff Saturday night.
Saturday night, sure.
Up in Huntington Bank Stadium or whatever.
What a difference a week makes. It was
Yep.
perfect in my backyard. Perfect on Saturday night, King?
I loved it.
Wasn't it perfect weather then? Perfect weather last Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm a crisp, cool air, 54 to 60 degree.
Is it wardrobe? Is that really why you like to wear the layers?
Well, I will say I don't mind doing that, but sometimes you get we bundle up in here because you like it really cold, and typically
I run a little hot.
Yeah, and so I'm cold in the studio, and then I walk outside and I have to peel layers off because it's stupid 80 degrees, but.
Stupid 80 and sunny.
I didn't say it's sunny. I love the sunny part.
I mean,
Don't get
there's
me
no
wrong.
clouds out there right now. It's pretty amazing.
Everything but the heat. It's just too hot.
And no wind as I'm looking at the top of the trees.
Wow. Yeah, wind is underratedly annoying.
Yes.
The wind is just, there's very few
Today's
positives.
a great day to golf. Or is it too hot
It's
to
too
golf?
hot.
And Doug hates fall golf.
I love fall golf.
No, isn't the leaves and all that
I
stuff
hate
you
fall
can't.
golf.
Oh, yeah, I love the fall golf. I
But
don't care. I mean, if you hit a ball right down the middle and you can't find it because it's buried under leaves, fall rules. Free drop, man. That's why I play the game.
No, but this is because I like to wear shorts as long as you can, right? Today's great. Get out on the links, play 18, perfect outside. Not too hot, not too cold.
Let me put it to you like this. There's far worse weather than it can be than this.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
This isn't like torture.
No.
But if you're going to use the word perfect, it's a perfect day. No, to me, it's not a perfect day, but it's a good day. It's a good day.
Didn't have to use your AK.
Not today. I'm not suspecting. All All right, so we've had this thing. The Lions lead the league in rush defense. They lead the league in quarterback pressures. Sam Laporta has more receiving yards than any tight end through 4 games in NFL history, and Jared Goff leads the NFL in completion percentage on deep passing attempts, 20-plus yards downfield. Are the Lions the best rush defense in the NFL? The Lions are the best pass rush in the NFL? Is Laporta the best tight end in the NFL? Is Goff the best deep ball passer in the NFL? All questions we are asking, and you could say no to all of them, but which one is most true? Which one of those are you like, actually, I believe that this trend is a sign that this is now, they're legit on this front? 248-539-9797. We've had votes for, actually nobody, I haven't seen anybody vote for best pass rush yet. I haven't looked at the text in a minute, so let me get to that. But 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Otis. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Otis.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, man.
I would say the Sam Laporta stat would be my pick.
Yeah.
But I've got to get to something else with you guys for a second.
Sure.
There's a guy on our team on the Lions roster right now who could be used just like Jameson Williams is going to be used when he gets back. And we're not using him. The dude's got 4.34 speed, which I would put up against J-Mo right now any day. And we're not using the guy for jet sweeps. We're not using him for bubble screens. We're not using him for reverses. We're not using him go routes. We're not using him for that. Y'all know who it is. It's Khalif Raymond.
I like Khalif Raymond. I think he's got a role on this team, and he fills a role very well. But if I don't think there's a comparison with the speed. J-Mo is a different kind of animal when it comes to speed.
Look at the numbers, Gator. 4.34 he runs, 40.
Where'd you see that?
I just looked it up. That's what he ran at the Combine.
So there's a few things about Khalif Raymond. I think Khalif Raymond is actually, I agree with you in some ways. I think he's underappreciated, Otis. And so far, is he underutilized this year? Actually, maybe a little. He's got 2 carries for 51 yards, and he's got 11 targets. So at minimum, there's 13 plays that were designed to go to him, and there's probably more that didn't go to him. And whenever you want more of somebody, that means less of somebody else. So
he's the fastest guy on the team.
He might be. He might be.
Utilize him.
Well, it's more playing a position is more than just speed. John Ross was the fastest guy in a draft and couldn't play in the NFL. You got to find speed is a huge asset, and he's a good player. And he might deserve the ball a little bit more. I just don't know that. I don't know that he needs to be a featured receiver. Amon-Ra and Sam Laporta are doing just fine. There's nothing wrong with the passing attack right now. So,
I mean, Khalif Raymond has this role on this team.
He's really good. He's really, really good. I think we're running the danger of starting to take shots at.
I'm not taking any shots at him. I'm just saying that there's a difference in speed between Raymond and Jameson Williams. Jameson Williams has elite speed.
It's like track speed.
It's sub 4.3 speed.
Yeah, and there's a difference between straight line 40-yard dash and football speed as well. And Jameson Williams has shown throughout his college career, at least at Alabama, that he just runs by people.
Getting to his point, could Khalif Raymond be better utilized on the offense? Would you like to see him get more jet sweeps? Throw them to him more. I'm surprised he hasn't been used more. I agree with that. In J-Mo's absence, I'm surprised that he has not been a bigger part of the offense. He was the second leading receiver last year.
Yep.
I'm kind of surprised, but he absolutely can make a difference. He made a huge difference in that Packer game with a 40-yard run. Simple end around, and there he's gone. It was exciting to see. It was the same play that Jameson Williams ran last year, where he went for 60 yards.
I think part of the reason why I'm not as worked up as our dude was there is because the offense has been fine. The passing attack has been fine.
It's been fine. It can be better.
Others have picked up and have done just fine in not getting Khalif Raymond the ball quite as much.
No, I'm excited. Like, what happens if you see on the field Khalif Raymond, Jameson Williams, and Jahmyr Gibbs?
I mean, that sounds like a pretty.
I mean, and you start putting guys in motion. Defenses are like shaking their head, like, what the hell are we going to do? Well, this means Got man-to-man coverage over here. And it's going to telegraph everything for Goff. The possibilities are so fun to think about with a healthy Jameson Williams and a healthy offense and all these complementary parts. On an offense, it's already a complementary offense. It's great.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We'll get to more of your reaction coming up. Hey, discover how good your water can be with the new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. Save up to $1,000 on a K5 drinking water system when you purchase a Kinetico Premier Softener. That's 855-339-4242. Financing options available with approved credit. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Gator, there was one highlight over the weekend.
Only one?
There's one I just don't understand.
Okay.
I'm not sure how it happens. And I'm going to tweet it out, and I'm going you to watch it, and we'll talk about it in a minute. But in the meantime, let's go to Dawson, Yard 97 a ticket. What's up, Dawson?
Guys, how's it going?
We're great.
I wanted to call in. I know that last caller touched base about the Sam Laporta thing, so I don't want to dive too much into that, even though I think that him getting drafted this team was literally bread and butter with Ben Johnson being his offensive coordinator. He's probably going to have a great season. But what I wanted to call you guys and ask you and talk to you about for a second was, am I under the wrong impression that Dan Campbell was getting like flack from the public because of his comments on Jameson Williams and how he wants him to be dependable and reliable?
Yep.
Did I get the wrong impression about that? Everybody's saying that that's wrong and that he needs to get 11 targets and go for 100 yards. And
so Dawson, I'm glad you brought it up because we're going to play the soundbite before the show is done and get people's reaction to it. I think he's trying to temper expectations and allow the kid just to go out and play without a ton of pressure and let the game come to him and not try and do too much, just relax, et cetera, et cetera. And but we'll play the soundbite. I didn't hear much reaction to it, so I don't know.
Yeah, I saw some news articles like that sounded like they were just on the internet or whatever, but it sounded like they were like calling Dan Campbell out saying that he wasn't like, I guess, sounding excited enough about JMO. But when I read those, in my opinion, I guess you guys can take it and run with it however you think, but in my opinion, I don't really care if Jameson Williams goes for 30 yards or 150 yards or has 4 catches or 12 catches. I like what Dan said because all he's saying is, hey, man, when we give you those 5 deep balls a game, just catch them. Just catch them. You're our guy. We have a bunch of other guys on offense, but when it's your turn and you got to show up for this team, catch the ball.
So I'll tell you, we'll play a soundbite before this hour is done, and I'm so people can hear it for themselves and make their own judgments. But yeah, I think he's just trying to lessen expectations. And
absolutely,
and just say, look, don't expect too much right away. Translation: don't call 97.1 and call him a bust next Monday, which is we were discussing that yesterday.
Well, it's not like you've got a 5-year veteran who was out with an ankle injury and then is come back to the team, and he's got the track record of being dependable and knowing exactly what to expect out of him. It's a guy who has very few NFL games under his belt and not much experience when it came to the preseason either. So just that's exactly what he's done.
All right, I don't know if you've seen. Did you see the DJ Reed pass rush on Patrick Mahomes in the Sunday night game by chance?
I mean, I watched the game, but I don't know if I remember.
I want you to come over here and look at this, all right? And I'm going to play this for Gator if you haven't seen it because I can't figure out what the hell happened here. All right, so we got Patrick Mahomes. He's rolling to his left, and he's going to turn his hips and start to kind of shuttle and look downfield. And DJ Reed, here comes DJ Reed on the right side of the screen, a shot out of a cannon. And he just runs right past Mahomes. He runs right past him, doesn't he? How does he not destroy Patrick Mahomes?
I don't know if he thought that they were in a joint practice and not in front of, 70,000 fans at MetLife Stadium.
If you haven't seen
it's a monster mistake. I mean, he should have blasted Patrick Mahomes into the stands.
You know when you see like a guy from the secondary who comes just flying in at the quarterback.
Like Brian Branch?
He's got Patrick Mahomes in the crosshairs.
Like Devin Witherspoon last night?
And Patrick Mahomes doesn't make give him some dead leg move or something. He just keeps kind of rolling and shuffling along, and DJ Reed flies right past him.
It's like the most subtle move ever made by Mahomes, and it's not enough of a move where it should have prevented the player from drilling him.
If you haven't seen it,
it's really odd.
And we've tweeted it out at Doug Gator 971. It's you know what it is? The hell?
Huh? Dude.
The hell?
The hell?
He runs right past Patrick Mahomes. And is it possible he thought that one of the previous pump fakes, he got rid of the ball, and so he didn't want to get a flag, even though he didn't really pump fake? I mean, I've watched it 30 times, and he just runs right past him, and I'm like, how?
Yeah, I don't get it. I remember seeing that yesterday on social media, and people were like, "What happened here?" I have no explanation for it. I have no explanation for it other than saying more than half jokingly, he thought it was a joint practice instead of a game.
Right?
Yeah, and he runs past him and goes, sack.
You're down.
Yeah.
Oh, did he grab his flag?
Yeah, gotcha. Because it makes no sense. I mean, and that's the type of play you dream of if you're a football player.
Yeah.
To have an open field tackle on a quarterback, let alone the best player in the league, you've got a chance to absolutely light his ass up. And instead, you just decide to run past him.
It looks like a play in a football movie where they're trying to let the player be successful.
Right.
And so they look like they're going real hard, and then at the end, they let up or something so that the player can make the play. I don't get it. Go check it out at DunGator971.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can come up with an explanation there. I mean,
and the thing is,
how do you not
he doesn't
hit him?
even slow down. He runs out of the screen. Like, he keeps running.
His arms aren't extended like he's ready to hit, wrap, and take him down. None of that. It's like he's just on a dead sprint, and the finish line is just to the left of Patrick Mahomes.
He had a glitch. DJ Reed was glitching. Is another possibility.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, go see for yourself at DunGator971. By the way, the word on Jameson Williams, the hammy is no problem. The first practice is today, so we should start to get some reports today on Jameson Williams and how he looks in the portion of the practice that the media is allowed to see. Get some semblance of whether or not this dude's gonna be able to contribute. There's definitely some downgrading of expectations. Do we have the soundbite from okay. This is the one that the previous caller was referencing moments ago. Dan Campbell yesterday talking about an expectation for Jameson Williams in week 1. Okay, so look, we've got some people that, and I mean, the elephant in the room is that some people already have soured on Jameson Williams, fans, and don't believe. And there's stuff that might be a thing, and there's stuff that's not a thing, as far as I'm concerned. Some of the criticism we had people talk about him wearing sleeves. We had somebody yesterday talking about his hair. Some people are mad that he gives away money and that he's at a Coney Island at late night. The one that I wasn't crazy about the firework thing, because we've seen that go wrong. He can do whatever he wants, but when he posts this stuff on social media, he opens himself up. There's obviously the gambling thing, dependability, reliability. When he starts talking about those things, is that the coach sending a message to a player that needs a message sent to him?
In a way,
it could be. It could be. I don't know that it is. It could be.
It could simply be you better know your playbook, and if you do, and if you're where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be, you're going to get plenty of snaps.
Yep.
What when he kept talking, what it said to me is that Dan Campbell knows if he does these basic things, know where you're supposed to be there and be there on time. If you do those basic things, everything else works itself out.
Yeah.
Because you're where you're supposed to be and you catch the football, I know what you're going to do. Your speed's ridiculous. Your athletic ability is ridiculous. We know that you're going to turn into an explosive. We know that you're going to turn, a 10-yard reception into a potential 50-yard run afterwards. All that stuff will be fine afterwards. You just got to be here at this spot at that time and know exactly when and where that's supposed to be.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Is if you do the things you're supposed to do, you're going to help us win.
You'll be an option there, and whether you're the first option or the fourth option, just be where you're supposed to be. Goff will take care of the rest, and maybe you're not going to get the ball if you're wide open because they determined somebody else was. It's okay. Keep doing it. Keep digging it, because when you get your opportunity, when it presents itself, if you've done those things, everything else takes care of it.
When he says, be where you're supposed to be, I'm not convinced that doesn't mean when you're on the field, you're supposed to be wide open, and you will be. Right? I
just think of it as, well, first of all, I think you nailed it, Gator. That's exactly what I thought, too, when I heard the cut. You nailed it. Right on the head, because when you say be where you're supposed to be, I'm not even thinking on the field, Doug. Yes, of course, on the field, but be at team meetings, be on time, be in the weight room, be in rehab, be whatever. If he just becomes a professional of everything else, because his talent is so high, that's why they traded up for him, will take care of itself. He will be open if he knows the playbook.
Yep.
If he runs the right route, he will get the ball. Everything else, talent-wise, I don't think they have a concern about. It's just being a professional. When you get into this league, it's not college anymore. You don't go to the cafeteria and then you party after and do all this stuff. No, it's study the playbook, stay out of trouble, be on time. He does the basic stuff. I mean, they're not worried about it. Everything else will take care of itself.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson. There's a lot of feedback coming in on that tweet we sent out, the highlight of DJ Reed just flying right past Patrick Mahomes. Looked like he could have killed him, and he just ran right past him.
Honestly, it would have been the highlight of the year. Getting an open. You don't get open shots on Patrick Mahomes.
No, and
that was like the most open shot you'll ever see.
All kinds of things are running through my head. A, he figured he was going to get flagged for roughing the passer.
Right.
When the passer still had the ball and was standing upright. B,
it's like a charging call in hockey because he had too many strides leading up to the hit.
B, him hitting Patrick Mahomes on that play is not what the script called for.
True.
Yeah.
That's not what Taylor Swift was looking for.
Josh writes in, it's like when you're playing Madden and you forget to hit the square button to tackle him. Marlon says, excuse me, I'm late for a flight.
Yeah.
Hugo, infinite speed boost, zero awareness. From Buddy's crew, he was going for the ball. Mahomes had the ball hanging out there exposed. It looks like Mahomes was baiting him and then ducked the ball down ever so slightly.
Make the tackle.
Scott says, best tweet I saw said something like, dude knew he'd be banished to Siberia if he hit him at that speed.
My goodness. Honestly, cannot imagine what that would have looked like if he had actually tried to tackle Mahomes.
He would have destroyed him.
Right. You never see shots like that.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, you ever run down, like, as a kid down a hallway, like a slippery hall with socks on?
Yes.
You can't turn. This is it. You got one direction, okay?
No,
My man had one direction, and he wasn't moving. It was like shot out of a cannon, they say. Cannonballs don't turn. They just it just goes. That's it. Once Mahomes just slightly moved to the left, yeah, all right, well, I guess I'm not going to get him.
I guess I'm flying right on by.
Hey, guys, did my best. Yeah. Did you? Did you really do your best?
You can see it at DunGator971 on Twitter. Let's go to Julian. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Julian.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I called about the Mahomes sack, but I wanted to touch on Jameson Williams as well. Some of these guys that call in talking about, like, his hair and some of that stuff, I mean, we won't speak on it. I just think there's a common denominator there, and it's just irritating to hear a part of the fan base.
I
like
agree,
that.
and I didn't. I mean, yesterday
we kind of shut it down.
We just wanted to shut it down before it turned into a thing.
I respect it from your guys' point of view because it doesn't even need to be talked about. But I just wanted to put that out there.
I mean, on a day where you're addressing massive societal issues that needed to be talked about, we didn't want to do that yesterday.
Right. So with Dan Campbell's comments, I think what he was touching on is that he's not going to force it to Jameson Williams, like play call wise. He's not just going to force it, but he knows that with what Williams has, it'll come. It will happen if he just does the fundamentals, and I think you guys touched on that really well. But with Mahomes, I saw the guy, I forget his name, who ran right past him, but I saw a post of his after the game, and it said it would take so long to explain, like, the 20 things that were going through my head. I think he thought about what would happen if he hit Mahomes going that fast, like the flag that would happen, all of these things, and made a conscious decision to not hit him. And I feel like it's kind of an indictment on the NFL on where things are going and how much the quarterbacks are protected.
But how could you throw a flag?
What?
He's not a defenseless runner.
He's not.
Right.
It's up to you to make a legal hit. Just don't lead with your head.
Roughing the passer calls where, like Minka Fitzpatrick on the Steelers, that where he had that sack and they called it a roughing the passer. That was absurd. And I just feel like it's in the players' heads kind of when they're going for the quarterback now, and it's just changing.
You could be right. It could be right. I see. Here's the thing, though: if he had hit him, and there had been a flag, it would have begged the question for what? Right? This is not a defensive player. Still had the ball. It wasn't. Unless he put his head down.
Would it really beg the question at this point, Doug? I mean, they protect the quarterback. So there's hits that were all like, are you serious? Remember when they laid on a quarterback by accident or whatever?
But this would have been too much. And the fact that the player might even be thinking about that leads him to not hit Patrick Mahomes. And would he have done it if it were Daniel Jones?
I think it lit up Daniel Jones, but not Patrick Mahomes. It's all crazy. And then watching the game last night, and Geno Smith gets taken out of bounds, and the defender, falls on his legs awkwardly out of bounds.
Yeah.
Geno has to come out of the game. and he's jawing at the secondary for the Giants about it, and it did look. It was an awkward hit. I don't know if it was dirty or not. It's kind of everything happens kind of quickly at the end there, but this one, you've got an open field tackle to make. That's not like it's a blindside hit, because it's not. You're looking straight at him. You're running right at him. He has the ball in his hands. He hasn't delivered the football yet. In fact, when you go flying past him, he still has the football.
Yep.
So everything is on the player. If you're worried about a penalty, what penalty there? Because those penalties are out there. So then it becomes, okay, if it's going to be roughing the passer, it would be roughing the passer based on how I land on the quarterback. Well, you've been taught certain ways to hit, put the helmet to the side, tackle the player, and don't land. Roll away from it.
Yeah,
everything is right there.
Listen, the guy, he should have hit Patrick Mahomes. Don't get me wrong. But it's definitely feasible that it went through his mind whether he'd be a penalty.
It's feasible.
Alex Anzalone, do you think he deserved a penalty for that unnecessary roughness
Bijan.
tackle? Of course. No,
absurd,
of course not.
Absurd.
Brian Branch didn't deserve a penalty because Bijan laid his helmet into Brian Branch's. This stuff happens throughout the league every Sunday where they're throwing flags for stuff where we're like, that's a normal play.
Yeah, that would have been a normal play. There is more feedback coming in here that people think he fell for the okey doke with the football. That Mahomes held the football out and he was just going to grab the ball, and then Mahomes pulled it in and he flew right past. Which if I were a player and that actually happened, I might say, actually, I was just worried about getting flagged because I'd be embarrassed of getting so abused.
Well, to Kang's point, I also would half expect, had he gone through with the hit and just drilled him, and everybody in the stadium would go, ooh, be a collective like, oh my God, what a hit. That officials will look at each other and something like, you're going to throw it? Somebody's got to throw a flag, right? And then they throw the flag, crowd boos, and the official turns his microphone on and says, he's Patrick Mahomes.
Penalty? You hit a star quarterback in the league.
Right.
Personal foul.
Yeah.
That was Patrick Mahomes,
And
15 yards, automatic first down.
And then they go up and they show Taylor Swift up in the box there, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I get it. That's football, right?" And Tom Brady's like, "Yep, that's it. That makes sense."
All right, a player said something yesterday which got us to debating in the office. We will get to that today at 12:50 here on Carson Anderson 97.1.
Look, don't show up to a tailgate party or any party for that matter empty-handed ever again. Here's what you do. You bring something that's going to really put a smile on people's faces, and that's Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It is delicious. It's made in Holland, Michigan. It's part of that Coppercraft family, so you know that it's quality, and it's a versatile spirit. You can have it any way you want. You can do shots, drink it straight up or on the rocks. You can mix it with some cola or some ginger ale. However you like your bourbon, give it a try, and you'll be a fan of Flying Ace Spirits for life. There's nothing pretentious about Flying Ace. It's just real approachable American-made whiskey for the maverick at heart. There's no gimmicks at all, and in fact, it's just $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget at all. And of course, the best part of Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon is the taste. It got hints of vanilla, ripe stone fruit. It's as smooth as it is, and it is amazing. Give it a try yourself. You're going to want to come back for more. You can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly and never drink and drive.
All right, so yesterday was Detroit Pistons Media Day. And I love Isaiah Stewart. Isaiah Stewart checks all the boxes to be a Detroit hero if this group takes off. Because almost every sports market is the same. There are minor differences. I think one thing that's unique to the Detroit sports market and our sports culture is that in our city, we elevate role players to superstar status. If you're a great role player on a winning team, I think you get treated just as well as the superstars do. And I mean, it kind of makes sense. Blue collar city, blue collar guys. We love them. We absolutely love the Drapers and the Maltbys and the Rodmans and guys that Ben Wallace, guys that excel in the non-offensive stats or roles for teams. We've always done it. And Isaiah Stewart could be that guy. He said something yesterday. The Birchie kid tweeted this out, William Birchfield from our station. When you see the Lions and how the fans are crazy and they're off to a great start, that gives us some fuel. We want to be one of them teams in Detroit too, which is awesome, and it should be the goal. But start thinking about it in the office. Before the show, I think the Pistons are so clearly the furthest away of our 4 pro teams. And it's not that I'm not encouraged, because I am encouraged. But their starting 5 might include a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, a 22-year-old, and a 34-year-old. And the first 3 players off the bench might be 22, 22, 24. Now, Monty Morris or Alec Burks or Joe Harris could break into that rotation, probably belong in that rotation. And Killian Hayes is still only 22, and I haven't even brought him up. They are so young. They are so young. I just see them as being still years away. The development of this core is, I mean, it was embryonic when this started with Cade Cunningham. And it's still incredibly young.
Yeah, look, they were a horrible team a few years ago when they had the worst record in the league. Got Cade Cunningham. I think they won 23 games his rookie season. And we thought, okay, another draft. Here comes Jaden Ivey, Jalen Duren, Bogdanovich is on this team. And with Cade Cunningham, it's going to be a nice little crew there. They should improve from 23 wins to whatever. You know, did you think they were going to get to possibly 500? Had they been a 500 team last year, they would have been one of the play-in teams. Mm-hmm. But they were not. Instead, they regressed because Cunningham was hurt. Other injuries took place, and next thing you know, they win 17 games. So this year, if they can stay healthy, and it's a big if, but you're counting on staying healthy. Cade Cunningham played the summer and to rave reviews. Jalen Duren also had some rave reviews of what he was able to accomplish. If Duren and Ivey can take a big leap from the rookie season to this year, and let's hope you should, right? They got all that playing time last year, which was one of the benefits to having an injury and having many injuries. Those guys got a ton of playing time. They got a lot of experience. They know how to work for the second year. Combined with Cade Cunningham, you feel like they can take a big leap. But is it big enough to go from 23 wins a couple years ago, 17 wins last year, to going to 41? Can they do that?
Yeah, I mean, look, can they? Yes. And I think you and I are somewhat notorious for, finding the path to success.
Yeah.
I have a harder time doing it for the Pistons than I do the Tigers or the Red Wings. I mean, aren't the Red Wings kind of expected to be a playoff team this year?
Yeah, and they had more grown-ups in the room. They finally add a big-time player in the offseason with DeBrincat, who's a big-time goal scorer. I'm expecting much better things from the Red Wings. I expect them to be a playoff team and certainly competing for that playoff spot. The Pistons, because of the nature of basketball, it's different. It's tougher. And there are different rules instituted this year. You've got a tournament in the middle of the season, which doesn't seem to make any sense to me. There are new rules and regulations when it comes to resting players. Should that benefit the Pistons? I don't know. But the other thing is the landscape. Like in baseball, the division's terrible. The Tigers were the best team in the division when it came to division play. But outside the division, they didn't hold their water, and thus Minnesota wins it by 9 games. But you feel good about what the Tigers have going forward. Here they made a big leap from last year to this year. The Pistons took a step back, but they took a step back because of injury. And I feel like we need to see Cade Cunningham playing in action again to make us revitalized about what we think this team can be. But to your point, they are such a young team.
Yep.
But they're a young team that seems to have some experience with those younger players. How does that translate? I don't know. Oscar Thompson, this guy could be amazing defensively, could be an amazing role player, but he's got offensive ability too. Going to be fun to watch him play, but like that's an extension. Like I'm just looking at Duran, Cunningham, Ivy, and Bogdanovich right now, with those 4 guys going to carry the load of the scoring and what they can do, and then everybody else as a role player, can they shut down? Can they be better defensively, which is where they need to be better to win more games?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not understand what I'm saying. It's just that I think they're the furthest away of our teams, and I'm not mad at anybody, but they've got so much talent. It's insanely young. It's insanely young.
Yeah, I feel like the Tigers are on their way. They're competing.
I think they're a good offseason away from being able to compete with the Twins for the division.
Lions, we like what the Lions are doing.
Obviously, and the Red Wings, the expectation is to get into the playoffs. I think you're right with the Pistons,
but I still have my expectation for the Pistons is to be close to a 500 team. Is it setting the bar too low to say win 30 games?
Well, that would just slightly be over the Vegas total.
King, where do you see this team going into the season?
It's going to be another rough year, I think, and because they're so young. The path you guys are looking for, try to find a path to being maybe a play-in team. The path is Cade Cunningham's just got to be a legit all-star right off the bat. Apparently, he's 100% healthy finally, and you mix in Jay and Ivy getting better, Jalen Duren getting better, the veterans of Joe Harris, Alex Burke. Those guys are shooters in this league, but Cade's the key. He's got to be a legit star because the NBA is so tough now. They've done a great job. See, this is a lot marketing as well. Every market pretty much has an all-star or a player to build around, and other teams have 2 to 3 guys, right? I mean, now you got to have a big 3 to compete. Look what the Bucks, they were one of the better teams. They had the best record in the East last year, and they went out and got Damian Lillard. How do you compete with that if you're the Pistons? The Celtics are going to be a good team. The Cavs, a couple years ago, they took this big leap, and that's where the Pistons have to get lucky a little bit. Is Darius Garland and Jared Allen were both all-stars that year. Cade Cunningham needs to be an all-star. Jalen Duren, maybe it's Jalen Duren, maybe it's Bagley, whoever, Jay and Ivy. Someone else has got to join them and kind of be like, if they want to have a really good year, and really good year, I mean like win 40 games, because they're probably going to win around 29, 30 games. And that's an improvement, but if they're not,
That's not playoff team.
That's not playoff team, though. And I don't expect a playoff team this year. There's just too big of a gap right now. I mean, you look at the teams that are not good as well, like Orlando. They got a bunch of pieces they're building around. There's a lot of teams with a lot of good players. Miami Heat went to the finals, and they were the 7th seed last year. You think that the Pistons are as good as the Miami Heat? No. So it's a lot of work, but like I said, the path is Cade Cunningham's got to be a superstar in this league.
248-539-9797. Butch, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Butch?
Fellas, how you doing today?
Great, all right, Butch.
So listen, I mean, what I've been saying is so unpopular and so crazy, but I think they're going to win about 45 games. I think the only draw against the Pistons is that they are so young. But when you tell me, I see 3 legitimate guys who can score over 18 points a game for the Pistons. And historically, when you got 3 guys that can score over 18 points a game, you win more than 30 games. So I just, based off the history of the NBA, and I think the Pistons bench is going to be a plus again. So you add that, I do think they're going to be better defensively. I think Austin Thompson is better than we think he is. And I think because of that, they'll take a leap. They'll take a bigger leap than most people think they're going to do.
Well, look, I mean, I hope you're right. And the over-under's 28.5. I remember last year the over-under came out and it was 20-something, whatever, and people were flooding, packing our phones saying, oh, they're going to go over. And they didn't.
Well, 2 years ago, they had a terrible defense that allowed 112 points a game. Last year, it got worse. They gave up 118 points a game. But where you saw the Pistons get better last year was scoring. They went from 104 to 110. Unfortunately, as they scored 6 more, they also gave up 6 more. So it's like a wash. Can they get back to, can they maintain the scoring or get a little bit better scoring with people being healthy? But can they knock that points against down below the 112 mark where they were a couple years ago?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Gator, ESPN's Power Rankings have come out.
Oh, have they?
For the National Football League.
All right.
I think more intriguing than where do the Lions rank in the NFL is where do the Lions rank in the NFC.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Because, I mean, let's face it. This is an opinion-based ranking and the competition that matters the most when you're the Detroit Lions and where we are in the context of this team and this era of Lions football. It's the competition in the NFC. I think we all feel comfortable understanding that it's not over, but we all feel comfortable on how the Lions rank with the first hurdle, which is in the NFC North. We feel comfortable that they very well could legitimately be the best team in the NFC North. A lot of football to be played, but we feel comfortable there. Where do they rank it? The next hurdle, right, is the NFC. And I think, I mean, justifiably, people would have San Francisco and Philadelphia. Both 4-0. They're supposed to be the best two teams. They're off to perfect starts. Why would you put the Lions ahead of them? Where would the Lions rank in the NFC?
Well, I would imagine that Dallas is also in that running, and just by looking at some numbers here, I mean, Dallas has scored more points and given up fewer points than the Lions. The point in Dallas's point differential, I think, does it lead the league? I think it does. They're plus 83 through 4 games in point differential. It's behind the Bills. Bills are plus 84. I would guess the Lions rank behind Dallas, so that would be
okay. Let me argue here against Dallas a little bit.
Yeah,
Dallas has played the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
Yeah, terrible.
The New York Jets.
Terrible.
The Arizona Cardinals.
Terrible.
And the New England Patriots.
Terrible.
Those teams are combined 4-12.
Who they lost to Arizona. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's terrible. But Dallas has one of the best players on defense in the league, unquestioned. They've got an offense that's put up a lot of points. I could see why Dallas be ahead, and I'm going to guess that because it's still America's team, and ESPN probably loves Dallas. I would imagine the Lions are 5th in the conference, behind San Fran, Philly. I'm sorry, 4th in the conference, behind San Fran, Philly, and Dallas.
So the Lions have played Kansas City, who's 3-1, Seattle, who's 3-1, so that's 6-2. Atlanta is 2-2, so that's 8-4. And Green Bay is 2-2. So the Lions teams are 10-6.
I think it's a better resume than Dallas. Yep. Don't get me wrong. The Lions have the better resume, but I mean Dallas is still. It's the point differential is crazy good, and again, it's about the players that they have.
Yes, I mean, if it's not about resume, I don't know how we're doing power rankings, but fair.
I don't know anybody that has power
rankings. You're right. I guess it's everybody's singular definition. So you think it's.
You're asking me where I think ESPN has it. Where I have it is probably different, but where
okay.
Because I don't.
So you go Philly and San Francisco, the two best teams in the NFC, followed by Dallas. Does Detroit rank ahead or behind Seattle? Kind of seems like you got to rank them behind Seattle.
Well, you would think you would have to because of Seattle beating Detroit head to head, and yet I'm not going to, which defies logic, I guess. They lost on a coin flip. They lost the game because of a coin flip.
So,
but I'll still have them at 4.
I would go San Francisco, Philly, Seattle, Detroit, Dallas.
So you have them at 4. It's just that you flipped Dallas and Seattle.
I'd have them behind Seattle, but definitely ahead of Dallas.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I didn't even think about Seattle. So if I were to have a mulligan on that.
Okay, go for it.
It would be San Francisco, Philadelphia.
Dallas, Seattle, Detroit.
Seattle beat Detroit, so Seattle's got the best win. Dallas, then Detroit.
Seattle, Dallas, Detroit.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
But I think that ESPN will have it.
Here's what ESPN has. San Francisco, they ranked as the number 1 team in the NFL at 4-0. Philadelphia, number 2 in the NFL at 4-0. Buffalo out of the AFC at 3. Kansas City out of the AFC at 4. At number 5, the Dallas Cowboys.
At 5?
At 5 in the NFL.
All right.
3rd in the NFC. Miami 6. Baltimore 7. Detroit 8. Tampa 9 and Seattle 10. I think they have Seattle way too low, and I think they got Dallas way too high.
So did you say Tampa?
Yeah. Tampa at 9.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, Tampa has played Minnesota, Chicago, Philly, and New Orleans.
So the one loss obviously is to Philly. So they beat New Orleans, who's awful. They beat Chicago, who's awful.
Yep.
And they, I'm guessing, narrowly beat, because every game's one-score game with the Vikings. They narrowly beat the Vikings, which is okay.
I mean, so I'm surprised they have Tampa that high.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yep. It's interesting. I mean, look, power rankings, they mean nothing, right? The Lions have it. Is it the best loss in the National Football League to have? Because Seattle's 3-1.
What would be the best loss in the National Football League?
Seattle's loss is the first week of the season against the Rams.
Might be. You know what's weird? Loss. It might be Minnesota's loss at Philly. That was a close football game. Minnesota found a way to lose.
Well, I guess I'm looking at for the better teams.
The teams that are contending.
Yeah. Because Dallas's loss is to Arizona. That's a terrible loss.
That's a bad loss.
Lions' loss is to Seattle, who's a 3-1 team.
Yep.
And a playoff team from a year ago. Tampa Bay's loss
Tampa's loss is to the Eagles, but they lost by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So.
San Francisco's not lost, and again, Seattle, their loss was.
Look, I mean, look, power rankings week 4 don't really matter, but it's just intriguing to see where the Lions fit into the top of the NFC.
Which is the better loss? Detroit to Seattle or Kansas City to Detroit? Like if you're selling your fan base, which do you feel better about?
They both lost at home. I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, in Buffalo and Dallas have terrible losses. Buffalo lost to the freaking Jets.
Yeah. And Dallas lost to Arizona. Tyler, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Hi, Tyler.
Good. Hey, I'm a Dallas fan, but I'm also, I root for the Lions. I like them to win. I just had a question for you guys. What statistical category puts the Lions above the Cowboys? You guys are mentioning NFC, that the Lions should be ahead of Cowboys.
Strength of schedule.
Strength of schedule is huge.
Yeah.
The Lions
huge, yeah, but when you break it down, third down conversions, we're at 52%. We're number 1. I think the Lions are in the middle of the pack at 38.
You played both New York teams.
And that's okay. I mean, we didn't.
And a bad Cardinals team.
To play Aaron Rodgers on the road.
Let me just ask you, do you think third down conversions is more important than strength of schedule when comparing 2 teams with the same record?
Absolutely. I think when you take the third down conversion percentages throughout the whole year, it sets your defense up, it sets your offense up to put points on the board, and that's been the problem for Dan Campbell and Lions the past couple of years.
Thanks, Tyler.
Wow, that happened. So he said that third down percentage is more important than your strength of schedule.
2 teams with the same record.
Same record.
Haven't played each other.
Nope.
How do you determine who's better?
I'm not gonna look at a schedule. I'm gonna bird dog that third down percentage.
You got to go down deep in the wormhole to find that tiebreaker.
My goodness. I mean, seriously?
What is that, like number 35 on tiebreakers if the teams have the same record, third down conversion, right?
So the Cowboys are 3-1. They beat the Giants, the Jets, and the Patriots. 3 horrible teams. And they lost to a horrible team. The Lions beat the Super Bowl champs on the road. They lost to a playoff team who's now 3-1, by the way.
Yep.
They beat Atlanta, who's no big shakes, but they were a good team when they played them, I guess, record-wise, 2-1. And then they just beat Green Bay at Green Bay, who everybody thought was a good team until the Lions beat them.
We just have a
but what did they do on third down?
Disagreement with Tyler.
What is the third down percentage?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
It's another big football weekend here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. If you're sick of the other apps, want to try something new, try the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's got odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the Sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, yes, she is Egyptian Gator, and Wheel of Fortune, my personal favorite. I love the free spins. New slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer right now for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket.
If a man wanted to argue, hey, look at points per game. Dallas scores more than Detroit. Okay.
Point differential?
Yeah, point differential.
I feel like I can build a better case for Dallas being better than Detroit than third down.
Third down conversion percentage?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Dallas has scored 124 points. It's second in the NFC behind San Francisco's 125 points.
Yep.
It's fourth in the NFL when you couple in Buffalo and Miami.
Aren't they? Hold on. They're better. What about points allowed?
Points allowed, they've been spectacular. They've given up only 41 points. But again, that goes to who you've played.
I mean, well,
it's number one in the league.
That's why we always say, actually, it's why I buy into the Lions' rush defense, because they've played 3 of the top 11 rushers through 4 weeks. So these guys are pretty good when they're not playing Detroit. And the Lions have held them in check. Pacheco, Bijan Robinson, and Kenneth Walker. The stats are stunning. The difference between those guys versus everybody else in Detroit, Pacheco, 247 yards rushing, 5.25 yards per carry against everybody but Detroit. Against Detroit, 23 yards, 2.9 yards a carry. Kenneth Walker, 240 yards, 5.1 yards per carry. Against Detroit, 43, 2.5. Bijan, 285, 6.62. Against Detroit, 33, 3.3. They're facing good competition and shutting them down. Dallas's case, Dallas has faced bad competition so far.
Oh.
Dallas could be better than Detroit. I'm not dismissing that.
I'll tell you what, let the next 4 games play out. Here's who Dallas has in the next 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Starting on Sunday Night Football at San Francisco. That's a matchup.
Mm-hmm.
The following week, at the Chargers. We know the Chargers can throw the ball.
Chargers are good.
Then they have, I think they have a bye week, and then they play again against the Rams on the 29th of October. And then the 4th game in that stretch would be at Philadelphia.
But if you were to line up and just say, what's the worst loss any team has this year? Would it be Dallas losing to Arizona?
I think it's Buffalo losing to the Jets. But Dallas losing to Arizona they're neck and neck.
Could be Chicago losing to Denver the way it happened. But yeah, I mean.
No, those are 2 bad teams. But I mean.
Yes, but they were up 28-7 late third quarter. They still found a way to lose.
But if I were to tell you that Buffalo was going to play a game against the Jets to start the season.
Yeah.
On whatever it was, Sunday night or Monday Night Football.
And Aaron Rodgers.
And Aaron Rodgers would be hurt within the first 4 plays of the game and not return.
But be fair, he did play in that game.
Yes. But gone after 4 plays.
Yeah.
I mean,
That
you'd be a
probably
fool
is
to
it.
think that the Bills would lose that game.
Dallas's loss is right up there, though. But
It's right there. But
248-539-9797. DJ is next. What's up, DJ?
And Dallas is a really good team.
What up, though, my guys? Real quick, y'all made me switch lanes real quick, but come on, guys, 70 points. Come on, 70 points. That's the worst loss. I want to say Dallas, but come on, man, 70.
You're talking about Denver giving up 70 to Miami. And
But Denver's not good and Miami is.
But 70,
it's still 70.
It's a 70 burger, yeah.
It could have been 77 very easily.
Well, they let up after 8 minutes.
Yeah, that's the worst. But I want to talk to you guys real quick because, Doug, last week I got on you when you was talking about the Tigers and you gut punched me and you owned it. You said, you know what, DJ, my bad. We ain't even talk about it, Doug, because we could move past it.
Yep.
Gator, you my dog, man. The reason why I rock with you because you're normally very, very, very logical. I identify with your inner Mr. Spock from Planet Vulcan, the way you do things, right? You have to be logical and keep it a buck, Gator. Seattle's better than us. We can't. That's how we get identified as slappies when we make up reasons or rationales to why we still think they're better. When logically we can't do that. Come on, Gator, I ride with you. Let's keep it.
No, I said, look,
he
all
said,
logic.
give me a mulligan.
Yeah, give me a mulligan. I'll go back to it. And I mean, Seattle, they meet each other head to head. The team that wins is the better team most of the time, and it's not like, look, Seattle didn't get lucky. I mean, Seattle, they put points up on the board and they beat the Lions. They deserve it.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
That's all it was. When I first saw
It hurts.
I said I rock with my man Gator because he's always logical. You got to keep it a buck, man. We can make up every reason in the world, but they beat us, and I don't like it. Pete Carroll, hopefully, now I'm going to say this lastly, hopefully we figure this out because I do think somewhere, some type of way, we're going to end up seeing them again if everything plays out in the playoffs.
We may.
I hope we figure out how Pete Carroll has our number because right now he has our number, and I hope we figure it out.
Yep. I hear you.
Well, maybe that division can keep things in check. Remember a couple of years ago, that division was the best division in football?
Yes.
And then they kind of disappeared after a while. Well, Stafford's got that thing going again with the Rams. You know, Puka Nacua is ridiculous. San Francisco's really good.
Are they? What are they on third down?
That's a great question. And Seattle's playing well right now too. So, I mean,
sure.
Do you want to see Seattle?
Do I want to see Seattle? Actually, yeah. And I
kind of want to slay that dragon, right?
Here, if you see Seattle, well, let's take a look at there because I'm trying to think in terms of the way real teams think because I'm not used to it. Let me start with that.
Real teams don't care, right?
Yeah. No,
it's play whoever's in front of you.
Yes.
We're not on the team, Doug.
Here's the thing, though, is you start thinking about, all right, Seattle's not likely to win their division, although they're only a game behind San Francisco. I'd still say San Francisco is going to win that division. So how and why would you see Seattle? Because you're looking at Seattle, San Francisco or Philly are going to be the 1 seed. I mean, it's too early to make this proclamation. So it's probably too early to project when you'd be playing Seattle. I want the Lions desperately to win the NFC North, play that home playoff game, win that home playoff game. And then it's just, all right, how good are we? Roll the dice. Let's see. And if they lose the next game on the road at Philly or San Francisco or maybe even Seattle, then it's like, well, damn it, still not there. But the clearable hurdles, that attainable goals, division championship, playoff win. That's where it kind of set the bar. And then beyond that, I'm not going to say it's gravy, but I'll feel like at least they cleared the hurdles that seemed very attainable. Because you start getting into the second round of the playoffs, anything can happen in a game.
You know, I was just thinking about this. You start looking at the standings here, and if you get to the playoffs and looking at the NFC, Lions have playoff history with Philadelphia, where they got smoked. Right? They scored a bunch of points and lost by like 20.
Yep.
They have playoff history with the Cowboys. They have playoff history with Tampa Bay, who leads the NFC South. Mm-hmm. They have history with San Francisco.
Yes.
And they have history with Seattle.
Yep.
It's a revenge tour.
Yeah.
It's a revenge tour.
So we're going to go with it?
It's a revenge tour.
Sure.
LFG.
Wait. Oh, you're saying the Lions have lost to a lot of teams in the playoffs?
Well, I'm saying Lions have lost to those teams in the playoffs, and the Lions have to get to the playoffs to lose those games. They haven't lost a lot of games in the playoffs because they haven't been in the playoffs all that much.
Yeah, well, when they do go, they lose.
They do.
Circle back to what DJ said about Gator always being logical.
Yeah,
I don't agree with that.
I don't know where that came from. All three of us, I think, looked at each other and goes, "Is he talking about the right guy?"
Yeah.
I like that he rides with me, though.
Yeah, man. I guess maybe. Does he know?
DJ's my man.
Who does he think Gator is?
I know. I think he's got him. You guys reversed.
I don't know about that, but Mo, you're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Mo.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Good.
All right, Mo.
Hey. So I'm gonna call out the Seahawks, though I do think they're probably the fourth best team in the NFC. I think at the end of the day, if Detroit can get it done against Tampa Bay and Carolina, go down to Tampa and beat them. Detroit's the number 3 seed. And honestly, if you look at the last 2 plays on that Seattle game, they missed a holding and they missed a false start. They held Aiden Hutchinson like he was, you know what I'm saying, like he was being robbed, basically, with the rollout with Geno Smith. That they would have not converted that 3rd and 7, man.
Well,
like, if you just kind of look at the footage, there's a couple missed calls even on special teams that the refs, like the last series, 4 blown calls.
I hate to
I'm not
say
making
it.
an excuse. I'm just saying.
And I don't want to even go down this rabbit hole, but probably in every close game you can do that. You can probably do it if you want to do it for Detroit's win over Kansas City. We had discussed how the bad calls didn't hurt the Lions because they really took it to Green Bay, which was great. I mean, Green Bay did something I'd never seen in the NFL before. They ran a play between the 3rd and 4th quarter for 45 yards. It was very effective. But we didn't have to freak out about it because the Lions did what they had to do to take that out of it, and that is they built a huge lead. But, hey, look, man, I mean, to be the 3rd seed, you just have to be the 3rd best division winner. And right now, based on the tiebreakers, the Lions are the 4th spot based on Tampa's conference record, but Tampa will play Detroit. And that is suddenly looming. Gil might be rewarded.
Gill might be rewarded.
Gill might be rewarded because that Tampa game could be big.
Well, yeah, if you believe in – do you believe in Tampa? Nope. So the next 4 games for the Lions, we talk about the Cowboys' 4-game stretch is rough.
Yep.
Lions are home against the Panthers. They're at Tampa. They're at Baltimore and home against the Raiders. Raiders and Panthers, not good teams. I don't believe in Tampa. Baltimore is – there's some wounds there.
Yeah, and Baltimore.
Again, revenge tour.
You think?
Well, that's 66-yard field goal still.
We swing around the country talking college football next. 97.1 The Ticket. Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand-new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you'd normally have to pay. How about that? If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now and learn more about the no-fee home loan option. It's 866-CALL-HALL, 866-CALL-HALL, or chat with them online. CallHallFirst.com. That's CallHallFirst.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to take a programming note. Usually on Tuesdays, we have Lions quarterback Jared Goff. Pushed back to Wednesdays this week. Their schedule allowed for that. This is how they wanted to do it. So we flip-flopped the NIL transfer portal live animal mascot thingy in favor of Goff tomorrow. So we moved that to today. Then, of course, we'll be discussing the NFL with the Wide Night Omaha Blitz thingy on Thursday. Also, Loser Chooser coming up on Thursday. All part of what we do week in, week out during football season. I like getting it. We're in the rhythm now. We're in the rhythm of a football season. The first couple of weeks, it's all brand new, and then you kind of get into the rhythm, and we are in a rhythm now for the football season with the two local teams in college and, of course, the Detroit Lions. So it's fun. It's a lot of fun. Best time to be doing this. Let's get to your phone calls. Kevin, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up?
I want to comment on the idea that Pete Carroll has got our number in the Seahawks. A couple things. First of all, he's a great coach. But having somebody's number, it has to be when you're comparing semi-equivalent talented teams. The Lions are just on the upswing now. So all these years where he's had our number and had a better team than our team is not really having your number. It's a better team. If you want to talk about having somebody's number, remember the Tigers when they were in their playoff peak and they would always beat the Yankees.
You there? Kevin?
Yeah.
This year.
We lost you.
And really, they lost.
Okay, here's the problem.
Game.
Here's the problem. Last year, Kevin,
right?
Last year, the Lions and Seattle were both 9-8 football teams. Pete Carroll won that game. This year, the Lions and Seattle are both 3-1 football teams. Pete Carroll won that game. They have the exact same record, and Pete Carroll has beat the Lions both times.
Yeah, but I would say to that, this year, did they win the game, Seattle? Absolutely. But also, that's the pick six game, that's the fumble game, that's the questionable fourth.
That's football.
So that game, but it went to overtime. So it's not like he's dominating us. He just got basically lucky this year.
Well, it's not at all about domination. It's about winning. Like last year, they didn't dominate the Lions last year, but they won.
Right. So let's see them in the playoffs. That's my bottom line is I'll take my chances against Seattle. I'll take our chances with the Lions this year against anybody.
I don't think any Lions fans are afraid of it. I'm just saying, looking right now, it seems like Seattle. I mean, you could go through the history. Seattle's got the Lions number.
I struggle with the premise because the premise he said, Seattle's got more talent. So what if they beat Detroit? And I'm like, well, actually,
if they have more talent,
and they have the exact same record the last 2 years.
Yeah,
They're both 12-9, 9-8 last year, 3-1 this year.
I like the Lions' talent level better.
I probably do too.
I'm a little concerned that Seattle has had their way with the Lions, that they've won.
And it might be, and you got to keep this in mind too. It might be a Pete Carroll, Geno Smith combo that Aaron Glenn struggles with. There might be something about that combination that doesn't work out. I mean, the Lions, we've been sitting here praising their pass rush the last 2 weeks, and justifiably so. They sacked. And I think, didn't they sack and pressure Geno Smith once? Or was that the only hit? Maybe it was
the only hit. And it was the sack that took place after like 12 seconds of play.
They've had, it's a crazy statistic that the Lions have pressured quarterbacks more than any other team in the NFL. By the way, I was out there and I was Mike Valenti. I said, which one of these things are most real? Like which one? We did the four things.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions lead the league in rush defense. They lead the league in QB pressures. Jared Goff leads the league in downfield passing percentage, completion percentage, and Sam Laporta has the most yards for any tight end after 4 games in the history of the NFL. I said, which one of these do you think is most real?
And he said third down conversion?
No.
No?
He said all of them. He thinks they're all real. He thinks the Lions are that good.
Wow.
Yep.
Did you ask him about the Giants game last night?
I did not.
Wow.
I'm sure
you're just going right in there with the Morton salt, just throwing it in there.
Ready to vent. I suspect that he will.
Yikes.
Maybe he's dead inside now with the Giants. You
know
how he is. Yeah. He'll just, I'm done with that team forever.
That's a
move
great
on.
point. You know what was the weird scheduling anomaly? Kang pointed this out pre-show. The Jets hosted Kansas City on Sunday Night Football, and the Giants hosted Seattle the next night, Monday Night Football, same stadium. I wonder if that's ever happened before.
I'm sure it has.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not. Because it can only happen with a few teams.
Well, it only happens on, when you have a game the next day. So Monday Night Football, how many times do the Jets or Giants play on Monday Night Football?
If the previous team plays on Sunday Night Football.
Oh, you're going night game.
Night game.
I thought you meant just the
It could happen in L.A. with the two teams sharing that stadium. Who else has shared stadiums?
I think that's it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm just trying to think of anybody else had a stadium construction deal and played their home game somewhere else. Didn't somebody play?
The Lions remember they had the one game because of snow with Buffalo, and they had the game with Minnesota because their dome collapsed or something.
Anyway, just back-to-back night games, same stadium. I don't know if that's ever happened.
Well, if anybody can do it, New York can.
Yeah. Yeah, awesome. God, those two teams. I mean, who's worse?
And they lost both games.
Yeah. Who's worse?
Between the Jets and Giants?
Yeah.
Giants.
You think?
Yeah, because the Jets showed a pulse against the Super Bowl champions. If you're a Jets fan, you're probably thinking, okay, that's a great step in the right direction, but show me more.
Yeah.
And maybe they will. And I look, because I'm a big Zach Wilson guy out of college, I'm really hoping that Aaron Rodgers sticks around because I think he is a great influence on Zach Wilson. He gives him confidence.
Yep.
He's a positive voice in his ear. And that's what I hope to see. But if that was just a one-off and then he reverts to being the guy that we've seen, then all bets are off. But the Giants, I mean, Daniel, the fact that they sank that much money into Dan Jones' contract is just ridiculous.
It is. It has nothing to do with who's better or who's worse this year. It might have to do with who's better or worse long term. But, I mean, they do play each other, so that'll be a fascinating game. A fascinating game. In the meantime, Lions expect to get some people back. We'll have practice reports and all that to get to tomorrow, and Jared Goff will join us tomorrow at 10:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Here is Rico, who's made his way in studio. What's up, my man?
Douglas Gator. How you guys doing on this fine afternoon?
Doing well, Rico.
Days like this, I envy you because you get to go and enjoy the rest of this weather. So it's pretty damn nice.
It's too hot for Doug. Doug doesn't like it. It's too hot, he says.
Well, then, Doug, maybe take off the hoodie.
Well, I'm going to when I get outside. But
it's no bad weather, Doug. It's just bad clothing decisions.
Right. Take off the hoodie and the mock turtleneck, and you'll be fine.
I'll be fine. I'll survive. It's a nice day. I would contend that it's not the perfect fall day. But
you know what? You get so few of these.
I'm
just embrace it. Yeah. Don't dress like you're doing the remake of Shaft, and you'll be okay.
Oh, yeah. I saw that.
Huh?
The remake of Shaft?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, the long trench coat and the turtleneck.
Samuel Jackson was Shaft.
Yeah.
Well, but Uncle John was Richard Roundtree.
How much for a rib?
No, that's
I'm going to get you sucker.
I'm going to get you sucker. No, this was
totally separate movie.
Yes. I don't see a lot of movies.
That was Chris Rock.
You know what? I'm going to give you credit.
Yeah.
Because most people don't know about that movie.
How much
Came
for a
out
rib?
in the 80s.
How much for a rib?
Yeah, but you know Doug.
Yeah, that's
Doug's all about the culture.
What do you got
Pour
planned
it in
coming
my
up?
hand.
What do you got
Give me a
planned?
sip.
Yeah. What do you got planned coming up next?
A little bit of a lot of things. Lions getting flexed. And, I mean, they're slowly, America's falling in love with them.
Yeah, it's weird.
They are.
Yep.
And it is weird because for the longest, you were the joke. You were a punchline. But now, I think you're probably one of the best teams in the NFC. Now, I don't know. It depends on what your third down rate is. Because that's key.
That is key.
That is the key thing.
We learn something every day.
And then we'll get to some college. I mean, Michigan, you were there, Doug. Michigan did what I think a lot of Michigan fans just wanted to see. That you wanted to feel good about the team going into halftime. We got this.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to worry. I mean, you were worried about the whole punt return thing, but.
And they did have issue on one of them.
Yeah, but
it
when
wouldn't
you're
have
up
mattered.
28-0.
Wouldn't have mattered. I mean, if you want a point of comparison, Georgia's been losing at the half, and Georgia was in a dogfight this past week.
Yeah.
There's no perfect team.
There isn't.
And there's no, you don't score every possession and force a punt every possession.
And I know people will be like, well, you know, we've done this the last few years, but deep down, I think every Michigan fan just kind of said, F yeah, that's what I need to see from this team.
I think you're correct.
And then state fans, we got to talk about it. Saturday happened, and it wasn't pretty.
Let me ask you this, because I thought State was the better team on Saturday, but they just absolutely killed them. So I just wanted to see, you thought they were the better team.
This was one where the football gods said, you know what, man, we're so sorry about Mel Tucker. How about we knock the starting quarterback out in the 5th play of the game as they're pinned on their goal line? You guys got this? No, you don't.
The answer is negative.
Well, the defensive line kept moving.
Coach, make him stop moving. It's not fair. Hey, have you heard the joke about Noah Kim? Quarterback rolls out to his right and on third down, and just nothing happens. And then you keep doing it over and over again. Definition of insanity.
No.
I know that's not respectful, Doug. and that's
It's
what you
okay.
are
No,
about.
it's no.
But you know what? Yeah. I feel bad because I realized I was still emotionally invested in this team. For the first time, I was just flat out angry.
Right.
I felt like the Tyra Banks thing where I felt walking in the locker room. I was rooting for you. And you just let us all down. Coaches, players, everybody. So, sorry.
They're wound up.
Let's see some emotion there.
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
It was another practice day today for the Lions ahead of Sunday's game against the Panthers at Ford Field. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch both missed practice today. The good news, though, Taylor Decker, Vaitai, Kirby Joseph, and Emmanuel Mosley all practiced. Jameson Williams was also available today. Detroit an 8.5-point favorite over Carolina on Sunday. Meantime, the Pistons have officially kicked off training camp in Midtown. It's the first training camp in Detroit for new head coach Monty Williams. Cade Cunningham is back and fully healthy for the start of camp, and he's very excited about the future with his new head coach. FanDuel has set the Pistons over-under win total at 27.5 for the season. They open the preseason Sunday at home against the Suns. And Tigers fans will be hearing someone different on TV broadcasts next season. Play-by-play man Matt Shepard will not return following 5 seasons. The playoffs also start today with the wild card round. The Rays host the Rangers at 3 o'clock. Blue Jays Twins is at 4:30 for Kenny. And the late games are Brewers D-backs and Phillies Marlins. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort. Arguments on the sidelines. Teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. Let me hear you shoot. What do you got?
Well, first of all, I did feel bad for you, especially when you were texting me last night. Like, man, you do get the two-piece combo. You
11
get the Saturday.
sacks. 11 sacks? How's that even possible?
Yeah.
11?
Witherspoon, pick six.
11 sacks over the course of 3 weeks means your offensive line stinks. 11 in one night.
Yeah, and the one was just like, okay, it was just a turnstile buckle. Go ahead. I don't like Daniel Jones. He owes me money. Go knock him out for me because I can't do it.
Maybe Lion fans should feel better. Maybe Seattle's just a freight train. Nah, the Giants just blow. But no, you have things you want to say about this weekend.
No, I do,
So once again, floor's yours.
I do, because I was Mike, I was upset with myself. I was upset with myself because I was angry at the end of the game, and I realized I was emotionally invested. If there was ever the Tyra Banks I was rooting for you, we were all rooting for you, that was me at the end of the game. The players, let's just be real. The Mel Tucker stuff happened. Players didn't deserve this. They were put in a bad situation. The football gods handed you this game. You're at Iowa, blackout, at night. Cade McNamara goes out of the game, 5th play of the game. They're done. They bring in Hill, the backup QB. Mike, this team is so frustrating. Noah Kim, I don't know how he won the job. He does the same things over and over again. They can't score. But okay, I get that, because in your ineptitude, Iowa is even worse. You got better stats. Their receivers dropping everything. Okay, play it safe. It's going to be a boring game. Win this damn thing 16-13 and just come home. Get a victory for the fans, for everybody who had to put up with all of this crap for the last few weeks. Nah, let's see how we can piss this thing all the way. And they did a great job at doing this. They did a fantastic job, Mike. In the end, I was so disappointed with myself because I knew what the product was, and I actually thought they could win. They could do this. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror after the game. I felt ashamed. Like, you fell for the old banana in the tailpipe. You thought this team was going to, okay, goes down, you could win this thing, man. Coach, why do you go for it on 4th and 1?
You don't want the answer.
I'm just.
Are you being rhetorical?
I'm being rhetorical,
okay,
yes.
I'll just sit here.
It's 4th and 1. Iowa can't move the ball to save their life. You have the lead. You just kick the ball. You make them punt it back to you. You try again. Basically, you just bleed the clock out. Nah, let's not do that. 3rd and 3, late in the game, it's tied. Your offensive line, 2 false starts, and you're sitting there blaming, well, the defense is moving. Yeah, that's what they're supposed to do. Is this your first day? These are 5th-year seniors, man. This season can't end fast enough, man. Margin of it.
That's the topic. See, that's what you're missing. Yeah. The topic is we need the people to be honest. We need the people to participate. I would like to know if it is legal and ethical and moral to stop watching your team. I don't want to watch Michigan State. I don't want to watch the New York Giants. David should not want to watch the Steelers, but he will because he's sick. The point is, I'd like to opt out. I'd like to know if it is acceptable to just opt out of your team.
Because so many people say, well, you're a bandwagon fan if you leave when it's bad and you come back when it's good. Here's my argument. I can't dedicate 2.5, 3 hours of my time to Michigan State. It's a horrific product. And the Giants, well, it just goes without saying. Like, I want to opt out. Betting on the games is my solace. I pick a new team. I spin the wheel and I date that team for 3 hours. Then I'm going to date another team in the 6 o'clock window. Then I'm going to date another team in Pac-12 after dark. But at least there's a point to it. I don't know how any Spartan fan goes to a game. I don't know how you watch a game. I don't know how you do it.
And then they couldn't even do that because you couldn't hit the under. You actually went over in the game.
You'll have to talk to Cookies about that. He wasn't happy. He blames me for that. I told you not to wager on this mess. No, I told you this.
I think you're fine. I did it before. The final year of John L., I was you. I just opted out the rest of the season.
Oh, yeah.
I hit the point. I was like, there's nothing good about this. This is a waste of time. It's just going to cause a lot of angst and pain. Why am I putting myself through this? As you would say, it's apple orchard time. I had to find something new to do on Saturday because this is, and I'm feeling this way now. I honestly thought, okay, maybe this is the thing because everything broke right for you. I don't want to hear, well, statistically you had more stats you lost. Again. Coaches look like the game plan. Don't know what it was. I guess they had an Etch-a-Sketch out there drawing things up. Nah, I think you're perfectly fine if you just say, this year, it never happened. This year, I'm going to wake up in a dream and find out I was in the shower. This year never happened because everything about it is just fugazi.
No,
it's
crazy. I won't watch it. It's going to take a lot for me to watch a game because I'm at the point now where it's like, all right. I mean, they're not going to win 5 or 6 games. They may not win again. They're horrible, but I just want a new coach. I just want to know who we're hiring. I mean, yeah, and that's a separate topic. We don't need to go that route. I mean,
and here's the other thing, and here's why I think it's cathartic. I think it's great for anybody who wants to opt out. Mike, they have 3 more primetime games.
I know
3 more games. That will be shown to the world.
Oh yeah, no, the Michigan game. This will be the first Michigan game since 2006.
Michigan,
I just won't partake.
Ohio State, Penn State. You got 3 more primetime games.
Ohio State is easy to not partake. They lose by 50 every year they play OSU.
I understand.
That's easy. The Michigan game, though, unthinkable that I won't watch that game. I'll be honest with you. I got no interest. They'll be 30-point underdogs. They're terrible. Yeah. And by that point, they will have quit. And Michigan's going to come in and drop a bomb on them, which I hope you do. Believe me, I ain't asking for any sympathy. I'm just telling you. Oh, and then Rico's blessed. Let's give away a home game for Ford Field. I can't wait to see that robust crowd.
Yeah, what does it matter if the game was played at Spartan Stadium or Ford Field? It's going to be nothing but Penn State fans there anyway. Yeah. It wouldn't be sold out. So you know what? I'd rather see Penn State fans at Ford Field than an empty Spartan Stadium and just further embarrassing yourself.
I like the full embarrassment, I think. I think I'm just at a point
You embrace pain a lot better than a lot of people do.
Yeah, I want the embarrassment. No, you know what I want? I want Michigan to go up there and win by 100. So all the stupid donors and all these political insiders, the people that ruin Michigan State, I want them to see it. Like, it's almost like in a movie when someone gets killed in front of you, and it's like on a hostage situation.
Frank Lucas?
Yeah. I want Frank Lucas to get up from breakfast, pop somebody, and show his family what business is. I hope Michigan is Frank Lucas, and I hope they paint the walls of that stadium in blood because Michigan State needs to wake up. See, the problem is a lot of the fans, a lot of the conversations I'm having, well, we need to have a coach who does it the right way. Do we?
Don't even get me started.
Do we?
Don't get me started.
So if you're asking me what I'm rooting for, honestly, I hope they lose every game by 1,000.
You rooting for chaos. You rooting for Armageddon.
Because I want this.
David, it's going to be 4 horsemen just riding through the stadium.
Yeah. Because people up there need a reality check. They don't realize how close they are to being Indiana. They don't realize how fast the sport is moving. You either embrace NIL and embrace scumbaggery, or you're going to lose a hell of a lot of games. Period. Amen. Hallelujah. So if I'm just at a point with them. I don't know how you donate time. I don't. This weekend they're on bye. Super. Next weekend I got a wedding. Out. The Michigan game, I'll work that day. I'm leaving. I ain't doing that. To hell with that mess. I could see my team lose by 50 in the comfort of my own home.
Well, if you time it right, you will miss at least half the game on the road.
Excellent. I'll make sure I miss all of it. What are we doing in Ishpeming? I don't know.
Made a wrong turn, but that's okay.
We're in Bad Axe. I'll figure it out.
Who's up for Orchards?
I would love to know how people are going to handle the rest of this fall. If you're a Spartan fan, have you fully opted out? Or are we just bad fans?
I think that if you're a Spartan fan, it pretty much has become this season means nothing. You're waiting to see what the future
Yeah, I just
brings.
need a coach.
Yeah. Where you're going to go, what's next, and that'll tell you how much investment that you should have.
I also think it's easier to leave because you have the Lions. If you're a Spartan fan and a Lion fan,
it helps.
All you do is opt out on Saturdays because Sunday's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, it's probably the first time in a long time that you've had another option.
What do you do if you're me?
Lions. Playoffs.
Okay.
You're down there. You and Kenny. Tuxedo.
I mean, I'm excited about the possibility of that.
Aren't you guys going to play the Jets?
Who?
Giants? Do the Giants play the Jets?
I don't know. We'd lose. It wouldn't matter. We can't block anybody.
You're not going to lose to the Jets.
Okay. 248-539-9797. I would love to know where the people are at with it. When is it acceptable to bail? Because I think if you're a Spartan fan, you've got a green pass. No pun intended. Rico, sell them.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Unlike the team up the road in East Lansing, we don't judge you if you go to Planet Fitness. Why? Because Planet Fitness is all about you. It's a squeaky clean gym, tons of exercise equipment. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes with the 30-minute circuit. And all members get a free fitness trainer as well. You get all of this. Get this, $1 down, $10 a month with absolutely no commitment. That's right. Now through October 13th, $1 down, $10 a month. You get no commitment to join Planet Fitness. And if you're looking for new equipment, you can go to a lot of places. You go to Dearborn at Ford Road, Taylor and Telegraph Road, Belleville, Oak Park, Southfield, Royal Oak. So what does this mean? It means that a lot of the Planet Fitnesses around you have upgraded their equipment. So what are you waiting for? Head over to the website, go to planetfitness.com, or simply walk into any Planet Fitness to start your membership today.
All right, if you're looking to watch football, Stadium Swim, Las Vegas, located at Circa Resort and Casino, the best spot. And certainly the best spot to watch a Spartan game, because you could just go underwater every third down and come up and you won't have the ball anymore because they will have punted. Look, one of the 6 pools, 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive ineptitude of your offense and the horrible offensive line play. It's Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, the eternal debate. Rico's hit the end of the Rainbow Road. It's over. Saturday night, Rico's emotions got the best of him. He actually cared.
God, I'm so disappointed.
He wants to opt out. I'm opting out of all football that's not Lions or gambling related. I can't do it. Between Michigan State on Saturday and the Giants giving up 11 sacks last night, I would like to know when it's acceptable to opt out. Or are Rico and I bad fans? If you're a Spartan fan, give me one reason to watch.
I mean, I
would love to know.
Yeah, I'm so disappointed because I really wanted it for everything that was going on. I thought that would be a nice gift, guys. Look, I don't expect much for this season. At this point, for my original expectations, if you could just do 6-6, fine. It was a horrible season. I'll accept it. This, you know what? You don't even care. You guys don't even want this. So if you don't want it, why should I care for you to want it? That's how I felt.
Let's see what people have to say. We got the ticket text coming in. And again, if you have some grand rationale why it's bad to check out, I'd love to hear it. But this whole idea of, it makes you a fair weather fan. Let me ask you a question. If a product ceases to entertain you, if a product only upsets you, and if a product basically is hopeless, why would you still take 3 hours to buy that product?
Yeah, because I would put it like this, Mike, since you are a great cook and burrito roller. But no, if a restaurant is constantly serving you bad food and you know that the chef is fired, you know what? I'm going to wait till you get a new chef before I come back to this restaurant. Because I don't like what this chef is cooking. So bring in a new chef and then I'll come back. Unless you want to take over, Mike.
I'm all set.
You got skills, my brother.
I know, but I can't. I sure as hell can't fix my teams. David, what do you got?
Yes, you can stop watching. Just because it's your favorite team doesn't mean you have to keep watching bad ball. After Michigan lost to MSU in 2020, I didn't watch another minute of that season. It's perfectly acceptable to stop watching your team when they are terrible. Frankly, the team doesn't care either. Ben in Kalamazoo.
The idea that MSU has more primetime games. Listen, I'll watch other prime. I can't keep doing it with this team.
3 more.
Can't do it.
Someone's saying, hey, Mike, I got a perfect solution for you. I am a Bills fan. Just came back from a great game. How about you join the Mafia?
Bills Mafia? I wish I could change
what,
the name of my teams, but you can't do it.
Mike, what if I offered you a seat at the privilege table? Would you come over?
No, Niners? No.
For a year?
No.
For 1 year.
You can't.
Come on.
No. You know what? I have something for you on that scumbag team of yours, but we'll get to it later. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Rob to lead things off today. Hello, Rob.
If you're going to be joining any fan base, it's going to be down in South Bend, Mike. It has to be. Bills Mafia
Irish.
in Northern New York, give me a break.
I
In
know.
Buffalo, you even said it's the worst city in the country.
Oh, Rob.
Well, he said Tallahassee. I mean, not Tallahassee, but Jacksonville.
Rob, the 4-8 year for Brian Kelly. Did you check out, or were you there till the bitter end?
There to the bitter end, but the only reason why is because I knew he was going to be making those wholesale changes like we wanted Coach D to do for a long time. And real quick, Rico, you say Jacksonville. I don't know why, but I'm going to be down there in 2 weeks for the cocktail party. I hope that it's not as bad as what you say it is.
Well, you're going Florida, Georgia?
Cocktail party, first time ever, Mike.
Oh, beautiful. Good for you. I'm trying to.
They changed the name of that, though, right? It's not called the cocktail party.
Yeah.
PC reason.
Tots and pears. Yeah. So, no, Rob, I got to tell you, I'm starting to try to plan a trip for mid-November. We got a weird day game where, like, the Wings are in Sweden, so, like, we're not on. And I'm like, all right, I got to zip out that weekend and find a college football game.
And I'm starting to say
Notre Dame, Clemson.
Rob is leading a really charmed life. Like every week, you're going somewhere, buddy. I'm a little jealous. Keep living that best life.
I wanted to get to Michigan State, but Mike, one thing you said yesterday that I still am flabbergasted about. You said Graham Mertz was the best transfer portal. You said he's the best transfer.
No, he's completing the highest percentage of his passes. That's all.
Sam Hartman. And
Sam Hartman's a better player, Rob. I was saying of the guys who hit the portal, he's completing like 75% of his. Yeah, now they're all 4-yard passes.
So it's basically like
I lost
MSU.
sleep over that, Mike.
Oh, it's all right,
I lost
man.
sleep over that comment. Hey,
It's okay. It's okay. Everything's all right. It's okay.
One thing Michigan State fans can do is just dial back the expectations, and they need to keep their tickets for the U of M game, and they have to show up for that game, because if there's anything that's going to save this season for the Spartans, it's beating Michigan somehow, some way.
Rob, I'm just going to let you know right now, that's I know people who are literally about to take pennies on the dollar. They're just trying to get rid of their tickets. So.
Yeah, you want no part of it. There's no point. To what? Go, lose by 50, then you're surrounded by people you don't want to be around. I don't begrudge anybody selling their tickets. Now, if it's a big game, go back to 2021, and it's a top 10 matchup and you sell your tickets, well, you're a POS.
Yeah, you just want
but this? Oh, God, there's no reason to be there. There's not even a shred of hope.
No, because your hope, you lost it. If you were to beat Iowa and then maybe you take the bye week, you beat Rutgers, you're thinking to yourself, we'll put up a fight. I don't expect anything.
Noah Kim. Could he start in the MAC? 248. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Hi, Chris. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Hi, Chris.
Good. Well, guys, I think you shouldn't be a fair weather fan, because I grew up in New England, and when I was a kid, New England sucked for years and years and years, and finally they made it to the Super Bowl. It made it that much sweeter when they did. I never gave up on them. They were 2-14 every year. So it doesn't matter. Michigan State's not that bad.
Oh, have you watched us?
They're not doing. Yeah, I have, but I mean, they're not 2-14.
No,
they're not like that.
Chris,
about to be
Chris,
2-10.
Chris, that's the problem. Is that for the last two games they probably should have won, and they are their own worst enemy. You're right. That's what makes it so frustrating.
Yeah, if you stick with them, it'll be that much sweeter when they start winning again.
Yeah, Chris, I got to listen. You're not wrong with the theory. I just think as I get older in life, I don't have patience for it. When I was younger, I lived and died with all of it.
You know what, Mike? Maybe instead of hitting the port, maybe we just call it the fan IR, where you're out for the year. You just are emotionally on the IR list.
Yes,
you're still there, but you know what? You'll get nothing from me for this year. Fan IR.
Yes.
Portal means you're leaving. Fan IR means I'm still a member of the team.
I mean, I want to leave. Rob's right. I mean, Notre Dame, what a great existence.
I like the stadium. Love the fans.
What weekend they play Clemson? When did you see Will Smith? I could pull that off. Is that the weekend of November 16th?
Hold on, let me see.
I'd love to know.
It is November 4th.
Nope, that's not the week. That's Breeders' Cup weekend. You can't ask me to go to South Bend that weekend. But like mid-November, I know Army's at home against Coastal, so I could get out because I think MSU's playing Indiana or something that weekend. I have no interest in that. I don't know. Georgia's playing at Tennessee. I could try to pull that off.
See, but let me ask you this: you don't ever have a tendency when you're watching another game, saying you're opting out, you're watching another game, and you see the bottom third. And a score comes across, Michigan State this or whatever, you don't have a tendency to say, well, how did that happen? And go look.
David, I'm not saying that it's this 100%, 0%
but you're not turning the game on.
But even the other night, I found myself watching more of LSU and Ole Miss in the conclusion phase than MSU Iowa stumbling, bumbling, and fumbling.
And what happened with me watching the game, David, it reminded me when Michigan State took on Michigan in 2020. I didn't expect State to win. And then, okay, you know what? They're hanging around. And it was halftime. And I'm watching it with you because I had planned on leaving. I'm like, oh, Mike,
they're actually in this.
They may be able to win this thing. And that's what I was feeling with Iowa. Like, well, maybe this is what you need to at least feel better about yourself, and you just totally let everybody down.
Yes, David. No. 248-539-9797. We will get more of the people. We have to talk University of Michigan. I think there's only one team in America you can't beat. I'd like to know where you're at with it. We'll get to the lines a little later as well. 97.1. All right. Well, here's a uplifting segue. There were over 310,000 motor vehicle accidents in Michigan each year. Unfortunately, that number's on the rise. With everyone having a smartphone, distracted driving is a huge problem. Guys, bottom line, you need affordable life insurance. Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. He'll help you find a plan that not only covers your family's needs, but is affordable. National Benefit Plan shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And the best part, you don't deal with a phone jockey 6 states over. You're dealing with a real human being. Longer you wait, possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200, or go on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, we'll get back to your calls in a minute. Let's go around football, college and pro. I've got the weekend report for you. It's a little more off-brand than a football today. It's a little weirder, a little more incendiary. Let's hit the music. did you meet Will Smith? All right, weekend report is here. I want to tell you it is unequivocal. James Franklin cares about gamblers. Rico, I need you to help me whether this was delightful or douchey. James Franklin with 2 minutes left, needing a touchdown to cover as a 26.5-point favorite. He decided, I'm going to go fake kneel down with a backup QB and launch a bomb to cover the number at Northwestern. Is that delightful or douchey? Because you know where I'm at.
It's delightful for you, Mike, because as you say, good teams win, great teams cover.
And great coaches care about their boosters who are betting on alma mater. The more you cover as a coach, the friendlier people are going to be to you. That's my theory.
I would rather you just come out and say, yeah, I knew what I was doing, instead of the whole, oh, shucks.
One time I want a coach to come out and say, you know what? I know our alums, and I know what bet they made today. Yeah. That was for you.
Yeah, to look at the camera and point and say, guys, that was for you. And those you know.
What trouble would a coach get into for covering the number?
Oh, my God.
Come on.
He would probably get canceled.
Why?
Because
I coach Penn State. I'm laying 26.5. I care about my boosters.
Mike, you would get canceled because then people would say, well, what about all the people with the gambling addiction, blah, 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 and you don't care about the people.
Cutscene, all gambling commercials during commercial breaks on the network your team's playing.
I understand, but then it's like, oh, you know, what are you throwing games? Yeah.
No, I'm covering games.
I would love to see a coach just wink at the camera and say, for those who needed that last touchdown was for you.
Well, if that's going to cancel James Franklin, then you'd have to explain how this man's not canceled. I give you malpractice 101. Brandon Staley done did it again. A week ago, he went for it. Inside his own 30. Under 2 minutes. On 4th and 1. No good reason. The Vikings let him off the hook. Rico, he came back and did it again this week. Only for the Raiders to go full Raiders. I ask you, is this a cry for help and a man trying to get fired, or just the dumbest human on earth?
I think both things can be true.
All righty.
Because you're allowed to make a mistake once. You can't make it again. And when you want to see him win, I guess the Chargers are like, okay, you know what? Our coach is an idiot. So we just got to go out here and win this game again because this man is incompetent to being coach. He's going to get fired, but it does really look like he doesn't want the job anymore. And he's trying to figure out, man, that didn't work again. What can I do next week?
Will they eventually let me leave?
What are you going to do next week, Brandon?
2 points of no return in the weekend report. One is this. If your team was up 35-7 in the late stages of the third quarter, only to give up the last 33 points of the game to lose, there's no coming back from that. Unfortunately, that was Central Florida, and the team that came back to beat them was Baylor. Rico, you're up 35-7 late third quarter. Your team loses a game. Are you opting out? Is there any coming back from that as a fan?
No. No, it's not. It's heartbreaking. Because that's, Mike, most fans probably left to beat traffic.
Up 35-7.
And then you click on the radio just to hear what the final score is, and you look at each other and say, what happened? Followed with some expletives in between there.
Let me give you the point of no return number 2. This is not a hot take. I mean this. It's Bill Belichick. It's over, Rico. The Patriots, they're not athletic. They're not talented. They don't have a quarterback. And his defensive genius is getting shredded on a week-by-week basis. You can go look at the Miami game, look at the Dallas game. I'm being serious with you. Doesn't Robert Kraft have to have the conversation with Bill Belichick? Mm-hmm. It's over, right?
Yeah, I think that the come to Jesus moment was him physically rubbing his face on camera where he just looked lost, like, where's Tom? What happened? This used to be so easy. The game passed him by. It literally went right past him, and he has no clue what to do. Mike, if you're Robert Kraft, if you're New England, it's painful because you want to keep the fond memories. You want to remember the good times, but you keep giving us this garbage. He should have been fired last year when he made Matt Patricia the offensive coordinator.
I want to deliver a shout out on the weekend report. We don't do this very often, but I'd like to say hello buddy. I'd like to say hello to John Gordon, who has a very important place in football history. Do you know who John Gordon
No.
is? Do you know what John Gordon invented?
See the guy with the Green Bay logo, right?
Yep. And he's dead. Died at 83 today. But he invented the Packers logo.
Oh, wow. Shout out. R.I.P., man.
Shout out John Gordon. Thanks for the G. All right. How about an Eberflus? Do you know what an Eberflus is? That's actually German for functioning idiot. Matt Eberflus, the coach of the Bears. Tie game at 28 after you've blown a 28-7 lead. You have 4th and 1 deep in Broncos territory with about 1:50 to go. Why are we going for it and not kicking the field goal to take the lead there, Matty? Hello, Matty. Anyone home?
Matty feels like I got nothing to lose.
Bears kill a timeout. Come back out on the field. They didn't think better of it. They still go for it. They get stoned. Broncos go down the field. They win the game. Rico Beard. How do you not kick the field goal?
You're supposed to, Mike, but when you're the Bears and everything is going wrong for you, you are now like that degenerate gambler. You hope that the next roll of the dice will change everything for you, knowing I probably should quit right now, but no, my life will change on this next roll. He shouldn't have. You kick the field goal, and then you just play defense. The bad thing is, Fields actually had a good game, and you just threw it all away. Yeah. You threw it all away.
No to that? Okay. Sorry, I was giving Rico just a submission there. Just something written. Hey, real quick, David, signs you're privileged. Episode 1. Rico Beard, can you name the date and team the Niners last lost a regular season game to?
No.
If it takes you that long, you're privileged. You're privileged. He doesn't remember the date or the team his team last lost to.
It was, 12 regular season games?
Privilege. Now your homework assignment, you go look up the last time you felt pain.
Somebody in the NFL?
Privilege. Let me move along. Shout out to Pat Mahomes. Brilliant or BS, people. Mahomes scrambling has a surefire touchdown to ice the Jets. And you know what he said? No. Because I care about my teammates and I care about those who bet the Jets getting 9.5. Mahomes slid down in bounds. Kneel, we're leaving. Versus if he scored like that selfish SOB on Oregon the night they played Texas Tech, your defense would have to play 8, 9, 10 more snaps.
No.
Pat Mahomes is a brilliant man. I just want to say that.
No, because unlike James Franklin, Patrick Mahomes hates you. I could have made sure that the Chiefs covered. And everybody out there who had us in a parlay to cover, that's for you. No, he stood up and might as well just put the middle fingers up in the air and said, ha, yeah, Taylor Swift that. Oh, by the way,
yes.
Speaking of Mahomes, that's who they last lost to, the Niners.
What week? What was the date on that?
It was October 23rd.
This man's going on a full calendar year almost.
44-23. I remember because I was just like, wow, maybe they're not ready for the Super Bowl yet.
Yes, David.
That hurts.
Privilege. It's ridiculous.
And I leave you with this question on the Weekend Report, and it's an over-under for Rico Beard. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Over or under 6 Harlan Barnett score on the Wonderlic.
Not fair. Nope.
And that is the Weekend Report. Time to get off the sidelines. Moran Buick GMC. Your schedule's absolutely packed this fall. If you've got youth sports going on, your time is spoken for. Maybe, just maybe, the new Enclave from Buick, seats up to 7, could help you out. The Sierra 1500 elevation 4x4, $277 a month. Maybe that's more your speed. Moran, new stock arriving daily. An easy online ordering system, MoranExpress.com. It gets no better. And No matter what, you're always going to get the best price period. Stop and see them. They're on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get your calls because, hey, we're trying to find out when it's okay to tap out on your team. If you are a Spartan fan, I don't know how the hell you watch a minute the rest of the year. That includes the U of M game. There's nothing to watch. It's a double dip for me. Between the Spartans and Giants, I got to opt out. We're going to get to Michigan in a little bit. We'll take your phone calls here. Also, David, if you can, for On the Board, get us a line for that Lawrence Tech Concordia matchup I just heard on a commercial. Get a line for that?
No, but it's a great stadium.
Could you imagine?
It's a great stadium, Mike. You need to
Can you
go.
imagine if I called up FanDuel's risk assessment team? Fellas, need a line on Lawrence Tech Concordia. What do you got for me? You think they could generate that? Like as a special promotion for people?
For you? Yeah. They'd move mountains for you.
What conference does Lawrence Tech play in? What is that? Is it D3?
I think it is.
All right, so they're at least Division 3.
Yeah.
They're like Mount Union.
Or, yeah. So yeah,
What's the David? What's the conference?
That's what I'm looking up here, trying to get standings.
What is it, like the GLIAC? What are we in? What's the story? We should get a line for this game. We should put it on the board. Are you going to be at that game as one of the venerable teachers?
You know what? MSU off? Yeah. I'm going to go to the game. Homecoming.
You got to bet it then. You have to show up with a bet.
I mean, you could bet it, but you're probably not doing it legally. Somebody wants to vig.
Rico, why are you at City Airport right now? Don't worry about it.
Oh, boy.
All right.
How do you speak Costa Rican?
Okay, then. Let's go on the board to handle our business. We'll get to the callers momentarily. Well, there was no way I was going to finish 5-1 in the NFL, so naturally we had to tank last night's game. Terrible pick, but a 5-2 week is still really good. Look, I'll be honest with you. The games for me, I've already identified a couple I like. I'm going to give them to you tomorrow, Thursday, for the weekend. I wanted to just see if as a show we could have a consensus for baseball. The playoffs are starting today. Baseball does present options to bet underdogs at really nice rates. The American League seemingly is wide open. I was just going to ask a question. Is there any interest in Jordan Montgomery and the Rangers plus 135 against Tyler Glasnow and the Rays? Anything. I'm not going to give you a football game for Saturday. It's too early in the week. Kenny, baseballologist? No.
You're looking at the wrong game, Michael.
What's the game?
Blue Jays.
Blue Jays.
There
Plus
we
108.
go.
Kevin Gausman on the bump.
But you're a Blue Jays fan.
That is correct. Both things can be true. And if you parlay Bo Bichette with an anytime hit, it's like plus 150. So that's what I'm doing. Because if the Blue Jays are winning, Bo's hitting.
He just did two rhymes in the same pick.
He's a poet and he doesn't know it.
Oh, that's three. All right. Kenny likes the Jays plus a Bo Bichette deal. Kenny, do me a favor while Rico's giving a pick. What are the Diamondbacks money line plus Corbin Carroll to steal a base? Put those two together. Just for fun. I'll come to you in a minute. What do you have, Rico?
Mike, I don't know if I have anything, but if you bless this, and I'll give it to the people as an early college football, you talked about the whole Bama A&M thing. And, you know, Bama's only favored by 2.5 points at Texas A&M. Now, is this one where you just take Texas A&M and the points?
Yes.
Or do you think A&M can win the game?
No, that's the rat line of the week. Okay. I think you take A&M. I mean, listen, I don't think there's a fall off at quarterback from Wiegman to Max Johnson. They have running backs. They've got explosive receivers with Stewart and Muhammad. And my issue with Bama is you got to go on the road, 3:30 kick at Kyle Field with no passing game. You have no passing game. And A&M should be able to hold up front. I don't love this game, but if you're asking me, Mike, I need you to pick a side there, I would just take A&M based on what the number's telling you. Okay. To me, it's very similar to Kentucky and Florida. The number tells you a lot.
Because I didn't know, because I'm like, okay, because if not, Texas A&M is a plus 112 to just flat out win the game.
Take your points, hashtag college kickers. Okay. Kenny, do you have the Baby Snakes delight?
You said the Diamondbacks and Corbin Carroll to record a stolen base?
Yes.
Plus 509. That's pretty good.
I mean, come on now. That. The problem is, what do they got? That Brendan Pfaff kid or whatever his name is on the mound today against Corbin Burns?
Ooh.
Come on.
Yuck.
Come on.
I like my Blue Jays parlay a little bit better.
Because if Pfaff is dealing and...
I'm sorry, who?
Corbin Carroll is stealing. I'm trying to do your rhyming routine.
The rhyme thing.
I don't have anything. I have plenty of games for football. David, what do you have? Pfaff. Brandon Pfaff.
Sorry, I have to warm myself up. I'm freezing in this room here. Kenny's freezing me out. So I want to know your thoughts on this, looking ahead in the college football slate for this weekend.
Yes.
We know how bad the LSU defense is.
Outside the top 100 in every meaningful metric, gave up over 700 yards to Ole Miss last week.
Well, they have Missouri this weekend, and Missouri is top 240 in total yards, plus 6.5 Missouri.
Let me give you a name. And I don't know if you can get the player props this early, but I want to introduce you to a man known as Luther Burden. And good old Lute, as his friends call him, and him and I go way back. He is a wide receiver revelation at Missouri. Why is that relevant? Because LSU can't cover a dead man. You may find some value in good old Lute.
You know what?
Luther Burden.
We'll bring that back on Friday when the anytime touchdowns pop in.
Missouri's getting 6.5. I don't have a read on it yet. I don't love it. I just know early everyone's betting Missouri. I think what's interesting is the other side of that game. Ole Miss in a letdown spot. Everyone's told you how pretty you are all week. You got a little sleepy spot here with Arkansas coming in, getting 11.5.
Oh, little Arkansas.
Arkansas. But David, look up some Luther Burden stuff. Kenny. Pfaft. Plus
Pfaft.
Corbin Carroll. Plus 5-0. Man.
We could add some Pfaft alternate strikeout totals if you want to do
No,
that.
no,
I don't.
Let's get crazy.
Mike, I don't know if this is one of your cash your ticket specials.
Outrageous.
But since we're asking questions,
yeah,
Colorado 4.5 point favorites at Arizona
State. Arizona State all day. Colorado is not in a position to be favored over anyone rest of the way. 248-539-9797. That is on the board. All right, NFL. It'll be back Thursday, sort of, with Bears and Commanders. Bottom line, FanDuel Sportsbook, the only way to play. 3-leg same-game parlay on this week's Bears-Commanders game. You fall a leg short, no problem. You get the bonuses back. So whether it's Fields passing yards or Sam Howell anytime touchdowns, piece it together, figure it out, make the game watchable one way or the other. Visit FanDuel.com/ticket and don't miss your chance to get that no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. It's FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. Refund issued. Now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117.
The Lions were missing some firepower at practice today. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch were both sidelined. There was some good news, though. Taylor Decker, Vaitai, Kirby Joseph, Julian Aquara, and Emmanuel Mosley did all suit up. Jameson Williams also returned today. The Lions 8.5-point favorites over Carolina coming up on Sunday. The Wolverines are playing in primetime on Saturday night when they travel to Minnesota. Running back Blake Corum joined Stoney and Jansen this morning. We asked him about that road test and also how he's been performing this year so far. The Wolverines are 19.5-point favorites. That's according to FanDuel. Meantime, the Spartans are on a bye this week. The Tigers will have a different voice on TV broadcasts coming up next season. Play-by-play man Matt Shepard will not return following 5 seasons. The playoffs start today with the wild card round. The Rays host the Rangers right now at 3 o'clock. Blue Jays Twins is at 4:30. The late games are Brewers D-backs and Phillies Marlins. And the Red Wings continue their preseason action tonight against the Blackhawks in Chicago. That puck drop at 8:30. The pregame show with Jeff Rieger at 8:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mm-hmm. 3 o'clock on a college football Tuesday. So it's kind of both ends of the spectrum. We led with Michigan State, which is, I would like to know if you are accepting of people just saying, no more. I'm opting out. I don't need this. The product is horrific. They're not going to win 6 games. That game Saturday night was a clown show. Harlan Barnett might be dumber than Tucker. And it's not worth our time. But see, the other end of the spectrum, and we want to welcome Wolverines to the conversation, is this. Now that we're in the month of October, and at least we've gotten some data, some semblance of an idea of what we think these teams are, I wanted to know what you think of your team. And I grade it like this. Very few teams in America say, hey, we can beat everybody. That's really hard to say that. Most years in the last 10 or 15 years, you go, look, we could beat everybody, but probably not Bama. Or we could beat everybody but these couple teams. Here's where I'm at with Michigan. I think there's one team you can't beat. One. Doesn't mean I'd pick you to beat others, but you can do it. In years prior, I thought, hey, you couldn't beat Georgia. You couldn't beat Bama. You weren't going to beat a handful of teams, but it was a handful. Rico, I really think there's only one team. If you put Michigan on the football field with them, I would tell you they got no shot to beat them.
Just one?
Just one.
I got 2. Texas.
Texas is the most complete team in America.
They are.
They got the quarterback play, the NFL wide receivers, the offensive line, the defensive line, the NFL talent, the schemes, the aggression, the whole bit. They got it all. Texas is back. I don't think Georgia's special. I don't think FSU is as well put together as we thought early. LSU win doesn't look as good.
No, they're not. But the thing, I would put 2 teams, Mike, only because LSU's wide receivers, and I would just wonder what the Michigan secondary, how they would handle all of those wide receivers going out at the same time. That would be problematic for you. So, but yeah, not that many teams. You're right. That game that they played against Nebraska, that I think deep down, that's the game that every Wolverine was waiting to see. That was a game where you could watch something else at halftime. You were in total control. You didn't have to sweat it out. You weren't worrying. What the hell is wrong with us? Why is this taking us so long to pull away? You went out there from the opening kick.
I've waited since week 1 for that game.
Yeah.
And they were great. Now, my question is, what do you make of your team? It's October 3rd. Do you believe you're the number one team in America? Do you believe you could tackle the boogeyman, right? You got the Georgia clock in your locker room. You think you could get Georgia? Do you think I'm crazy for saying you couldn't get Texas? Is there another team out there that scares you? Look, it's an open-ended topic of just trying to gain a sense what you think of your team. You've played arguably the worst schedule in America. You've played no one. You will play no one. But how you play at least gives us a window into your perceived capabilities. How you played Saturday was that of a top 5 team, was that of a national championship caliber team. You went on the road and ended that football game in about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That was impressive. I don't care who you play. But I'd like to know where you're at. You've gotten a chance to see Ohio State, to see Penn State, to maybe watch some of these other teams I'm talking about. Where do you stack up with them? And if you guys just understand, I have no problem if you call up and tell me, Mike, I think we could beat anybody in America. Cool. Because I'm not going to put up that big of a fight. It's more just getting a sense what you think, knowing your team has played no one.
Because I look at this team, man, and you're right. You're able to control the ball. You're able, especially if you can get Corum going, you slow the game down, you don't let the other team score as many points. As I told you, I look at the secondary, and it's not a vintage Michigan secondary. So teams with good wide receivers, I think, would give them problems. A game that I would love to see is, if Michigan and Washington played on a neutral site, that would be a fun game to watch, because it truly would be, if Michigan can control the ball, they would win. You get into a shootout with Washington, then the Huskies win. But it would be so fun to watch. But it's not too many teams. You played, because last week, Mike, I was sitting there thinking, well, if you play USC, if Michigan played USC, they would beat them. They would just control the rock. USC can't play a lick of defense.
USC's defense stinks.
Blake Corum, this is the game where Blake Corum would look like a Heisman Trophy candidate, because if you don't rush him for 200-plus yards in that game, then I don't know why he came back to Michigan. But, yeah, I watched that game, and I finally said, this is what I've been waiting to see for a long time. This is a team that looks like they've learned their lesson from the past few years, and they're going to be ready for the college football playoffs.
248-539-9797. It's not that complex a question. What do you think of your team? You want to call in? You want to say you're going to beat every team by 50? Do what you got to do. But I'd also remind yourself you've played no one. And anytime you do play someone in the playoff or in these bowl games, you lose. So really think about it. But look, Bama's not that scary to me. I think you could beat Bama. I think the game against Georgia would be a war, but I think it's possible for the first time in a couple of years. I don't think you could have beaten them last year, and certainly couldn't have the year prior. As Rico put it, USC has a fatal flaw. Their defense is horrible. Mm-hmm. Is Washington really that team? I think Texas is. I've been saying that since preseason. I have no reason to change. They went to Tuscaloosa and depants Saban. They've been very businesslike the last 2 weeks. You go to a rival and assassinate them 38-6. Then you go out last week. You got a ranked team. It's a look-ahead spot to the OU game. They dropped a bomb on Kansas. They have all the earmarkings of being real. So I don't think it's unfounded for me to say, no, you're not. I don't think you could beat them.
Yeah, but the thing I did like about your team, David, I've often said, the really good teams make bad teams look bad. You went on the road for the first time in like 100-degree weather in Nebraska, and that was it. They were done. Their fans were already headed to the gates by halftime, knowing we have no shot at winning this game. You covered for the first time. Like, you made a bad team look bad. You never let them thought that they had a chance to beat you. Man, I've been waiting to see that. And then for every Michigan fan who gets angry at me saying, well, you don't rank them high enough because you haven't shown me anything. Last week, you finally did. I don't care that it was Nebraska. You annihilated them. That was the special thing about that.
See, here's the thing about Michigan. I think right now there are 2 teams that we can't beat. That would be Florida State, and that would be Texas. Texas for sure. Florida State is because I don't trust Michigan's secondary. That's what it is. I don't trust Michigan's secondary yet, and I think Florida State's receivers are really good.
Well, David, I'm going to say if that's your concern, then you may want to join and say it's 3 teams.
You talk about Washington?
Washington.
Well, here's why I'm not putting Washington on that list. It's because I don't know what their defense is yet. They haven't really played anybody to where they're going to give them a challenge defensively. So because I haven't seen that yet, I can't put them on the list, but they're very close.
I see
to
an
being on the
NFL
list.
quarterback. I see a bunch of NFL wide receivers. And normally, I don't think that – yeah. I'm looking forward to whoever that Pac-12 championship game is because, man, that thing is going to be so much fun to watch.
And LSU is also a team that's close on that list.
No.
The reason why I haven't put them on my list of a team that can beat Michigan is because I just...
LSU Tigers?
Yeah, the LSU Tigers.
Have you watched their defense? Michigan would just do whatever they wanted.
But I can't trust that JJ will take advantage of it.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. But, David, it's just tough for you. Hey, look, I'll let you handle the calls when people say that you couldn't beat a team that's already been beaten twice. That's a tough stance. You can stand by it, but I'm sorry. After watching LSU, they're not ready for the big time.
They're not. I just think they're vulnerable in the passing game, and I just don't know if JJ can do it.
But like I said, if Washington, to me, Will Johnson can't cover everybody. I mean, I think he's a phenomenal corner, but you're only going to be able to take away one receiver, leaving you about 2 other NFL receivers if you play Washington. That's why that game would be interesting. If Michigan could run the ball and control the clock, that's the only way to beat the Huskies.
Well, it's the same principle with Texas. They got A.D. Mitchell on one side, Xavier Worthy on another, and they got Sanders in the middle as an NFL tight end.
That's why I'm not arguing the Texas
No,
thing
I'm
with
just
you.
saying
Yeah.
I think you need to be diverse to beat Michigan. You need multiple weapons. The other thing is, look, Texas is still holding a top 20 rush defense. Like Florida State, I think, is outside the top 50. So if you can't stop the run, you're not beating Michigan. They will wear you out. Yeah. So, look, it's fun to talk about because, guys, I don't know if you're aware of it. There's nothing to talk about with your team. Okay, you've played no one.
Right, we're speculating. That's
you
all
won't
you can do.
play anyone. You don't have anyone in the Heisman mix. There's no controversy. You've largely been, boring. Now, you played a great game against Nebraska, so I'm asking the question of how good do you think you are? It's really the beginning, middle, and end. I wish they had a game against somebody that mattered. It'd be fun.
I mean, because think about it. We learned a lot about Ohio State and Notre Dame in that game.
Yes.
Where you're like, okay, now I can kind of extrapolate this and this and this. For Michigan, it really boils down to November 11th against Penn State. That's the game that everybody's going to be circling.
I'd still take Michigan in that game. I don't trust Drew Aller. I don't love that offense. And I still think Harbaugh coaches circles around James Franklin when they go head-to-head.
If the game was in October, Mike, maybe, but November, James Franklin is like November Cliff Kingsbury. It's just not
a
the same.
loser?
Yeah. Or Pat Fitzgerald when he was at Northwestern. In November, the Wildcats would upset everybody in September and October. In November?
Yeah. No, listen.
As Marcus
right now,
Ray coined, sucker season.
The future line, if you want it, is Michigan -3. If you wanted to know what it is right now, if you wanted to bet game of the year line, you could bet the Wolverines laying 3 on the road in Happy Valley.
If it was a whiteout at night, I would favor Penn State. Noon kickoff, I can see that. Yeah.
You know what the line for the Ohio State game was?
Michigan 2.5?
3.5. Now, again, it'll change. You could take a risk and bet it now if you wanted to. I was just throwing it out. 248-539-9797.
It's Ohio State, Penn State.
I don't have that one. Thank you for that.
I mean, you know everything. Come on.
Nah, I wish. If I knew everything, I'd figure out how the hell Noah Kim had a scholarship. All right, good stuff. We'll get to the callers momentarily.
Somebody had to take one of those 85 spots.
He's so bad. Rico.
Yeah. He's regressed from the first 2 games.
No, you mean he's played actual human beings. Got it.
Fresh, right. I mean, Mike, it's that look in his eye when he takes the helmet off. And it's the same look that I saw with Desmond Ridder for the Lions. And it's the same look that you saw with Jordan Love. And they take off the helmet, and they're like, what are we doing? It sounds like Roberto. I don't know. And Noah Kim walks the sideline and nothing. And another problem that I have, and maybe it's just me being petty, I didn't like the fact that at the first 2 wins, he walks into the press conferences and he's just there. He's the belle of the ball, yucking it up. They've now lost 3 in a row. You know who's yet to make a press conference? No, it can't. Makes me wonder.
It's why I've opted out.
Things
Read
make me
something.
go, Baseball playoffs
Freedom Williams.
Baseball playoffs are here. I need the fastest internet around to keep up with the action, and Xfinity connects me to more of the great game that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed that I need at a great price. No more frozen screens, no more pixelated videos, just pure uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that will make your head spin. So enjoy all your favorite apps, all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruption. It means you get the latest scores right as they happen, latest injury updates, your fantasy stats. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Hey, the perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. That's not up for debate. Neither is the fact that the best mattress on the planet, the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. Let's get to the people, shall we? It's both ends of the spectrum here on Tuesday. Sad pizza if you're a Spartan. I just like to know if you're opting out. Like I'm doing something else for my Saturdays. And that includes the U of M game. I got to be honest with you. I can't bear to watch that. That's the equivalent of watching a baby seal get clubbed. Nope, that's not fun for anybody. The other end of the spectrum, you're Michigan. I think you got every right to feel like you're in the thick of a national championship chase. I just would like to know how many teams you think you can't beat. You haven't played anyone. You've seen some of these other teams get major litmus tests. I just wonder if that weighs on you at all. And that's really where we're at. We're not curing cancer here. It's just an easy college football Tuesday. Rico's going to be appearing at an apple orchard near you. He's done. It's effed up when Rico has given up on the Spartan program. Given up.
Yeah, the man bag won't be making an appearance.
1950. This is the guy who drops the dog off at the airport and says goodbye to. That's what Rico is doing with his beloved program. He is dropping them off at the airport and driving away. He's had it.
I mean, yeah, watching that was just pathetic. Just bad across the board. The players failed. The coaches failed. Everybody. No one. This is a game where if I was the pilot, I would have just left.
Hire Wonderlick, Harlan Barnett, Rashawn Gary, 248. Wow. That decision to go for it on fourth down, any hope you had of keeping this job disappeared that moment.
No, he was gambling. Harlan Barnett went into full, he wasn't thinking, he was thinking, I want this job, just like you said. And if I can get this first down, maybe. And rationale went out the window. You know how we listened to that Notre Dame thing? I would have loved to hear the headset, what was being said on that fourth down.
You have to share with your listeners. You always do this. Hey, remember, David, remember when you and when did you meet Will Smith?
So
there's a Notre Dame live cut. And it features the audio from the Notre Dame offensive staff of Gino Guidugli, Parker, Marcus Freeman, the whole bit on the last drive at Duke.
Yes. So you're watching it in live action. You're hearing what the coaches are saying on the headset as they call the play, telling, hey, make sure this player is ready. Make sure this guy is ready. Mm-hmm. So I would love to hear that. I mean, it's revolutionary. Yeah, for that play.
I have that.
I'm hearing delay. Is anybody there? I think I'm disconnected.
Harlan trying to talk to Jay Johnson. All right. Shall we?
Yeah.
To the people. It's exciting. Let's go to Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's going on, guys? First time, long time. How are we today?
Good. How about you?
Yeah. Second generation Spartan, graduated in 12, so I was there through, the Coach D heydays. It was beautiful football. Yeah. I'm out after the Maryland game. I think the line finished at 16.5. Me and my boys are texting, we feel good about this. And ends up being, a disaster, obviously. So thinking Coach D could be a stopgap, help that coaching staff, and then
You know what? I got to tell you something. I'm kind of bummed out with it, Andrew. They call the guy up. I could have found 1 million people to look like confused old men on the sideline. What is the purpose?
Okay.
Mark D'Antonio looks like a guy who doesn't know where he left his keys, and he has to use the toilet.
I'm with you. Either give that man a headset or put him up in the box, because right now you're right. He just looks like, where am I? Who are these people?
Or just let him ride back off into the sunset. I mean, let him enjoy his retirement. He doesn't need to be part of this dumpster fire.
Agree, totally. I
Yeah,
do too, but I mean, Andrew, it gets to a point where it's like, all right, guys, give me a headset. You guys are morons. I'm going to try to help here.
Yeah, Harlan. Hey, we're going to go for it. No, you're not. No,
you're not.
No, you're not.
Like, I wanted to see D'Antonio with a taser right to the side of Harlan's neck when he tried to go for it on fourth.
Yeah.
Punt the ball.
I originally called for Michigan State news, but I got a couple other quick points real quick. I'm going to going to Minneapolis this weekend. Actually, I'm a house divided. My wife is a Wolverine. Her old man's got, believe it or not, 16 season tickets. I mean, he's a diehard Michigan fan.
Okay.
So we're going to Minneapolis this weekend. And any tips, anything you guys can recommend for our stay there? I'd appreciate it.
I'm going to be totally sincere with you. It is a Big Ten outpost. I've never had any interest in going, whether it was at the Metrodome or the new stadium.
The new stadium, I want to go, but it's just such a long drive. I have no idea. I've never
The
been to
only
this
thing
new
I
stadium.
know about Minnesota is they're obsessed with these stuffed burgers. The Juicy
Juicy
Lucy,
Lucy's.
they call them. They're obsessed,
Okay.
and
We'll have to dabble.
they
We'll have to
talk
dabble.
funny. That's the other thing. They're very funny accents out there. No, Andrew, have a great time with it. I mean, what the hell at this point? We got no football team. You may as well go watch your winner. But the D'Antonio thing? Come on. Enough now.
No, I'm with you. Put on a headset, go in the box, but you do look you're just standing there making looks on your face like, I don't know why I agree to this.
Harlan tries to wire in going for it. D'Antonio stabs him.
Hey, we're going to go for this, guys. Hey, Harlan. Mm-mm. He gives him the whole slash
David,
across the neck.
David,
No, you're not.
shanks him right in the side.
Mm-mm. No, Harlan, no. Guys, belay that order. No. Kick. Punt team.
D'Antonio's got a razor blade out.
All of a sudden, people are falling left and right.
He runs out on the field yelling timeout. Nope.
He's got blood all over him, just screaming "Little Giants."
Like, Mark, did you just kill Harlan?
Brick, did you just kill a guy with a trident?
He's got a blow dart.
You may want to lay low, Mark.
Yeah, D'Antonio blow darts.
You may want to lay low.
It looks as if Harlan Barnett has a feather sticking out of his neck.
Like, where'd you
That's
get
a blow dart.
Hey, where'd you get a trident from, Mark?
I can't.
Keep your head on a swivel.
I can't help the imagery of Harlan Barnett getting taken out by a trident when he attempted to go for it.
Someone says Harlan was wearing a dog shot collar, and Antonio's holding the remote.
Mark just has a buzzer for every idiot on the staff. Scotty, I think I'm going to go with a 3-man.
Just shakes his head. Try again. What if we run with a screen? Run it up the. Mark, what would you like us to do?
Well, I've had to use those, and they have 3 different settings. They have the warning, which is the beep. Second phase is the vibrate. Third stage being the shock.
And now, is this something you wear? Is this like a Saturday night thing? Is this
I've been a bad boy.
Nope. 248-539-9797. We're going to take a phone call. We're going to do something. David, what are we doing here? We're not finishing this conversation. Okay. You know what? Mike, read something. We'll get your calls next. 97.1.
All right, nice segue right into Northville Lumber for everybody. Oldest company in the state, the largest track stacking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville. They moved enough product to cover 26 football fields. And again, there's a reason Northville can move that much product. It's because it's all in stock. It's in their warehouse a mile down the road. No 4, 6, 8, 10-week lead times. You buy it, you get it, lowest prices around. And deck season, I mean, we're in October. It's 85. I'd say deck season accurately could be anywhere from April through October. I'm being real. So build one. Go get one from Northville Lumber. They'll introduce you to a Trek certified pro. Call them today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get straight to the people. We'll get the power ranking coming up a little later. Got Michigan State, both involved here for very different reasons. Let's go to Danny, 97.1. What's up, Danny? How are you?
Fellas, how we doing?
Good, Dave. What's on your mind?
So just commenting on the Michigan deal there. So for me, just being a very weathered fan in the sense of just feeling pain between the Lions and Michigan over the years, to me, they got to prove it in order for me to believe that they can beat them on a level playing field. So basically, anyone outside of the Big Ten, I don't feel confident that we can beat until they're able to do it. I mean, Ohio State used to be the boogeyman. Now we're able to tackle those guys down. But as far as Florida State, Texas, LSU, any powerhouse of the SEC, Georgia, those guys are still going to strike fear because I got to see them do it. I mean, they went into a shootout against TCU, and then they got their doors blasted on last year. So until they can show that they can do it, I'm still going to be fearful of them.
Danny, that's a hell of an interesting point when you go bigger picture with it. When is the last time Michigan had a big win over a non-Big Ten opponent?
Florida years ago.
Yeah. Right. So are we talking Lloyd's retirement game against Tebow, or are you talking that rat-ass Bubba Franks team you played?
Pretty much that, but that was, outside of the Big Ten. I mean, when you really look outside of the Big Ten and, not MAC schools,
right,
who have they beaten? And that's what kind of makes me worried as a Michigan fan. But I will say on the positive side, though, and I'm curious to get your guys' take. Now, mind you, I know that they've been basically playing glorified 7-on-7 for the past few weeks, but I would say from last year to this year, aside from Bowling Green, JJ has got a different type of play in him with his throws that he's making, the confidence he's making with those throws, and making them to receivers that, let's just call it what it is. No one's out there 6'6", mossing on people.
No, I mean Roman Wilson is a playmaker, and I've always liked him. But the problem is, if I go to Florida State, I got Keon Coleman and Johnny Wilson. If I go to Texas, I got A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy, etc. Like we can do this all day. You do lack high-end skill players. That is one of the issues. You lack the guy that's going to take the lid off this thing that is that prototypical receiver. If there's any nitpicking with your team, it's that and any corner not named Will Johnson. Those would be the two things I'd look at and go, I wonder about that.
Which I agree. I completely agree that our secondary and our wide receiver is what's going to kind of cripple us. But I, even going into last year, didn't have all the faith in JJ that he was that dude. Now, I'm not saying he's a Heisman candidate or he's going to be a first-rounder this year, but he's definitely upped his game, I feel like, from last year.
And let me be very,
has that capability to take over.
Let me be very clear, too. Being a Heisman contender and your NFL prospects are not tied together. Because if he ends up with a first-round grade, I won't say a word. My problem, again, threw 15 passes this weekend. Now, they got their ideology on how they want to do things, and they win a hell of a lot of football games. But what I'm not going to do is the Heisman nonsense. You're not going to win Heisman throwing 15 balls. Now, him as a pro, whatever. I am not ready to make any big determination on J.J. McCarthy until I see him play a real team. You know what told me Quinn Ewers was different? He went to Tuscaloosa and did it. Okay? You need to show me JJ in a big spot and how he plays. Now, again, last year against Ohio State, they did everything perfect. Knowles decided we were going to go zero cover, and guys are wide open 40 yards down the field. JJ recognized it, made throws. Yep. Okay. Playoff game. Fumble, 2 pick sixes. No, thank you. This year, you could say, well, JJ's playing with more confidence. If you're favored by 30, then what? Huh?
You're not going to lose.
So I gotta see him play in a spot.
No, you're right.
Care.
It's why I feel like I saw Kyle McCord and was like, okay, pressure on, freshman at South Bend. You have to score a touchdown in order to win this game.
Yeah, and if you want to knock the McCord performance, you could knock that it was a low-scoring game. And he didn't produce 3 or 4 long, fruitful drives. Okay.
But their final drive, you made some fourth downs where
he had a 3rd and long. I think it was 3rd and 19. He had a 4th and 9. He made some big throws. And I just broke a pen again. I mean, it always happens. Why do they make these things so flimsy where you snap the doo-to-doo? Yeah, whatever. The doo-to-doo. Who cares? Let's go to John. 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I called in just before the Sweet 16 game this spring, and we know how that ended. So, hey, I'm a diehard fan. I was a diehard fan as an undergrad in the 80s, but not anymore. I watch MSU right now, Mike. Like, I watch the Lions when they lost 16 in a row. It's like, how are they going to lose this game? You know, I actually bet the over on wins. I thought they can win 6 games, but they figured out a way to lose the one on Saturday night. I just couldn't believe it. It's like, I watch them because it's sort of like watching a car wreck. You know, you can't look away, but it makes you sad, you know? And the one thing I wanted to ask you is, we're already worse than Indiana. They fired their OC.
Nah, but hold on. Time out. You okay? So hold on. You got an interim coach who's going to walk around like Michael Corleone now. Who's Harlan Barnett going to fire? Harlan Barnett's a substitute teacher.
He should fire himself. He should just resign.
Please go to the podium and announce you fired yourself.
So, John, we're going to have a player-run team now.
That's funny. No, I just wanted to make one other comment. So you mentioned that they're on national TV 3 more times, prime time. I tell my buddies before every game, my quote is, don't poop the bed when you're on national TV, guys, and every time they do. The one against Michigan is just going to be heartless. It's going to be a disaster.
No, and that's where I don't have any reason to watch it. Michigan can and will beat us by 50. I don't have any problem with teams running up the score.
My thing with Michigan,
I wonder either.
John, I wonder if Michigan's going to want to beat Michigan State so badly. Like last year, they wanted to pummel them, but they just couldn't. They wanted that score to be 50 to nothing.
Luckily and unluckily, we have a dossier of coach getting fired matchups versus Michigan. You can go to Bobby Williams. Have you lost the team? I don't know. 49-3. You can go John L. Smith in 06. Where nobody even stood up for the band. I think it was 38-6 at the Big House. You can go up to D'Antonio's last year. I mean, that was a real bleep show. Now we're going to go to the year Mel Tucker's gone. Let me tell you how that one's going to go. Bullet brain. Michigan is going to put 50, and they should. And I don't begrudge them.
No, I'm saying,
but I don't need to watch it.
Last year, they wanted to do that. They just couldn't.
Michigan State this year, if you're a Spartan fan, ask yourself, would you want to watch your Nona get murdered?
Nona's been taking some hits this
Nobody
week.
wants to watch Nona get murdered. That's what watching Michigan's going to be this year. I don't need to watch it.
A Dateline episode.
The Nona murders. I mean, why would you watch it? What are you hoping for?
Here's Keith Morrison on the Nona episode.
You know what I'm saying. All the times MSU's had bad teams that have beaten Michigan, they still had an established coach. The years where MSU's got a guy on the way out or has already been fired, it's a bludgeoning.
No.
It's the Nona game. Nona gets beat to death with her own rolling pin. Michigan State, 2K23. Terrible, right in the kitchen.
This
too.
week on Nona Files.
On the Nona Files. Blunt force trauma to the head was detected with a rolling pin.
You can see right here on the surveillance cameras.
Dead. It's so
There's
bad.
an image of someone who looks like Sparty.
Right. Dead. Go ahead, read him something. I'm not the bad guy here.
How about this? Go ahead.
Well, what do you got?
No, I was going to say, let's do a little top 10.
Oh, is State in it? Hey, it's the NFL. Oh, wait, I don't have an NFL team either. $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, with FanDuel. And Thursday night, Bears Commanders. Only way to bet that rat game is a little SGP for a lot of you. Spreads, props, over-unders, you name it, they got it. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only $10. First deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. 1-800-270-7117. All right, we'll get to your calls in a minute. A lot of college football going on. So Rico has finally come to the dark side in admitting that the Big Ten, if you're not Michigan, Penn State, or Ohio State, is the dirtiest of diapers. And we don't want to play with a dirty diaper. So now it's not the hostage power rank. It is the I'm sure as hell happy to be here top 10 power rank with legitimate football discussion thingy. David, music.
It's been fun for the last few weeks. We've been doing the top 10.
It's better than the Big Ten power rank.
Well, the Big Ten you can only do like for the first few weeks, and then you realize
they're all terrible.
Going to be bad again this year.
Got it.
Let's start off at number 10. Mike.
Okay. Yes.
We head down to Durham, North Carolina. Notre Dame defeating Duke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Notre Dame defeats Duke 21-14.
bouncing back from their loss against Ohio State, and they did it kind of the way Ohio State beat them the week before.
Notre Dame is the poster child for a 12-team playoff, because it doesn't matter what Notre Dame does here on out. They're not getting into a 4-team. But in a year where we had 8 or 12, I think Notre Dame's one of the last teams in. Yeah. And I don't know that anybody would be real pumped up about playing them. But they're good. They're just not going to be good enough because their marquee game, they lost. I don't see a way in. I don't.
No, they would need chaos the way that the Buckeyes needed chaos last year to get in. So
but they're legit, man. They're good.
At number 9, the University of Spoiled Children, USC. They defeated Colorado 48-41, but you defeated Colorado 48-40.
I can't put them in the top 10 because I don't take Alex Grinch's defense seriously at all. This was the final straw for me. The defense, despite the transfers of Bear Alexander and Mason Williams, it hasn't worked. They're still terrible. Rico, I think they're at best the third best team in the Pac-12.
But as bad as the defense, Mike, the offense is good.
Who have they played?
That's why. They play Colorado. And
who have they played? Okay, partner. Who have they played? No, I disagree with that ranking. Dirtbag.
At number 8, thanks to a pick by Peyton Thorne, University of Georgia beats Auburn 27-20.
Hold on. You dropped them to 8?
No, they were 8 last week.
I think that's a little much. Now, I will say, I am expecting a virtuoso performance this Saturday night by Georgia. Kentucky's going to roll in. Everyone's told them how bad they are. I think Kirby rallies the troops, and I think they drop a bomb on Kentucky. You can rank them 8th for playing very lackluster 2 of the last 3 weeks, damn near losing Auburn.
And once again, remember,
I think it's a little low.
No. This is not where they're going to finish. So, Kenny, unball your fist, okay? Quit doing the Arthur meme.
Oh, no.
But what I am saying is kind of like how Michigan was, you're not covering the spread. You're not looking dominant in these games. You know, Bowers gets the touchdown, and then you need an interception to win that game. Kenny, did you feel good about the Georgia game?
No, I didn't feel good about the Georgia game, but I'm not dropping them all the way to 8 because of it.
No. I'm not dropping them. They were already at 8. You were just sick last week.
Okay. That was wrong last week, and it's wrong this week then.
Okay.
I think at lowest I'd have them at 5. I get what you're doing. But Kenny, I think you'll rise a lot in these rankings. I know you were screening calls. I expect the best out of them Saturday against Kentucky.
Will they show up during the first half?
Kenny,
I'd like that,
Kenny,
please.
And I'll simply say this. In this, I've held true. You have a good week, you move up. You have a bad week, you fall. I'm no holder to where you started the year off. At number 7, we got Oregon. Oregon 42-6 over a bad Stanford team, and they just went out there and made Stanford look bad.
They didn't even score in the first quarter. That's the crazy part. Still come out, cover, do the business. Look, I'm fine with it. At least they've gone on the road. They played Texas Tech. They did something, played a Power 5 team. They are still in need of a big test. Mm-hmm. They're still in the need of that big game.
Right. The Colorado thing, I think they took personal, but as we know, Colorado is not a great team. No. So, at number 6, took them a little bit of time to get it going, but I got Penn State. Defeated Northwestern 41-13, even though they were down in the game because they fumbled the opening kickoff. They rallied back. Penn State still, I think, the number 1 defense in the nation.
I don't like their offense. Sorry.
But they got that West Virginia win is looking better and better each week.
That's fair. Neil Brown saving his job. Again, they played someone who's a Power 5 team. Looks decent. Their schedule, again, I got to see Aller in a big game where I need him to throw it 25 times. Yet to see it. I didn't like his performance at Illinois. I didn't like his performance against Iowa. I need more.
At number 5, lackluster game. Penix did not do what he was supposed to do. Washington is number 5. They defeated the Arizona Wildcats 31-24 in a game that probably should not have even been that close. I don't know if they were sleepwalking in the game. They just kind of took the Wildcats for granted.
Yeah.
Was not impressive, so they drop in my poll this week to number 5.
Look, this will This will sort itself out a little bit. Just, your Washington angle, Washington and Oregon in Seattle next weekend, October 14th, where I will take Washington. But you're not going to beat people by 50 every week, just like Michigan wasn't going to sleepwalk every week. I have no problem that they didn't distance themselves and win by 40. They were on the road this week again. Arizona's actually a lot better than people realize.
Right.
Jed Fish doing a nice job. Don't make it a habit playing that way.
Correct.
But overall, Washington might be the best team in the Pac-12. They look really tough.
I think they'll be playing in Vegas on that Friday night for the championship game. They're going to be one of the teams. At number 4, off of bye week, the Ohio State still flying high off of beating Notre Dame, but they were on a bye week last week, and because Washington struggled, Ohio State moved up to 4. At number 3.
No comments on Ohio State allowed, apparently.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You're on a roll.
Bye week. No, go ahead.
He's on a roll, Ken.
Go ahead.
I think it's fine enough. I'll allow it. I just, you were getting a little ahead of yourself.
Dynamite dropping. All right.
That broadcasting school's really paid off.
At number 3, I moved up the University of Michigan. You defeated Nebraska 45-7. Utter domination. It's what I have been waiting to see. That's why Michigan jumped, I think, 6 spots in the poll this week. The only thing holding you back from the 1 or 2 spot is you have not played a top Power 5 team this year. So I don't know how good you could be.
The problem's the schedule. I know Florida State and Texas are ahead of them. Well, look at who they've played. Clemson and LSU for FSU. Texas has gone to Tuscaloosa. I get it. Could Michigan be the best team? Yes.
But I haven't seen it yet.
But I understand why. Yeah. Now, I'm hoping I get Texas number 1 finally.
At number 2, they're going to be playing Oklahoma. No. At number 2, they had a bye week last week. The Florida State Seminoles.
All right. I still probably put Georgia ahead of them. I probably put Ohio State ahead of them. I didn't like the way they played at Clemson. And if the Clemson kicker didn't lose his mind, the kid they got from science class, they'd lose. But
they won.
Yeah, they did. They survived and advanced.
They won on the road.
There it is. It's a ranked road opponent, which wake me up the next time we see Michigan go on the road and do that. And Texas,
Texas is number 1.
Nothing more to say. I mean, they're a pretty complete team. Yeah, I'll Texas with a $sign. Look,
they beat Kansas, ranked team 41-14
in a look-ahead spot with the Red River Shootout next week.
Had every reason to have one of those 31-24 type of games. They didn't. That's what impressed me is they were able to stay focused. And Mike, you've seen it so many times. The coaches and players, no, we're not looking ahead. Actually, you were.
Yeah,
but this one, nah.
And again, I mean, if I understand Quinn Ewers. He's not perfect, but when you look at the numbers overall, I mean, he's taking football more serious, completing 68% of his passes, 10 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's done it in some big environments. He's got damn near 1,500 yards passing. Like, he's on pace to have that 3,000 yards, that 30 touchdowns, some big wins. He might be rounding into the guy we thought he was going to be. And they've got the weapons around him with A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy.
Cut the hair, and all of a sudden now he's a real
and you know
quarterback.
What? All jokes aside, young man, you want to be an NFL quarterback.
Look like one.
Get in shape.
Yeah.
You want to have him, I'll let you do your thing. But the point is, he wasn't taking it serious, and he did this offseason. So credit to him. He looks a lot better.
And Kenny, here's the thing. Your boys go out there and beat somebody handily, they'll move up.
The level of disgust that Kenny looked over at you with was really disturbing.
Not my fault.
I thought we were past the Georgia part of this power rank. Why am I catching strays again?
Because I wanted to. You're still set. It's my top 10. You'll catch strays if I want you to catch strays.
Kenny, I kind of feel the end of that sentence featured a bitch. Jesus. Kenny, you need to speak to this man. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people next. 97.1.
It was another practice day today for the Lions ahead of Sunday's game against the Panthers at Ford Field. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch both missed practice today. The good news, though, Taylor Decker, Vaitai, Kirby Joseph, Julian Aquara, and Emmanuel Mosley all practiced. Jameson Williams also available today. Detroit, an 8.5-point favorite over Carolina, coming up on Sunday. The Pistons have officially kicked off training camp in Midtown. It's the first training camp in Detroit for new head coach Monty Williams. Cade Cunningham, back and fully healthy for the start of camp, is very excited about his future with the new head coach. FanDuel has set the Pistons over-under win total at 27.5 for this season. They open the preseason on Sunday at home against the Suns. Meantime, the Red Wings continue their preseason tonight against the Blackhawks in Chicago. Puck drop at 8:30. The pregame show with Jeff Rieger, 8:15 right here on 97.1. And Tigers fans will be hearing someone different on TV broadcasts next season. Play-by-play man Matt Shepard will not return following 5 seasons. The playoffs start today with the wild card round. Currently top of the 4th inning, the Rangers lead the Rays 1-0. Blue Jays Twins coming up at 4:30. The late games, Brewers D-backs and Phillies Marlins. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Just a quick note before we get to the callers. You heard that in Luke's update. So Shep's out. If the Tigers actually want to make this a major league broadcast, if they want to do their fans an actual kindness, I can tell you one phone call they should make, but I doubt they will make. Can we bring Mario and Pema back to the airwaves, please? All right, everybody, I understand. Oh, my God, but what about the thing with Well, my personal opinion in this is Mario got railroaded, okay? And if the other guy can have a gig, then why the hell can't Mario? Mario's one of the best damn TV announcers this town has ever had. He cares about the team. He's local. He's a pro's pro. Now, I don't know if Mario even feels like doing it. The point I'm making is that broadcast has been a clown car. Why don't we fix it? Well, part of the reason you won't fix it is Bally's an atrocity. But the idea is Mario is the simple, sensible, right in front of your face answer to immediately upgrading your broadcast to being in the top third in the league.
You know what that means?
They won't do it.
Oh, no, I love it. I made the mistake of suggesting, hey, why not get Mario to do Spartan Sports since he's just sitting around doing nothing? I got a lot of dirty looks.
Why?
Don't be selfish. We want him for everyone.
No, I mean at the
Tigers
time,
broadcast.
David, at the time he was out of work, so it was just like, hey, he's sitting right here.
Touchdown, MSU. Okay, the game's been over for 2 hours. Listen, MSU could easily have hired the guy to do basketball and football and be the voice of Michigan State sports. They'd be lucky to have Mario. Now, we know they won't do it because that's a total lemonade stand operation. The whole point is, how long does this guy have to sit on the sidelines? The job's open now. Put him on the broadcast, put Cameron Maben in the booth with him, or Curtis Granderson, and be done with it. Mm-hmm. Have a real broadcast, Tigers.
Yeah, because you're about to be really good. So, yeah, since
tell Craig Monroe to find a hobby.
Since you've already made the move, go ahead. He's sitting right there. And I think the people would love to hear him. But you know what that means.
It won't happen.
They'll get an outside search firm.
My best guess to what Bally will do what they always do. They'll go cheap. They'll go find somebody calling single A games or something. Like, I just view the Tigers
get
and
the
their
Toledo guy, bump him up.
They'll get Johnny Kane.
I view the Tigers' coverage as being the big stage. I view it as being high end. And I'm sorry, but what they've offered on the TV side for a while has been, to say substandard would be an insult to substandard. In totality, the whole broadcast, start to finish. Like, hire Mario, and let's just get back to being a high-level broadcast. Could we do that? No offense. I mean, you got Hugh Freeze getting rehired and getting a second chance, all right?
You have an opportunity
Brian
to be
Kelly played a role in a kid dying. He got hired.
Rod Allen got another job.
I wasn't quite putting it in that category, but you get my point. I didn't kill anybody. Can we get him back on the air? Like, what Tiger fan wouldn't want Mario back in that booth right now? Who would call up with a straight face and go, no, he's not good enough or that offends me? No one.
I'm with you.
David,
But you know what that means.
They won't do it.
Okay.
Oh, you have an opportunity right now to become a real team again? Well, then bring a real broadcast back. That's what we deserve as a fan.
David will pass it along to the outside search firm.
Guy's got 20 years experience calling baseball. He's sitting on the sidelines. He's local. At least make the approach.
Let's go get the lug nuts guy.
He got it.
No.
Up next, Bally presents Will Tiemann. 38-46. 2-12 to go.
No.
Over to the three-point man, and boom goes the dynamite. Over to the shooter. I bet you Lawrence Tech's got a better broadcast crew than State.
Oh, by the way, they're the NAIA.
They're not even D3?
No.
Rico, you got to up your game here. Come on.
They just went from almost they're getting there.
Okay. My point would be ticket texters. Feel free. I don't expect you to pick up the phone, but right here, right now. All right, Shep's out. Mario, make the call. Who would say no to that? Now, maybe Mario says no. I don't know. Maybe Mario's fishing. He's relaxing. The point I'm making is be a big-time broadcast again. It always felt like a real broadcast with Mario. Call him. Gauge interest.
Can't hurt to see.
Or
can't hurt to talk.
Do what Bally's always does. Hire tunes as the driving cat.
Yeah. Lug nuts broadcasting.
No way. Stop
Are the
it.
lug nuts still a thing?
Yeah.
They're still around, huh?
Yeah.
Is it still called Oldsmobile Park?
I don't know. I think it's changed. It's still in the same spot, but
Well, I would hope so. I mean, geez.
They moved it. Built a new place.
they upgraded the facilities.
Oh, good. Maybe Spartan Stadium will be next. 248-539-9797. David, some ticket text coming in, please.
Someone says Mario is kind of a dud. I don't want him back. Another person says everyone loves Mario. Let's make this happen. Need Mike to make this happen now. Call the Tigers, they say.
Make it happen.
You're a mover and shaker.
I'm giving you 10 minutes of the show to tell you that 97 won the ticket, endorses Mario and Pemba.
Mike will have...
I'm Rico Beard, and I approve this message.
Mike will have a sit-down with the Illich family at Houston's. He'll work this out.
Yeah, that'll be quarter past never.
Wow. Someone says Rod was far, far superior than Mpemba. I want him back.
Yeah, right.
Another person says, I totally agree with you guys. Bring Mario back. Mike in Royal Oak. Not Mabin, but Granderson would be great with Mario and Pemba.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Another person says, Mike, I'm bringing Mario back. I'm bringing Mario back.
Make Mario great again. Bring him back.
Someone says, sing it aloud, Michael. We want Mario back.
Let's do it. What is the hang
You got
up?
to sit down?
I do not.
Let's get the reservations. David, what time's good for you at Houston's?
Yeah, we've got a 4:00 sunset cruise on the
You know what?
Bobbalo
Why
boat.
don't you leave at 5? We'll take the show from there. You could beat traffic. 5 o'clock dinner reservation. Dinner's on me.
I may have made a mistake here. I'm sitting here going, they ought to hire Mario. I don't even know if Mario wants the job.
He may not want it.
I
You're
should
right.
call Mario and make sure.
Right? He's like,
before his phone explodes.
His phone's going to go off right now. They're saying you're back.
I heard you're back on television. Poor guy's at Costco right
It
now.
doesn't matter if he wants it or not. He's coming back.
Mario, you owe the community. Come back. Come back. Please.
I feel like the time we said Ortiz fired somebody and his phone blew up.
Rico Beard reporting Mario and Pemba is back at Bally.
Nope. Nope. At least put your name on it.
All right, David.
I was about to say, keep that up, and I'll say what Mike's going to report.
No, definitely not. 248-539-9797. Let's knock out these phone calls. We got to get to a blitz. Lots to do. 97.1. It is October, and if your football team stink like mine, you may as well eat your emotions. Hungry Howies. What could make the Giants giving up 11 sacks last night palatable? Maybe pizza. Maybe pizza. The point I make to you is not only are you eating your feelings, you're going to help somebody this month because it's Hungry Howie's month of giving. They're going to raise over $5 million for the National Breast Cancer Foundation, and every pizza you buy, a portion of the proceeds goes right to that. So it's Hungry Howie's. Your team sucks? Eat some pizza. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, straight to the people. Cast your votes. It's time to get Mario back in the booth. Rico Beard reporting it's already a, quote, done deal.
See?
Okay, no, don't. I'm kidding.
Well, there's somebody on this show that loves an announcer that maybe he wants him. I hear Kenny Cott loves Joe Buck.
I do. He is terrible. I mean, last night I was just like, Joe just thinks he's so self-important. Just so. Oh, Troy, sloppy game tonight. Where else do you have to be there, hair plugs?
I
Call
loved it.
the
I
game.
thought it was awesome. I love Joe Buck.
Do you really?
I went 180 on Joe Buck last night. I used to hate him, and then I was like, you know what? He knows how bad this is. It's kind of funny at this point. He's making fun of the game at the end. Oh,
it's
another
great.
flag.
Yeah, it's just great for the audience who's
Going
sitting
full
there.
Al Michaels.
I giggled. I think it's just because you're a Giants fan that you didn't like it.
We don't like Joe Buck, period. He's awful.
Nobody likes Joe Buck.
Not just last night.
Yet on a night where my team gives up 11 sacks and is non-functional, you think that's the night I'm going to adore his smarm? Sorry, no. Just call the game. And if it's so taxing, Joe, go do something else. Maybe go get another hair transplant. Why don't you go do that? Go get another one of those.
You need to lose the game and be roasted by Don Rickles.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly it. You know what? Lose the game, and I got Sebastian Maniscalco in the booth. That's not what I asked for. Just call the game. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, Mike. First time, long time.
What's going on? How are you?
Doing well. So I have a reason why it's okay to be totally out on Michigan State football this year. And it's because in any other sports rebuild, you would have prospects or a coaching staff or draft picks or prospects or something to latch on to. This team, any decent player is going to get poached in the transfer portal. So anyone that has any talent or anyone that has a high recruiting standing or shows anything good on tape, they're going to be gone by next year.
Yes.
So not only are they terrible on the field, but there's no hope that anyone that you're even watching or hopeful for is any good. Like we can hope to put in Hauser. If he shows anything, or Levitt or Nate Carter, anyone that's any good is going to be gone next year. So it's
But Ryan,
not
I
a
would
waste of time.
Ryan, I would say this. I understand where you're coming from, except you hire the right coach and nobody's going to leave. And even if they went into the portal, they're going to try to come back to play for a certain coach.
I would also argue, Ryan, who the hell wants any of these people? I mean, it's quite jarring to look at this is what Mel Tucker built. But no, I'm with you. And look, it's the new wave of college football now, too. I mean, your program on a year-to-year basis can get burnt to the ground. But if you're going through a coaching change, you're talking about 40 players leaving your program. Now, Enrico's right. If they hire the right coach, is there a shot you preserve the good ones, toss out the bad ones, go get good people? Sure.
And here's the thing. A lot of transfers, they're kind of stuck there because you already did the transfer move and they're only allowing one. You got to present your case to say, let me move again. Now, with a coach being fired, that may be good enough. But other than that, we're talking about 6, 7 kids. Not going to lose sleep over that.
Go to David, 97.1. Hi, David. How you doing?
Fine, guys. How are you guys doing?
Good, D. What's up?
I'm calling about the Michigan topic. I'm with you on the Texas part of it. I'm not with Rico on the Washington side, only because I guess I'm going to call my shot here. I don't see us playing them because I don't think Washington will be there.
Really? Fair.
And then, no, I don't, because I don't see any Pac-12 team going.
That's what the Pac-12 always does, though. David, see, I'm with you.
Cannibalize itself.
Yeah, November
Okay.
comes around, and the Pac-12 burns the whole house down with all of them inside of it.
100%, exactly. And I don't want to see it because I would love to see Washington or an Oregon go, or maybe even if Washington State can continue their run, I would love to see one of them get there. I'm with.
No, I get
that.
you, David. But yeah, wouldn't you love to see that Michigan-Washington in an old-school Rose Bowl game?
I'd love to see it, but it also scares the crap out of me because of everything you guys have already said. The offense, those wide receivers versus that secondary scares the living bejesus out of me. But I'm still, like I called in a few weeks ago, and we talked about it a little bit. Going to Penn State still is in the back of my mind. I know Penn State hasn't shown everything that we think they are, but I don't know what Michigan is yet because we haven't played anybody. So I don't know how to feel yeah, should I get excited about going to Nebraska and going to Minnesota? No, that's going to have nothing compared to what Happy Valley is going to bring in the second week of November. It's just not. So that one still worries me. And until the day I die, I will always be worried about the last game in November because, well, that's what the rivalry tells me to do. So do I think that Ohio State is everything that they were? No, I do not. Am I as excited about that win at Notre Dame as some are? No, I'm not about that either because I think they lucked into that win. But it's still Ohio State, and it is what it is. So
yeah, no, and David, I think you got the right perspective on it. You guys, it's funny. Sometimes it can be right in front of your face and you don't realize it. You might be the best team in America. It's totally plausible. Yeah. It's just we haven't seen you play anyone with a pulse, so it's hard to go there.
Yeah,
but
you could be looking at Michigan, Georgia, 2.0.
I would say if they played Georgia today on a neutral field, they'd take you of them. Kenny doesn't want to hear it, but he hasn't wanted to hear it since summer. Outside of Brock Bowers, I don't see a lot of special. Now, they're good. This isn't an issue of good or bad, hot or cold. They're good. The last couple of years, Georgia was like Leviathan. They had special. They had guys, and you went, oh, my God, how do you block these people, or what do we do?
They were the best team in the best conference. Right here, right now, I can't say the SEC is the best conference.
Yeah. Now, they got back a guy that I think can open their offense up in Ladd McConkey, who had been hurt. If you have him out wide and you have Brock Bowers. Now, the transfer receivers have not worked for them. They went and got the kid from Missouri, Lovett. They went and got Ra Thomas from Mississippi State. He got in trouble. Bottom line, defensively is what I get concerned with. Auburn damn near beat them throwing for 45 yards.
With the quarterback that I kept saying, God, he looks familiar.
Yeah, that's Peyton Thorne.
Wait a
That
minute.
doesn't mean Georgia's bad. They had a bad game against Mizzou last year. The problem is Kirby has to get them going. Now, I think if Georgia has designs on being Georgia, this weekend it happens. Part of the reason I might bet Georgia this weekend, first time all year, I may bet them to lay 14 and bomb Kentucky, because if Kirby can't bring out an A-plus performance from them this week at home at night after everyone just said you are poop, then that performance doesn't reside within them.
No, and it is funny because, man, the Pac-12 does cannibalize itself because right now you got all these top 10 teams, but
they got to play each other.
If everybody has a one loss, and yeah, that's
everyone's going to listen. It will sort itself out. It starts October 14th in Seattle, Oregon taking the road trip. If UW beats Oregon, they are a legitimate national championship type team. Oregon is really good. Really good.
But then you have the Washington State.
Oh, F Washington State. And people need to stop with this Jake Dickert stuff with MSU. Good Lord.
Well, did you see what they did at Duke? Well, they asked Elko right there on live TV.
Like, what do you think he's going to say?
Right.
Yep, busted. And he unzips his whole face, and it's actually Sparty crawling out of Mike Elko's body.
I was like, this is so unfair to this man.
And he's just like,
like seriously, guys? You're just going to put me on the spot like that? Yeah, that was ESPN.
Not worried about it. Let's go to Jason. He'll get last word. Jason, how are you?
Good, bud. How are you, man?
Good. What's on your mind?
Not much. Calling about the Michigan topic. Just calling to say that I'm not gonna lie. I've been a little bit worried about what kind of team we have, but I do feel a little bit better about how we played last week. So I thought the run game was a little bit better this week, and I thought JJ did play well. The 2 touchdown throws, Wilson, I thought were really good, especially the second one.
I mean, the catch by Wilson, now, no disrespect to JJ, but you don't get any credit when your receiver goes up and pins the ball to the other dude's brain to catch it like Roman Wilson. That's catch of the year. It's going to take a lot for me to find a better grab.
That's fair. I agree with you there. And
now, you want to say that JJ put it where only his guy could catch it? I'll give you the credit. But that is 99% receiver, 1% quarterback.
Right. I agree. And the other thing that I wanted to talk about was you guys talked about the teams that might scare you the most for Michigan fans. And I will agree with you, Mike, on the Texas and also the Florida State. But the one team that you guys didn't bring up is if they get out of the Pac-12 would be Oregon. I think Bo Nix and that offense against Michigan's secondary would be I would be
Yeah, I
really
got to see
scared
it,
of that
though.
offense.
Yeah, and Jason, understand there's two things that go against Oregon. One, you don't get to play your playoff games at home, where that's the only place Bo Nix is really good. And two, they haven't played anybody yet. I will make a determination on Oregon when they go to Seattle and take on UW. That's a premium game. And let's see. I think it's a litmus test for both of them.
No, it is.
I could just tell you, USC is not that team. I would take Michigan to pound them.
How do you have all of this weapons on offense and you can't stop anybody on defense? Even with the Georgia transfer, with Bear coming there, it's like, doesn't matter. These guys are just horrible. And that was Colorado.
I mean, I know we're not doing like Sirius XM college football here, but like if you want to dive into it, I think part of it is Lincoln Riley has a little bit too much loyalty to his defensive coordinator, Alex Grinch. Now, Alex Grinch did a nice job at Wazoo, turned the defense around. He got the defense to be from deplorable to average at OU, but it hasn't worked at USC. And Lincoln Riley sticks with him. You know, at a certain point, that's kind of taking the ship down here.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, Lincoln, you're the same guy that fired a Stoops, so you know what to do.
Such a power move.
That was.
Your brother was, you were my idol, dead.
Yeah, but you're not getting the job done, so.
Get out.
Yeah.
All right, when you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, or slip and fall, David Femininio is who you need to call. Go to getdavid.getpaid.com. David will personally make sure you get every dime you deserve. Never take a fee until you get paid. And if you're injured or you know someone who is, just tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com.
This team it's 4 games and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk.
Right.
They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being
did you meet Will Smith? All right, weekend report is here. I want to tell you it is unequivocal. James Franklin cares about gamblers. Rico, I need you to help me whether this was delightful or douchey. James Franklin with 2 minutes left, needing a touchdown to cover as a 26.5-point favorite. He decided, I'm going to go fake kneel down with a backup QB and launch a bomb to cover the number at Northwestern. Is that delightful or douchey? Because you know where I'm at.
It's delightful for you, Mike, because as you say, good teams win, great teams cover.
And great coaches care about their boosters who are betting on alma mater. The more you cover as a coach, the friendlier people are going to be to you. That's my theory.
I would rather you just come out and say, yeah, I knew what I was doing, instead of the whole, oh, shucks.
One time I want a coach to come out and say, you know what? I know our alums, and I know what bet they made today. Yeah. That was for you.
Yeah, to look at the camera and point and say, guys, that was for you. And those you know.
What trouble would a coach get into for covering the number?
Oh, my God.
Come on.
He would probably get canceled.
Why?
Because
I coach Penn State. I'm laying 26.5. I care about my boosters.
Mike, you would get canceled because then people would say, well, what about all the people with the gambling addiction, blah, 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 and you don't care about the people.
Cutscene, all gambling commercials during commercial breaks on the network your team's playing.
I understand, but then it's like, oh, what are you throwing games? Yeah.
No, I'm covering games.
I would love to see a coach just wink at the camera and say, for those who needed that last touchdown was for you.
Well, if that's going to cancel James Franklin, then you'd have to explain how this man's not canceled. I give you malpractice 101. Brandon Staley done did it again. A week ago, he went for it. Inside his own 30. Under 2 minutes. On 4th and 1. No good reason. The Vikings let him off the hook. Rico, he came back and did it again this week. Only for the Raiders to go full Raiders. I ask you, is this a cry for help and a man trying to get fired, or just the dumbest human on earth?
I think both things can be true.
All righty.
Because you're allowed to make a mistake once. You can't make it again. And when you want to see him win, I guess the Chargers are like, okay, you know what? Our coach is an idiot. So we just got to go out here and win this game again because this man is incompetent to being coach. He's going to get fired, but it does really look like he doesn't want the job anymore. And he's trying to figure out, man, that didn't work again. What can I do next week?
Will they eventually let me leave?
What are you going to do next week, Brandon?
2 points of no return in the weekend report. One is this. If your team was up 35-7 in the late stages of the third quarter, only to give up the last 33 points of the game to lose, there's no coming back from that. Unfortunately, that was Central Florida, and the team that came back to beat them was Baylor. Rico, you're up 35-7 late third quarter. Your team loses a game. Are you opting out? Is there any coming back from that as a fan?
No. No, it's not. It's heartbreaking. Because that's, Mike, most fans probably left to beat traffic.
Up 35-7.
And then you click on the radio just to hear what the final score is, and you look at each other and say, what happened? Followed with some expletives in between there.
Let me give you the point of no return number 2. This is not a hot take. I mean this. It's Bill Belichick. It's over, Rico. The Patriots, they're not athletic. They're not talented. They don't have a quarterback. And his defensive genius is getting shredded on a week-by-week basis. You can go look at the Miami game, look at the Dallas game. I'm being serious with you. Doesn't Robert Kraft have to have the conversation with Bill Belichick? Mm-hmm. It's over, right?
Yeah, I think that the come to Jesus moment was him physically rubbing his face on camera where he just looked lost, like, where's Tom? What happened? This used to be so easy. The game passed him by. It literally went right past him, and he has no clue what to do. Mike, if you're Robert Kraft, if you're New England, it's painful because you want to keep the fond memories. You want to remember the good times, but you keep giving us this garbage. He should have been fired last year when he made Matt Patricia the offensive coordinator.
I want to deliver a shout out on the weekend report. We don't do this very often, but I'd like to say hello
buddy.
I'd like to say hello to John Gordon, who has a very important place in football history. Do you know who John Gordon
No.
is? Do you know what John Gordon invented?
See the guy with the Green Bay logo, right?
Yep. And he's dead. Died at 83 today. But he invented the Packers logo.
Oh, wow. Shout out. R.I.P., man.
Shout out John Gordon. Thanks for the G. All right. How about an Eberflus? Do you know what an Eberflus is? That's actually German for functioning idiot. Matt Eberflus, the coach of the Bears. Tie game at 28 after you've blown a 28-7 lead. You have 4th and 1 deep in Broncos territory with about 1:50 to go. Why are we going for it and not kicking the field goal to take the lead there, Matty? Hello, Matty. Anyone home?
Matty feels like I got nothing to lose.
Bears kill a timeout. Come back out on the field. They didn't think better of it. They still go for it. They get stoned. Broncos go down the field. They win the game. Rico Beard. How do you not kick the field goal?
You're supposed to, Mike, but when you're the Bears and everything is going wrong for you, you are now like that degenerate gambler. You hope that the next roll of the dice will change everything for you. Knowing I probably should quit right now, but no, my life will change on this next roll. He shouldn't have. You kick the field goal, and then you just play defense. The bad thing is, Fields actually had a good game, and you just threw it all away. Yeah. You threw it all away.
No to that? Okay. Sorry, I was giving Rico just a submission there. Just something written. Hey, real quick, David, signs you're privileged. Episode 1. Rico Beard, can you name the date and team the Niners last lost a regular season game to?
No.
If it takes you that long, you're privileged. You're privileged. He doesn't remember the date or the team his team last lost to.
It was, what, 12 regular season games?
Privilege. Now your homework assignment, you go look up the last time you felt pain.
Somebody in the NFL?
Privilege. Let me move along. Shout out to Pat Mahomes. Brilliant or BS, people. Mahomes scrambling has a surefire touchdown to ice the Jets. And you know what he said? No. Because I care about my teammates and I care about those who bet the Jets getting 9.5. Mahomes slid down in bounds. Kneel, we're leaving. Versus if he scored like that selfish SOB on Oregon the night they played Texas Tech, your defense would have to play 8, 9, 10 more snaps.
No.
Pat Mahomes is a brilliant man. I just wanted to say that.
No, because unlike James Franklin, Patrick Mahomes hates you. I could have made sure that the Chiefs covered. And everybody out there who had us in a parlay to cover, that's for you. No, he stood up and might as well just put the middle fingers up in the air and said, ha, yeah, Taylor Swift that. Oh, by the way,
yes.
Speaking of Mahomes, that's who they last lost to, the Niners.
What week? What was the date on that?
It was October 23rd.
This man's going on a full calendar year almost.
44-23. I remember because I was just like, wow, maybe they're not ready for the Super Bowl yet.
Yes, David.
That hurts.
Privilege. It's ridiculous.
And I leave you with this question on the Weekend Report, and it's an over-under for Rico Beard. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Over or under 6 Harlan Barnett score on the Wonderlic.
Not fair. Nope.
And that is the Weekend Report. When did you meet Will Smith? All right, Weekend Report is here. I want to tell you it is unequivocal. James Franklin cares.
You should upgrade your view
about
You're a Michigan
gamblers.
fan, you're on your way to playing
Rico,
for
I need you to help me whether this was
98-inch
delightful or
LED
douchey.
TV,
James Franklin with 2 minutes left,
look like you're in the
needing a touchdown to
Maybe
cover
you're in the
as a
projector.
26.5
They've got a
point
deal,
favorite.
$1,000
He
off a
decided,
laser 4K
I'm going to go
projector by
fake kneel
Sony.
down with
There's
a backup
million
QB
letters
and launch a bomb.
name of this thing. The
to cover the number at Northwestern. Is that delightful or douchey? Because you know where I'm at.
It's delightful for you, Mike, because as you say, good teams win, great teams cover.
And great coaches care about their boosters who are betting on alma mater. The more you cover as a coach, the friendlier people are going to be to you. That's my theory.
I would rather you just come out and say, yeah, I knew what I was doing, instead of the whole, oh, shucks.
One time I want a coach to come out and say, you know what? I know our alums, and I know what bet they made today. That was for you.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good, and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
All right, we'll go to the ticket text. Got a JMO thing for you, and it's going to seem like I'm piling on, but I'm not. It struck me that we had a little bit of a overreaction.
Yeah. And you know what? And I got something for you as well, Mike.
What's that, a football team?
No. Well, you can come join the privilege if you want. It's an open invitation. It's like the church.
Mm-hmm.
Doors are always open.
Mm-hmm.
No, I know how much you love or hate streaming of football games because you think it's pretty much killing
you're trapped.
Sports.
That's what I think of it. You're trapped.
Yeah. Well, they've extended that to college hoops. Now, college hoops is not the same as college football. It's not as popular. I understand. I get it. I love it. But for most people, college hoops starts late February when you start getting the bubble talk. But, yeah, Peacock and the Big Ten struck up a deal. Peacock is giving 30-plus games exclusive from the Big Ten on Peacock, including Michigan State, which is a big game. And another one that probably, if you're a college basketball fan, you'll understand why this is big too. Purdue, Indiana is going to be exclusively on Peacock. You won't be able to watch that on CBS, on Fox, on ESPN. I just wonder, we found out that people still watched games. Like it didn't take a big hit in college football, but I think college football is kind of like the NFL. It's bulletproof. You're going to watch it regardless. This may be a major hindrance to trying to build your audience in college hoops. That a lot of Purdue's on there 6 times, Michigan State's on there 5 times. Like all your big schools are on. Indiana's on 5 times, Ohio State's on 5 times, Wisconsin's on 5 times. It's like basically they took all the best teams and says, give us 5 of your games, and we're going to turn that into something. So
it's the way of the world, man. It's something we got to deal with. I don't have to like it, but I have to accept it. I got to deal with it. I mean, if I want to watch Michigan State January 30th, you got to fire up the streaming. I don't like it. I never have.
Now, for a sport that I think you're trying to build an audience, this college football, people are going to watch. They'll complain. It's like the NFL. You'll complain, but you'll find a bar. You'll find a friend. You'll borrow somebody's streaming app. But this, good luck with that.
Here's what I wanted to bring up, because Evan and I were talking about it, and I'm not mad about it. It's one of those things where I'm like, it's so typical of the way the media wants to spin a narrative. So Jameson Williams was at practice, and J-Mo talked about what he's been doing while suspended, and everybody, and Evan was showing me, because Evan's got one of the, he's all over social media. Oh my God, Jameson Williams says he caught 100 passes a day off the jugs machine. And I looked at Evan, I go, that takes like 10 minutes.
You know what? That's 5 minutes more than I said it. I told Dave, I was like, that's 15 minutes worth of work. The number sounds impressive.
Right, but like at least lie to us and say 1,000. At least say you stood in front of the damn thing for an hour and a half catching passes.
Right.
100. That's like saying I shot 100 free throws. I can be done in 10 minutes.
Right. Basically, if you catch 5 balls in a minute, it's 20 minutes. Yeah,
but everyone in the media is like, oh my God, he caught 100 balls off the jugs machine. And you're like,
right, like different sport. But yeah, I was more impressed. Like Steph Curry shoots 1,000 3-pointers a day.
That's the Kobe Bryant model.
Right. That takes a lot of time. That's 100.
So you had the same reaction I did.
Yeah, because I was like, that's like shooting 100 free throws. Like, okay, yeah.
I mean, hey, listen. It's either going to matter or it won't. He's either going to be good or he's not. It's just fodder until we get to see the young man. And again, I don't expect him to play a lot this weekend, if at all. I don't want to rush him back. I want him to be ready to roll. But yeah, acting like he was doing the Rocky IV workout in Russia with the KGB after him. Sorry, 100 catches on the jugs machine, you could do in a commercial break.
Yeah. Especially at Lions facilities, if you have somebody feeding the balls through the machine, you're just literally just sitting there catching it. Boom, boom, boom. You could knock out
100 a day.
You can knock out at least 10 catches a minute. So, yeah, you're looking at 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's like going to the driving range. You can just knock out 100 balls like that. That's basically what he's doing.
Right.
It's not impressive.
You could do that on your lunch break.
Yes.
But
so what did you do the rest of the day?
But it's
Jameson.
It's to make him seem like he's been out there working hard. Because here's the thing. People want Jameson to work out here. So anything positive, you're going to latch hold to that. And that's this right now. Well, he wasn't sitting around just eating cheeseburgers. He was actually catching 100 balls a day. And then you hear the 100. It's like, okay, wait a minute. That's really not a lot.
Hey, listen. And obviously,
I mean, it's 100 more than you and I, but
catching footballs ain't how I get paid.
Right.
Second of all, listen, I'm not telling you he didn't do anything else. Obviously, he claims he was doing 2-a-days and working hard, but like for him to get up there and do a humble brag, and he's like, you do the math. All right, yeah, I'll do the math. So in the last month, you've caught 3,000 balls off a jugs machine. Wow. Do the math. Okay. Like that's, I mean, what? Does a carpenter count the nails he sunk? Come on, man. I laugh because nobody in the media steps up and is just like, yeah, and that's not that big of a deal. Everyone's just running to report the blessings of J-Mo and his 100 catches a day off his personal jugs machine. Do me a favor. No more talk. Play.
So, yeah, to put that in perspective, in the time that you were off, that took 5.5 hours to catch your 3,300 balls.
Do the math.
I just did the math.
You do the math.
5.5 hours.
No, you do the math.
With your 4 weeks off.
See, but here's the problem that I have. And I guess I'm not really trying to compare, but I guess I am. Because your own teammate, St. Brown, catches 202. So wouldn't you at least want to get to the level that he's at?
100 a day.
And, yeah, doing the math, that's 5 hours and 5.5 hours for you to.
The press got it wrong, actually. He caught 10,000 balls.
Yeah, exactly. No, just listen. Keep an eye on it. What I'm not going to do, though, is get in with this narrative garbage. I'm not turning this kid into some hero, and I'm not vilifying him. Look, his play is what will speak.
Right there. The path is there. You can come out of here. You go out there, you help this team continue to win. You take them to that level where now you're competing with San Francisco and the Eagles. Nobody will bring up anything that you did in the offseason.
Correct.
Nobody's going to remember your gambling stuff because all you're going to be talking about is how you helped this team and how you're such a part. You don't do this, and these stories live on in infamy.
Also correct. All right.
As you would like to say, choose your own adventure.
Yeah, he's got everything in front of him. But, yeah, that don't impress me. 248-539-9797.
And then just for people who are saying, well, how did you – that's basically catching 10 balls a minute.
David, ticket text. You want to get through a few? What do you got for me?
Someone says 100 a day. That's a joke, Jameson. I would think that you would try to impress us a little bit more, they say.
Hey, David, you do the math. Ooh. Here's the math I got so far, J-Mo. You've caught one pass.
Regarding Mario, someone says, I don't understand why we can't get Mario and Rob back. Brothers fight, they make up. Come on, people, please. Just put a shield between them. They'll be okay.
Because one of them's good and one of them's not. There's a starter.
Mike, David better go back to church and get that crack cocaine out of his hand because the FSU would destroy Michigan this year. I think Texas is the only team that would beat Michigan right now. Brian from Louisville.
Wait, he's saying that FSU?
He said FSU would get destroyed by Michigan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not ready to put FSU in the Texas category. I thought they were shaky, clearly, against BC. And then the Clemson game, there was a majority of that game where Clemson was in about the 65% win probability category. I haven't loved the way they've played, and I have to downgrade the LSU game now.
Right.
Because now we know LSU's defense is booty.
Understand, but the fact that you did win those games and you weren't at home, so
no, it's fair,
right. But
I'm okay
the crack
for
cocaine,
well,
that's a little harsh.
You know, it is what it is. People can text what they want.
I mean, you got big time receivers and you got one Will Johnson.
I just don't imagine David doing crack. I mean, that doesn't add up.
That's not classy enough for him.
No,
classy enough.
No.
Math is what my choice of.
Yeah, you look more like an ecstasy type of person.
Yeah, I was going to say David does strike me as the pill popping pastor.
Yeah, ecstasy, baby number 5. Yeah.
Ooh. Well, 4 hasn't happened yet, so I don't know.
Unless it's twins.
Oh.
Please don't scare me.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun.
David's going to be taking a duck boat to work, paddling the kids along. 248-539-9797. It is college football. We will re-engage that conversation.
Little Monique and Unique.
Oh. Rico. 97-1.
Obviously, we know on any given Sunday anybody can win.
Yeah.
San Francisco, Lions better than them?
No.
Not yet. No.
Philly.
I would say as good. Can I say as good?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. It's your mouth.
I would say slightly below right now. Slightly.
Buffalo.
Gosh, that's
Gosh,
I mean, honestly, I would say as good.
Yeah.
If it was a home game, I'd take the Lions. If it was there, I'd take Buffalo.
All right. Now, this one, they obviously beat them, but Kansas City. Now, if they had the Kelsey-Chris Jones equation, but...
Oh, so you're going with the...
No, I'm not saying it's an asterisk, but we're looking at them right now.
Did you have dinner with Tirico the other day?
No.
I'd say right now, yeah.
Sorry, Mike.
They are.
Okay.
You didn't say that about Philly, but you said about...
I said the Eagles. I said Jalen Hurts aren't playing that good. Isn't playing that well.
He always shows his true colors.
No. Miami.
I think as good as.
Did you tear up?
No, I didn't. I was like, that's emotional. I think my hair on the back of my neck stood up a little bit, the goosebumpy. I did not actually physically get tears, but I could tell I was like, wow, this is...
I thought we went out to first base. That would have gotten you.
More than I expected.
Because I know you wanted him to play first base really badly, and then when it happened, I thought, oh, that'll get dug.
Yep.
King, did you get emotional at all?
I got emotional, but not like teary. I emotional as in the fact that it was sad and happiness at the same time, if that makes any sense, right? You know, you're like, you get to see the great send-off, which made you happy, but the sadness is this is the end, and it's over.
Yep.
And you got...
The Lions were missing some firepower at practice today. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Brian Branch were both sidelined. There was some good news, though. Taylor Decker, Vaitai, Kirby Joseph, Julian Aquara, and Emmanuel Mosley all did suit up in practice. Jameson Williams also returned today. The Lions 8.5-point favorites over Carolina on Sunday. The Wolverines are playing in primetime Saturday night when they travel to Minnesota. Running back Blake Corum joined Stoney and Jansen this morning. We asked him about that road test, also how he's been performing so far this year. The Wolverines are 19.5-point favorites. That's according to FanDuel. Meantime, the Spartans are on their bye this week. The Tigers will have a different voice on TV broadcasts next season. Play-by-play man Matt Shepard won't return following 5 seasons. The playoffs start today with the wild card round. Currently, middle of the 7th inning, the Rangers lead the race 4-0. Bottom of the first, the Twins are up 2-0 on the Blue Jays. The late games tonight, Brewers D-backs and Phillies Marlins. And the Red Wings continue their preseason action tonight against the Blackhawks in Chicago. Puck drop at 8:30. The pregame show with Jeff Rieger is at 8:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. It's a damn beautiful day, even though my football teams are atrocious. I have college football on the brain, and we are going to involve both fan bases at completely opposite ends of the spectrum here. Let's go to friends in low places to begin. If you are a Spartan fan, did Saturday night mark the end of you watching Spartan football this fall? Look, it's not the kids' fault. I don't think they wake up trying to be terrible. I think they have a collection of con artists and low-intellect human beings coaching them, and it's a bad product. Saturday night was bottom of chili pot. Iowa, Cade McNamara dies. Some guy named Deacon Hill, who looks like he's a long-lost relative of TJ Lang, is at quarterback.
I thought Jared Lorenz.
He was a robust man. The point is, they handed you the game, you still didn't want it. Rico went into a tirade to open the show. I don't have it in me. I don't. I'm opting out for the rest of the fall. It's the same thing with the Giants. After last night's game, 11 sacks, clown car, can't do it. Does that make us bad fans? Or do we have permission from the college football elite that we can enter the fan portal, the Fordle? Can we enter the fan portal and just opt out? That's at one end of the spectrum.
Yeah, because I would say that, you know what? You're kind of mentally broken.
I'm done.
So you get to go on the IR for the year.
I don't want to watch Michigan State.
Yeah, you just go on the IR. Doesn't mean you've left the team. Because
will you be able to not watch that game?
I'll watch it.
You will. You will. See, the only time MSU has had a game like what this year is going to be has been 02, Bobby Williams in Ann Arbor.
Right.
06, John L. getting fired.
No, this is scary what you're about to say. Keep
in
going.
Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Mark's farewell as a lame duck.
Yeah,
those are the only three in my life where I've ever approached this game saying we have no chance. The only time.
I remember that. Yeah, because I actually, because people got angry, but I respected the fact that's when Harbaugh ran like some trick play late in the game.
I'm not mad
scored
at
a touchdown. I was like, you know what? That's what you're supposed to do in a game.
I want Michigan to win by 60 so they can wake up some of the moronic donors up at MSU who live in a fantasy land. The point I'm making is we're done. Is it acceptable for us to just ace out? Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you're a Michigan fan. You awoke from your slumber and played the best game of your season, albeit against crap. But who you play and how you play, there's a value in the how you play, no matter who you play. You played great. So here's my question. Now the calendar goes to October. A little bit of foliage for everybody. Huh? A little orange, a little yellow, maybe a little red foliage. What teams are you afraid of nationally if you're a Michigan fan? It's no secret Harbaugh's 1-7 in bowl/playoff games. He's atrocious once he leaves his little hovel of the Big Ten. No one's going to forget the TCU game anytime soon. No one's going to forget the Georgia game. But who are you afraid of? Is it a reasonable conversation to think Michigan's the best team in America? Yes, it is. Now, I personally only have one team that I don't think you can beat. One. And it's Texas. But outside of that, Bama's not Bama. You could beat them. Georgia's not Georgia. I think you can beat them. I think you beat it. I'm not going to list all the teams. The only team I don't think you can beat is Texas. Now, could you be the best team? Yes. The problem is you have no data points I care about. None. You have played
no burden of proof.
Nothing. You haven't even had to leave home except to go play god-awful Nebraska, whose backup quarterback is a worse passer than Jeff Sims. So I want to know for Michigan fans.
And see, that's the only reason why I throw Washington in the mix, because Washington hasn't played great teams either. But they've embarrassed great teams. Where you finally embarrassed somebody last week on the road, that's why it's like, I don't know. And I look at the secondary, and teams that have multiple receivers like Texas, like Washington, like those teams are the ones that I think, or Florida State, yeah, you probably could get them. You could probably, but it's not a lot. Probably that Washington and Michigan would be a great game. I mean, if that's a semifinal for the Rose Bowl, old school, Pac-12, Big Ten, I would love to see that game. Because if Michigan can run the ball and can control it, great. Washington is one-dimensional. They have no running back. Their running back was done for the year before the season started. All they're going to do is pass, and you know this. So can you stop their pass? Can they stop your run?
Look, here's the other thing, and we don't need to go there now because it's first week of October, but I felt since the beginning of the year it was reasonable what Blake Corum said. It's title or bust. The way this year has set up thus far, I don't see anyone I'm overly impressed with outside of Texas. This is really your probably last great shot, to be quite honest. You're going to lose a ton after this season. You may even lose your coach. I just, there's something bothering me about, I don't know if Harbaugh's there past this year, but you're going to lose.
Yeah, see. No, you're right, because.
And it's like, this is their shot, and they could do this.
Guys, he's been trying to leave for the last 2 years. And now, if JJ
Charger job opens up,
JJ walks out the door, Corum, like if all your star players walk out the door, because I look at what like he has behind them, and ain't a great quarterback room. Like you had to go out and get paid. What the Indiana quarterback? Not Peyton Ramsey, but the Indiana quarterback's the backup. He transferred in. You got Orgy for Michigan. Like your quarterback room's not that great. No, so that's why I'm wondering. Like
they'll hit the portal and get Wilton Spate. The point I'm making is this really is set up nice for them to make this run and do this. So I just want to know what teams actually have your attention if you're a Michigan fan. And if you're a State fan,
do they have your attention?
Huh?
Do they have your attention if you're a State fan?
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. That's actually a way better. You know what? Tell with it. Just take it till 6. That's a way better. Rico articulated that in a way better fashion. I'll be damned. What teams have your attention? And if you're a State fan, does yours? 248-539-9797. That's where we're at. Little college football on a Tuesday because Lord knows the Lions were operating in their vacuum. Oh, and we're trying to get Mario and Pemba back on TV. David, what do you got on that? Well, I'm serious.
Make Mario great again.
Shep's gone, and there's one move to make if you're Bally. It's Mario and Pemba. Then move number 2, it's either Curtis Granderson or Cameron Maben. There's your new broadcast. Gibby, thanks for the memories. Craig Monroe, enjoy yourself, just not here. Goodbye. They say it's time to go. See ya.
They say it's time to go. Woo, that's good. I like that one.
It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Simply say this. You know what? You can now take it to 6.
Okay. They say.
Let me give you a couple texts here on Michigan State.
Someone says, Mario great again.
Someone says, I opt out often. Only fools devote themselves to losers.
I'm with you. Listen, Rico and I tried to keep the front for 2 weeks, give them some support, see if they could claw their way to 6 W's. It's a clown car. Because what you realize is Mel Tucker wasn't the only con artist up there.
No, it's
he
Ocean's
hired
11.
a staff of cons. As Rico's put it, it's Ocean 11.
Yeah. I mean, because Washington, with Mel there, you didn't have a chance. But Iowa was a 50-50 game, and you actually outplayed them, and you still lost.
Make Mario great again.
They
say leave.
After eating my extra large.
Hey, it's a players-only broadcast. Get out. Mario, sunglasses.
If that wasn't a sign that they were going to make a change. Sorry.
What I'm just saying. Tell me right now.
No, he's saying the players only broadcast, like near the end of the season.
You can do a players only broadcast. Well, listen, But
hold on. The Braves did that.
Yeah, no, I said the players only was better than the regular broadcast, but that wasn't saying much. It was just the idea that at least it was entertaining. The point I'm making is you have an opportunity to now have a high-level broadcast again. Mario's local. He's awesome at what he does, and MSU's been too stupid to hire him, so let the Tigers go do it.
Someone texted in and says, bring Mario back to do Pistons, Michigan State, and the Tigers.
We're going to work Mario to the bone.
Mario, I hope you got your rest. It's nonstop now. You had 5 years of rest. We're on.
We want Mario doing pre and post and the game.
Pretty much he's so confused. He's calling 3-pointers like it's baseball, Mario. Oh, okay.
Listen to the national anthem as I walk up to the booth after doing the pregame. Right. He's doing everything.
Listen, I still don't know how MSU hasn't made that call. I'll just leave it alone. He got it. Okay, time for you to go too. What, touchdown MSU 17 seconds after the play? Come on, man.
Yeah, well, people get attached to their
that's great. Who says no to Mpemba back on television? Who says no? Nobody. And I know I'm being irresponsible. I should have called Mario, but I didn't. I don't care.
His phone's blowing.
Let it blow up. Mario, it's time to work. Mama's calling. It's time to come home.
What in the world? Why is it? Did somebody die?
The poor guy's buying a pallet of salmon at Costco, and his phone's exploding.
Did somebody die? Is somebody hurt? What happened?
Who says no, though? Think about turning on your television for your AL Central champion Tigers of 2024. Colton Keith leads the MLB in home runs with 53 of them. And Mario Mpemba's calling games. We're back. It's like The Wire. Put the word out. We're back up. Mario's back.
So is this a Bally's thing or is this a Tigers thing?
It's both. But I mean, the Bally is so low rent.
I mean, I just didn't know who makes the.
They don't
call
deserve Mario.
All right,
you don't deserve to serve food.
Technically, he was never an employee from Bally Sports. He was Fox Sports Detroit.
FSD.
Bring him up. Total change. Brand new.
Hey, new Bally, new you.
New slogan. I like that.
I mean, can you imagine? They start the season next year, and Mario just rises like the Undertaker out of the coffin. He's like,
no. A shadowy figure walks through the tunnel, walks past the new fence.
Just remember the old Alan Trammell commercial when they were building Comerica?
Yeah.
And Tram had the stupid sunglasses on, and he walks out of the dark, and he's like, it's time to work. And like Dean Palmer's hitting balls into the snow. That's what we do with Mario.
No. Here it is. He walks through the tunnel, and very softly you hear Mario highlights, but you're not really, they're inaudible. And as you see feet, and you see it, and then finally you see his face, and you hear him calling, Maglio's home run or something like that. And you're like, he's back.
Yes.
Hey, guys, if you want to learn how to do that, Specs at LTU. This is why you need to sign up for classes. Because you'll be taught by instructors like myself, located right here on the campus of Southfield. Specs at LTU wants you to do one thing.
Thanks, Rico.
Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. While you're there, make magic by enrolling in the Specs at LTU certificate program today in broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communication. Meaning if you want to go into radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU has you covered. Remember, be curious.
They say curiosity.
Go to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling at Specs at LTU certificate program today.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is.
Mm-hmm.
They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just all offensive numbers. And then defensively, they're number 1 against the run, which is crazy talk. Right. They're getting all this amazing pressure on the quarterback. Their points per game is right about where it was when they were 8-2 down the stretch. I think they were giving up 20.3 points per game. This is 20.8, which ranks more towards the middle of the league. So that area can be improved upon. But they're remarkably consistent. And this is how you go from being average to good and then go from good to great. It's how consistent are you?
When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service now. You need Mastercraft. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. They got you covered. 24/7, locally owned. 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft is your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. And they got plenty of generators in stock and on sale. If Mastercraft can't get to you the same day, they take $100 off your next day service call. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're going to get to your calls here in a second. David, a couple of the ticket texts coming in. And again, do I think that Bally or the Tigers would have Mario back? Probably not, because Bally's low rent. I'm sure they'll do something cheap. They'll probably go find a guy calling Savannah Peaches games or something, and then that'll be what you'll get. Now, again, maybe you get the next rising star. Maybe you get the next Joe Davis. But my whole point is Tiger broadcasts are important. They matter. The Tigers matter, right? This isn't the Miami Marlins who don't matter. Like, I know it hasn't been the most winning franchise, but they're iconic, and they matter. And I feel like, you know what? It matters. 97.1, we put a good broadcast out there. Dan Dickerson's a damn good broadcaster. Mm-hmm. All right? Bally, get it together. Call Mario, fix it. Let's go. Make Mario great again. All right, let's get the hats.
Someone says, it's the least that Chris Ilitch can do. Go out there yourself and get us Mario and Pimba.
He is busy with the district, and I take offense to your remark.
Regarding Michigan, Ben from Ann Arbor says, Mike is right. I'm a Michigan fan here. I watched Texas dismantle Bama on the road. Don't want anything to do with that defensive line. Grown men playing D for Texas.
Yeah, and again, if you played Texas, it would probably be for the national title. I am not saying that it's this mortal lock. I'm just telling you, what I have watched so far, I think that's the one team if you played 10 times, I don't think you'd beat them more than once or twice.
But see, the good news to that is that means that you're probably going to get out the semifinal game.
Correct.
And you'll make it to the final game. Because that was the one that I said, I know it's championship or bust. You got to get to the championship game. You get to the championship game, you don't embarrass yourself, man, can't nobody make fun of you.
No, God, no. Playing for a national
title. That's why I'm like, I get what Corum is saying, but just get there, play a good game. If you lose by a touchdown or a field goal.
Hey, you got a chip in a chair. You're in the game. If they can get to the point that they're 60 minutes from a national title, anyone who makes fun of that, you're a moron.
Right, like
Spartan
when you
or
lost.
otherwise.
Right, well, no. you got there.
Now, I'll make fun of them if they somehow don't end up in Indy or something. Well, that's a ridiculous season.
Well, yeah.
But now I don't expect it. I think they're going to beat Penn State. I love Penn State's defense. I hate this offense. I hate it.
What about the offense? Is it the coach or just the offense?
Both.
Because I like the quarterback. Allard, he's going to be pretty good. And he just gets better each week.
He has me getting better each week. Someone says, I have invoked my Bobby Williams ban. No viewing until they purge our totally inept OC and DC. And if they bring in a coach that was only good because he had a great player, I will extend my ban.
Oh, I remember. It was worse than that back in 06 with John L. I openly rooted against the team. I hated the entire. If Tuck were still on the sidelines and it looked like this, I would openly root against him. So at least through his own idiocy and depravity, he has spared me having to root against my team. But I will tell you, David, the odds are, like, if it's a Saturday like this, I'm done. I'll do the things I need to do. We'll have fun, rivalry-wise or otherwise. If I were to actually watch Michigan and Michigan State, I would need to do it in a paper bag. It's absurd.
Yeah, 06 was the only year I couldn't tell you anything that happened. I think that's when they had like the best comeback in college football. Didn't watch the game. I was like, oh, they beat Northwestern. Good for you.
Oh, the 35-3 game.
Yeah.
Drew Stanton, right?
Yeah, I was like, good for you. Yeah, I was done. I think I literally fell asleep and just woke up and saw the box score like, they won that game.
Let's go to the people. Let's go to Brad, 97.1. Bradley, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, fellas. Can you hear me all right? I'm on my hands-free driving phone.
We're all good.
All right.
What do you got?
All right, I fully support bringing back Mario. I mean, good Lord. I want him. Second thing is, as a Michigan fan, I mean, Texas, yes, they're terrifying. But honestly, after seeing Ryan Day lose his cool after Notre Dame, they kind of scare me just because I know this is his last hurrah, and every stop will be pulled. And it's going to be a tough game, I think. I don't know. Their quarterback seems real gutsy. I don't know if they have the skill, but, you know,
listen,
call me
here's
yellow, but
no, Brad, you respect your opponent. I'm not mad about it. Ohio State took a small step to making me believe that they're ready to play you. I think the next challenge will be, all right, you're taking on Penn State here in 2 weeks. Can you hold up to Singleton and Allen? Can you win that type of game? Because, look, if they're battle-tested to the point that they have beaten Notre Dame on the road and beaten Penn State, and those are two teams that are physical, they want to run it, they want to get after you. If McCord has those wins under his belt, yes, Brad, I would have to take OSU more seriously.
But see, I don't, because I think mentally they will always have talent. But I'm now starting to think that Ryan Day is worse than James Franklin mentally when it comes to Michigan.
Yeah, I agree with you, but you know, I'm counting on him blowing it. But something, you know, there's always a chance you could have those guys so fired up they're ready to do anything.
See, Brad, I think that it would happen in spite of him.
Right, maybe the players would overcome him. But I have a quick point about the Lions, if you guys don't mind, real quick. And it's about you two as well. I love you to death. I call all the time. I've listened to you forever. But the amount of manic energy that came out after week 2 when we lost to Seattle, I didn't have time to call in, but I wanted to tell you guys, I know it sucked, but I truly believe Seattle's going to be one of the top 5-6 teams in the NFC, and that was a pick 6 away from being our game. I think that game, that pick 6 by Goff was brutal. I know he hadn't thrown a pick in 400 attempts before that, but there wasn't that much panic out of myself after that game, other than a couple of the injuries. And I think that we are leveling off to see that the Lions, as well as Seattle, are going to be
you're right.
very good teams by the end of this.
No, Brad, you were right, because it's looking like Seattle's better than I thought, and it looks not that it's a good loss.
No,
you're
but
right.
I hate the fact that Seattle owns a tiebreaker. That you would have to play the game out in Seattle if you had to play a game.
Seattle sacked Daniel Jones 11 times last night.
You know who doesn't hate that? Your O-line.
I don't like anything. And Brad just made me sad, to be honest. Jesus. How do you give up 11 sacks in a game?
Mike, you can always hit the portal. David, since you won't come to you can go to be a Steeler.
I wish I could.
Why would you want to do that right now?
No,
because David, I've offered and he just won't. I know you can't be an Eagles fan.
No, I have my B team in college.
Well, what's your B team in the pros?
I can't have one.
You can't do Eagles.
No, Texas is my. I'm a Longhorn.
I mean,
I've
offered.
I actually just I researched how Michigan gets their players their degrees. I just acquired one from Texas in the last 12 minutes. I got an online component. I got a little general studies from UT Austin. Hook 'em, class of 23.
Sell them some.
Let's go. 248-539-9797. Hey, college football every Saturday. Oh, boy, if you're going to watch Michigan State, you probably need Old Nation Brewing. Old Nation, a fan favorite.
Maybe not.
What?
Be careful with the Old Nation Brewing if you're watching Michigan State.
Yes, please, drink responsibly. The point is, the M43, the B43, the Oktoberfest, and Old Nation just made Untapped Best Regional Breweries Top 15. They're the only one in Michigan to even come close. Their beer is exceptional. If you love enjoying great beer while your team ruins your life, well, Old Nation has you covered. Grab some wherever you buy your beer. Check them out, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up, and please drink responsibly. All right, let's get to work. It's a Tuesday. It's October. It's 85 degrees out. And I have no football to watch. All right, Rico, we can start a multitude of ways. We're going to get to University of Michigan a little bit later. Let's burn it down before we build it up, I guess. Lions, a little bit after that. You have things you want to say about Saturday. I want to hit the fan portal. I can't do this the rest of the fall. Yeah. As a Spartans and Giants fan, if I can't continue to do this flaccid penis offense that we watch constantly. 60 minutes on Saturday, 60 minutes on Sunday. Nobody can block a soul. Nobody can throw the ball. Nobody can do anything. Clown car effort, arguments on the sidelines, teams that look like they're on Quaaludes. I want to hit the fan portal. But see, you have something else you want to say today. No. And you won't share. No. So I said, fine. I'll sit here and just let you go ahead. Go ahead and shoot.
It's been fun for the last few weeks. We've been doing the top 10.
It's better than the Big Ten power rank.
Well, the Big Ten you can only do like for the first few weeks, and then you realize
they're all terrible.
Going to be bad again this year.
Got it.
Let's start off at number 10. Mike.
Okay. Yes.
We head down to Durham, North Carolina. Notre Dame defeating Duke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Notre Dame defeats Duke 21-14, bouncing back from their loss.
Yeah.
Against Ohio State, and they did it kind of the way Ohio State beat them the week before.
Notre Dame is the poster child for a 12-team playoff, because it doesn't matter what Notre Dame does here on out, they're not getting into a 4-team. But in a year where we had 8 or 12, I think Notre Dame's one of the last teams in, and I don't know that anybody would be real pumped up about playing them. But they're good. They're just not going to be good enough because their marquee game, they lost. I don't see a way in. I don't.
No, they would need chaos the way that the Buckeyes needed chaos last year to get in. So
but they're legit, man. They're good.
At number 9, the University of Spoiled Children, USC. They defeated Colorado 48-41, but you defeated Colorado 48 to 40.
I can't put them in the top 10 because I don't take Alex Grinch's defense seriously at all. This was the final straw for me. The defense, despite the transfers of Bear Alexander and Mason Williams, it hasn't worked. They're still terrible. Rico, I think they're at best the third best team in the Pac-12.
But as bad as the defense, Mike, the offense is good.
Who have they played?
That's why. They play Colorado. And
who have they played? Okay, partner. Who have they
know?
played? No, I disagree with that ranking. Dirtbag.
At number 8, thanks to a pick by Peyton Thorne, University of Georgia beats Auburn 27-20.
Hold on. You dropped them to 8?
No, they were 8 last week.
I think that's a little much. Now, I will say, I am expecting a virtuoso performance this Saturday night by Georgia. Kentucky's going to roll in. Everyone's told them how bad they are. I think Kirby rallies the troops, and I think they drop a bomb on Kentucky. You can rank them 8th for playing very lackluster 2 of the last 3 weeks, damn near losing Auburn.
And once again, remember,
I think it's a little low.
No. This is not where they're going to finish. So, Kenny, unball your fist, okay? Quit doing the Arthur meme.
Oh, no.
But what I am saying is kind of like how Michigan was, you're not covering the spread. You're not looking dominant in these games. You know, Bowers gets the touchdown, and then you need an interception to win that game. Kenny, did you feel good about the Georgia game?
No, I didn't feel good about the Georgia game, but I'm not dropping them all the way to 8 because of it.
No. I'm not dropping them. They were already at 8. You were just sick last week.
Okay. That was wrong last week, and it's wrong this week then.
Okay.
I think at lowest I'd have them at 5. I get what you're doing. But Kenny, I think you'll rise a lot in these rankings. I know you were screening calls. I expect the best out of them Saturday against Kentucky.
Will they show up during the first half?
Kenny,
I'd like that,
Kenny,
please.
And I'll simply say this. In this, I've held true. You have a good week, you move up. You have a bad week, you fall. I'm no holder to where you started the year off. At number 7, we got Oregon. Oregon 42-6 over a bad Stanford team, and they just went out there and made Stanford look bad.
They didn't even score in the first quarter. That's the crazy part. Still come out, cover, do the business. Look, I'm fine with it. At least they've gone on the road. They played Texas Tech. They did something, played a Power 5 team. They are still in need of a big test. Mm-hmm. They're still in the need of that big game.
Right. The Colorado thing, I think they took personal, but as we know, Colorado is not a great team. No. So, at number 6, took them a little bit of time to get it going, but I got Penn State. Defeated Northwestern 41-13, even though they were down in the game because they fumbled the opening kickoff. They rallied back. Penn State still, I think, the number 1 defense in the nation.
I don't like their offense. Sorry.
But they got that West Virginia win is looking better and better each week.
That's fair. Neil Brown saving his job. Again, they played someone who's a Power 5 team. Looks decent. Their schedule, again, I got to see Aller in a big game where I need him to throw it 25 times. Yet to see it. I didn't like his performance at Illinois. I didn't like his performance against Iowa. I need more.
At number 5, lackluster game. Penix did not do what he was supposed to do. Washington is number 5. They defeated the Arizona Wildcats 31-24 in a game that probably should not have even been that close. I don't know if they were sleepwalking in the game. They just kind of took the Wildcats for granted.
Yeah.
Was not impressive, so they drop in my poll this week to number 5.
Look, this will sort itself out a little bit. Just, your Washington angle. Washington and Oregon in Seattle next weekend, October 14th, where I will take Washington. But you're not going to beat people by 50 every week, just like Michigan wasn't going to sleepwalk every week. I have no problem that they didn't distance themselves and win by 40. They were on the road this week again. Arizona's actually a lot better than people realize.
Right.
Jed Fish doing a nice job. Don't make it a habit playing that way.
Correct.
But overall, Washington might be the best team in the Pac-12. They look really tough.
I think they'll be playing in Vegas on that Friday night for the championship game. They're going to be one of the teams. At number 4, off of bye week, the Ohio State still flying high off of beating Notre Dame, but they were on a bye week last week, and because Washington struggled, Ohio State moved up to 4. At number 3.
No comments on Ohio State allowed, apparently.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. You're on a roll.
Bye week. No, go ahead.
He's on a roll, Ken.
Go ahead.
I think it's fine enough. I'll allow it. I just, you were getting a little ahead of yourself.
Dynamite dropping. All right.
That broadcasting school's really paid off.
At number 3, I moved up the University of Michigan. You defeated Nebraska 45-7. Utter domination. It's what I have been waiting to see. That's why Michigan jumped, I think, 6 spots in the poll this week. The only thing holding you back from the 1 or 2 spot is you have not played a top Power 5 team this year. So I don't know how good you could be.
The problem's the schedule. I know Florida State and Texas are ahead of them. Well, look at who they've played. Clemson and LSU for FSU. Texas has gone to Tuscaloosa. I get it. Could Michigan be the best team? Yes.
But I haven't seen it yet.
But I understand why. Yeah. Now, I'm hoping I get Texas number 1 finally.
At number 2, they're going to be playing Oklahoma. No. At number 2, they had a bye week last week. The Florida State Seminoles.
All right. I still probably put Georgia ahead of them. I probably put Ohio State ahead of them. I didn't like the way they played at Clemson. And if the Clemson kicker didn't lose his mind, the kid they got from science class, they'd lose. But
they won.
Yeah, they did. They survived and advanced.
They won on the road.
There it is. It's a ranked road opponent, which wake me up the next time we see Michigan go on the road and do that. And Texas,
Texas is number 1.
Nothing more to say. I mean, they're a pretty complete team. Yeah, I'll Texas with a $sign. Look,
they beat Kansas, ranked team 41-14
in a look-ahead spot with the Red River Shootout next week.
Had every reason to have one of those 31-24 type of games. They didn't. That's what impressed me is they were able to stay focused. And Mike, you've seen it so many times. The coaches and players, no, we're not looking ahead. Actually, you were.
Yeah,
but this one, nah.
And again, I mean, if I understand Quinn Ewers. He's not perfect, but when you look at the numbers overall, I mean, he's taking football more serious, completing 68% of his passes, 10 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's done it in some big environments. He's got damn near 1,500 yards passing. Like, he's on pace to have that 3,000 yards, that 30 touchdowns, some big wins. He might be rounding into the guy we thought he was going to be. And they've got the weapons around him with A.D. Mitchell and Xavier Worthy.
Cut the hair, and all of a sudden now he's a real
and you know
quarterback.
What? All jokes aside, young man, you want to be an NFL quarterback.
Look like one.
Get in shape.
Yeah.
You want to have him, I'll let you do your thing. But the point is, he wasn't taking it serious, and he did this offseason. So credit to him. He looks a lot better.
And Kenny, here's the thing. Your boys go out there and beat somebody handily, they'll move up.
The level of disgust that Kenny looked over at you with was really disturbing.
Not my fault.
I thought we were past the Georgia part of this power rank. Why am I catching strays again?
Because I wanted to. It's my top 10. You'll catch strays if I want you to catch strays.
Kenny, I kind of feel the end of that sentence featured a bitch. Jesus. Kenny, you need to speak to this man. 248-539-9797. We'll get with the people next. 97.1.
It's been fun for the last few weeks. We've been doing the top 10.
It's better than the Big Ten power rank.
Well, the Big Ten you can only do like for the first few weeks, and then you realize
they're all terrible.
Going to be bad again this year.
Got it.
Let's start off at number 10. Mike.
Okay. Yes.
We head down to Durham, North Carolina. Notre Dame defeating Duke.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Notre Dame defeats Duke 21-14, bouncing back from their loss against Ohio State, and they did it kind of the way Ohio State beat them the week before.
Notre Dame is the poster child for a 12-team playoff because it doesn't matter what Notre Dame does here on out. They're not getting into a 4-team. But in a year where we had 8 or 12, I think Notre Dame's one of the last teams in, and I don't know that anybody would be real pumped up about playing them. But they're good. They're just not going to be good enough because their marquee game, they lost. I don't see a way in. I don't.
No, they would need chaos the way that the Buckeyes needed chaos last year to get in. So
but they're legit, man. They're good.
At number 9, the University of Spoiled Children, USC, they defeated Colorado 48-41, but you defeated Colorado 48-40.
I can't put them in the top 10 because I don't take Alex Grinch's defense seriously at all. This was the final straw for me. The defense, despite the transfers of Bear Alexander and Mason Williams, it hasn't worked. They're still terrible. Rico, I think they're at best the third best team in the Pac-12.
But as bad as the defense, Mike, the offense is good.
Who have they played?
That's why. They play Colorado. And
who have they played? Okay, partner. Who have they
know?
played? No, I disagree with that ranking. Dirtbag.
At number 8, thanks to a pick by Peyton Thorne, University of Georgia beats Auburn 27-20.
Hold on. You dropped them to 8?
No, they were 8 last week.
I think that's a little much. Now, I will say, I am expecting a virtuoso performance this Saturday night by Georgia.
Well, it's also
Kentucky's going to roll in.
Television.
Everyone's told them how bad they are. I think Kirby rallies the troops, and I think they drop a bomb on Kentucky. You can rank them 8th for playing very lackluster the last 3 weeks, damn near losing Auburn.
And once again, remember,
I think it's a little low.
No. This is not where they're going to finish. So, Kenny, unball your fist, okay? Quit doing the Arthur meme.
Oh, no.
But what I am saying is, kind of like how Michigan was, you're not covering the spread. You're not looking dominant in these games. Bowers gets the touchdown, and then you need an interception to win that game. Kenny, did you feel good about the Georgia game?
No, I didn't feel good about the Georgia game, but I'm not dropping them all the way to 8 because of it.
No, I'm not dropping them. They were already at 8. You were just sick last week.
Okay. That was wrong last week, and it's wrong this week then.
I think at lowest I'd have them at 5. I get what you're doing. But Kenny, I think you'll rise a lot in these rankings. I know you were screening calls. I expect the best out of them Saturday against Kentucky.
Will they show up during the first half?
Kenny,
I'd like that,
Kenny,
please.
And I'll simply say this. In this, I've held true. You have a good week, you move up. You have a bad week, you fall. I'm no holder to where you started the year off. At number 7, we got Oregon. Oregon 42-6 over a bad Stanford team, and they just went out there and made Stanford look bad.
They didn't even score in the first.
This team it's 4 games, and none of us are going crazy about it, right? But it's amazing how remarkably consistent this team is. They're a top 10 passing team. They're a top 10 rushing team. They're a top 10 offensive team in terms of yards total. Like everything is just like consistent. They are, I think, 8th in the NFL in scoring. That's just
I have breaking news. During the break, I received a missive from one Mario Arthur Impemba. Wanted to say thank you for our support.
But leave me alone?
No, said his phone is, quote, on bleeping fire, close quote. And he appreciates us fighting the good fight. Okay. And if now this is my editorial. If Bally had a spine, they would call Mario and act like professionals and bring this man back to his rightful broadcasting throne.
Yeah, so that was a hint and a half for you, Bally's, that he's willing to listen. So
make the phone call.
You should be making the phone call right now.
Mario is ready to work. He didn't say that. That's me saying it. I shared the part with you that was for air. Mario's alive. He's well.
Sorry to have your phone blow up.
I'm not.
No, let's start spreading it. Mario says he's ready to go.
Make Mario great again. Call Bally and tell them you demand you have an itch and the only cure is Impemba.
I think if we get him on the air, Mike, you should be able to throw out a first pitch.
I would never want to. I would give that thrill to a little kid or something.
No.
I don't
First
want it.
pitch?
Don't
Come on.
want it. I don't want no part of it.
Oh, are you afraid you can't outdo Sister Jean?
No, I just don't want any part of it. Bob, sit down for a minute. Bob,
he's afraid.
You're a very powerful man on social media.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to throw your support behind Make Mario Great Again movement on your social media account right now, live in Crosstalk? Would you send out a missive that says, I'm Bob Wojnowski, and I support this message?
Are you bringing one or both?
Just Mario.
I don't know. Aren't you digging back for the past, a different era?
No, I'm digging back for the guy who carried that broadcast team.
Okay, but I mean, I like him. I think he's. But
go on your social media and put your support behind him right now and say, Bally Sports, hey!
I mean, there's
hire
precedent.
Mario and Pemba.
Not to say that he's right up there with Ernie, but they brought him back.
Well,
is it happening? Is it happening? Have you got word?
Mario responded.
He did?
Mario reached out to me.
Is he interested?
He was just, listen, I can't thank you guys enough for your support. My phone is on bleeping fire.
Wait, is this true? You did reach out?
Yeah, he did text him.
100%.
Okay, so go on.
Mike's a mover and shaker.
No, my point is, if Bob has any spine, go on his social media. He has a massive audience and say, I support the Mario and Pemba movement. And you should, what do you do?
I
tag?
need to know what the partnership is.
It doesn't matter. I'll handle it
Rod
later.
back. Rod and Mario. The mea culpa.
See, that kills it for Mike.
No, it doesn't.
Just bring
It
Mario
doesn't. No,
and you
get
hire
Rod
Curtis
back.
Granderson and we're good.
First of all, Granderson works for the MLB Network. You
Not
got to pay him a
anymore.
lot of money.
Yeah, well, you know what? They're saving a lot of money with their tube TVs at the stadium. We'll give the money to Curtis.
They're upgrading this offseason.
Next level changes.
No, Mario would be 100% unanimously.
Will
loved.
you throw your support behind the Make Mario Great
You know
Again
what,
movement?
Mike? I have one of those podcasts. It's called The Daily Ticket. Today's episode airing tomorrow, all about bringing Mario and Rod back.
I got to take this.
Rod in Florida.
I got to take this under
bring them both
advisement.
back.
Under advisement.
You know what? You are a coward.
No,
Wait, what don't you love about this?
I'm not saying I
makes
don't.
perfect sense.
I think there might be better candidates.
He wants to go get Joe
Then
Davis.
Mario and Pemba?
He thinks Joe Davis
Davis.
is going to leave Los Angeles to come to Detroit just because
Joe
he's from
Davis
here.
is going to leave. Oh,
He's
I know.
from here.
Ortonville's finest. Joe Davis's agent would lay down in his driveway
and this is why we need
Joe
a
to
search
back
committee.
over him before letting him leave L.A. to come here.
Would you let Alan Haller hire the next play-by-play guy?
No, I wouldn't let Alan Haller hire our new cleaning crew.
Well, he's going to hire your next coach.
Yeah, can't wait.
Do you remember the feeling when Steve Yzerman came back to the Wings and
Yeah.
everybody's like, yeah, that would be the exact
No,
same
no,
feeling? Yes, it would.
Let me tell you what Wojo would sound like. The day Mario's back in the booth, it would be Susan Waldman when Roger Clemens was back.
He's a bitch.
Here, let's play. I want to play this. This is what Wojo's going to sound like opening day 24. Mario's back in Comerica and Wojo reporting to his audience. We don't have.
Not me.
I just looked. It's not
What a
there.
build-up.
Why are the things we put in the system not there?
She just squealed. She goes, hey,
No other show even uses audio.
Imitator.
Roger is in George's box.
No, you got to say the whole name. Roger Clemens is in George's box.
Yeah. Yeah. You can do it. Come on. You
Come
do
on,
it.
you can do
You
it.
can do a good New
You
York
can do
lady
it.
accent.
I just get so sick and tired of it. Everything we put in there magically disappears.
There's only a certain amount of space. They only,
Well, I got good news for you. The other shows aren't using any of it. They don't use
they
audio.
They bought the smaller byte plan, I think.
That upgraded the storage. All right, look at we got new TVs.
Like
though.
when it comes to Apple storage, they'd like to. No, $1.99 more.
You've killed
No.
my vibe. Just what's coming up next?
You know what? You got to go
done.
to Peacock in order to hear that.
I'm done. You're a coward. You should support
I am not.
Mario
No.
Pemba.
We're leading off with Shep and his replacement and what do
Why
people
can't
want.
you go on your social
Why
media and
can't
just say, bring at, what is it, Mario and Pemba back?
Why
He's on
can't
Twitter,
Why
yeah.
can't I go get Joe Davis?
He's not coming here.
Just so we're clear.
Mm-hmm.
How do I say this without being offensive?
That's
You
when
know
you're
what?
normally offensive.
And I can't say it. So I'm not going to. And that's
Show's
the show.
almost over.
That's all I
Offend me!
Okay.
Offend me!
Joe, you realize Joe Davis does NFL
They
games on
say-
Fox. He does the World Series on Fox.
Yeah, exactly.
Is he coming to Detroit?
No.
He's going to kind of leave the
What?
Dodgers?
No.
What, he can't do the World Series on Fox if he's in Detroit?
No, his agent will not allow it. It'd be insanity.
You know what?
I've
While you're
spoken
at
to
it,
his agent.
go
We
get
gotta
Mike
work it.
Tirico.
Make Mario
Ooh,
great
you
again.
think
Tirico, no,
Tirico's
he
gotta
would
get
have
it.
to
He's got
give up too
nothing
much
to do.
stuff. Yeah,
I'm done.
he could squeeze it in.
Mario, I
During
tried.
the summer months.
Wojo's
Yeah.
against you getting your job
Oh,
back, and I
stop
want
it.
you to
No,
know it,
I'm
Mario.
not.
I thought you got. Listen, I think Mario and Rod should just.
Well, that's
think
not
about
what Mike
Think about
wants.
both guys coming on your show. You guys could do the interview. They could sit across from each other. You could get them water. They can say sorry to each other. And then Rod and Mario are back. The
You
fan
just
base would freaking love it.
Slide a chair in between.
No,
That's
in
uncalled.
the booth you could put barbed
That's
wire
uncalled
between
for.
the two chairs, so they don't. Oh,
That's uncalled for.
build a wall between the two chairs.
This is what you get after 5:55 for me.
Let me ask you this. Like
Oh wow, it's 5:58.
we got to go. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
What? Hello?